Testing, testing, testing. Big test. To say chat disabled for this live stream. To say chat disabled for this live stream. That means to say chat disabled for this live stream. That means to say chat. Sorry. Hey Amanda. Hey Tiro. Docs. Chat disabled. Fresh. In fact, it can't be right. What would I need to do? Hey Cheyenne. Hey Stephanie. Sorry, I'm just setting up the YouTube chat. I don't know why I can't see it. I mean, I can see it because I'm watching YouTube, but like I'm not going to be watching YouTube. Update. Oh, look at that. It is Friday the 13th. Now, is there anyone on Twitch? Not even live on Twitch. Let's check. Okay, yes, we are live, and I can see the Twitch chat. All right, cool. Hey, Clutch. Okay, so we just need to figure out. Last time this day was Friday the 13th, last normal day. Oh, I see. Hmm. Oh, there we go. Oh, that might be, maybe that's YouTube chat for when it was vertical. Okay, let's get rid of that. All right, chat. I see it now. Okay, I see YouTube chat. I see Twitch chat for the most part. Oh, and news, YouTube and Twitch. This should be the this should be the first time ever that y'all can see the boxes and the gifts from TikTok. If I did everything correctly, you should be able to see the TikTok stuff. Okay, we're gonna go live on TikTok and find out. Here we go. Wait, I said here we go, and then I didn't go live. What was I doing? Oh shit! I can see Twitch chat over there. Okay. Hey, Bud Lightyear. I have that echo stuck on repeat in my head. Oh no. Okay. So okay, I think we're good. Okay, that should be good. Okay, now we're going live. Okay, here we go. Oh, you guys saw that, didn't you? See if there was anything incriminating. Hold on one second. Are we supposed to be able to see that? I mean, theoretically, given the method that I used so that you guys can see the boxes. Hey, Justin. Hey, Steph. I don't see anything that would matter. It's fine. Right? It's just like the settings for the live. Hey, Jay. Obama. Thank you, Steph. Okay, so if you're on YouTube and Twitch, you should have seen the GIF that causes the Obama. This is the first time ever, thanks to Erica's help, that YouTube and Twitch should be able to see the GIFs.
Talk about extreme.
Thank you so much, Hector. Ooh, fancy. All right, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. New room. Nope, this is the same room. A new room in this economy. Okay, I think we're good. I just posted a video. How are you, Dan? I missed your face. I'm as good as one can be, I guess. Given gestures vaguely at the world. Hey, Emerald. How are you, Hector? Okay, I see somebody is requesting already. We're just going to give it a few more minutes before we take our first guest. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in. Pretty good, just busy with 2 jobs. I feel that. Hey, Fufu. Few more minute leaves. Okay, bye. Obama. Oh. Okay, hold on. There's 2. Okay, hold on, everybody. I'm gonna. If you're watching on YouTube, I will resolve that. Give me 1 second. Why were there 2? How is there a second one of those? Oh, wait a second. Why do I have TikTok chat on? Oh, right. I totally forgot about that. 1 second. 1 second, y'all. Hey, welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Okay. That should be fixed. And now this can come back over there. Beautiful. Okay. All right. Welcome in, everybody. It's Friday the 13th. So I'm sure we will get some very sane Trump supporters. We are going to be getting started right now. Oh, no. Whoever was in the box left. All right. So, a few things. First of all, I wanted to talk about so first of all, I wanted to talk about what is it? HR. While we wait. Hey, Ashley Dawn. House Bill 570. Which fortunately just failed to pass in Tennessee, but it would have made getting an abortion an offense punishable by the death penalty. This is a law that was proposed in the year 2026. TikTok investors are going to pay Trump administration $10 billion. See that. Okay. TikTok, 10 billion. See what you guys are talking about. Trump administration set to receive $10 billion fee for brokering TikTok deal. Or is $10 billion just like the Trump dollar bill? Like everything is $10 billion. It's I'm suing the U.S. taxpayer, $10 billion. The Board of Peace, you know what they need? $10 billion. President Donald Trump's administration is set to receive a roughly $10 billion fee from investors in the recently completed deal to take control of TikTok's U.S. business. TikTok's Chinese owner ByteDance in January finalized a deal to establish a majority American-owned joint venture that will secure U.S. data to avoid a U.S. ban. TikTok USDS Joint Venture LLC will secure U.S. user data, apps, and algorithms through data privacy and cybersecurity measures. It disclosed a few details about the divestiture. Vice President J.D. Vance had in September said that the new U.S. company will be valued at around $14 billion. The payment is part of the agreement through which investors friendly with the administration gained control of TikTok's U.S. operations from ByteDance. It is on top of the investments already made to establish the new entity. Officials from the administration have said the fee is justified, citing Trump's role in rescuing TikTok's U.S. operations and guiding negotiations with China to complete the deal while tackling lawmakers' concerns over national security. Earlier this month, Trump and U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi were sued by retail investors in two social media rivals of TikTok, seeking to reverse the U.S.'s approval of the deal. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So where's that $10 billion going? Yes, but have you considered what about Biden? All right, let's go to our first guest. Oh Lord, okay. Probably better. U.S. Treasury Department, they said. The same department that would pay out the $10 billion lawsuit that Trump is litigating. So is this going to be his, like, I'm not taking, I already made the Treasury Department $10 billion because I brokered, I'm the art of the deal writer. I brokered the deal between TikTok and Larry Ellison. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I brokered the deal. And now the owners of TikTok are super Trump friendly. Very, pro billionaires. And they're going to pay us $10 billion. So I already made $10 billion. Now, and you guys did wrong me. Remember, you guys wronged me with the whole election thing. So then I'll just get that $10 billion and then we're square. Nothing to see here. All right, we're going to go to our first guest. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Friday and Saturday nights doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. Thank you all so much. We're going to go to our first guest right now. Thank you, Ange. Hi, welcome up. Bueller. Are you sentient? What's going on here? Hello?
Trump.
Uh-huh. Last brain cell is working so hard. So hard. Trump. Literally sounded like the characters from Idiocracy. Okay, well, that was fun. Nice, Lilies. Okay, going to the next guest.
Welcome to Costco. I love you.
What's up, Dan?
Jesus. Just two things. One, yes, payment is going to be going to the Treasury, and that is a pretty brilliant little switcheroo that you caught onto there. Just 10 billion in one hand, 10 billion out the other. But that was the only thing of substance I was going to bring up. Other one, you're looking especially smart and handsome today. Don't let anyone tell you any differently, okay?
Appreciate that.
Of course.
Have a good one.
Yep.
Oh, wait, really quick. Did you
Did
you post the clip that you sent me on Discord?
I have not posted
or has it been posted?
It has not.
All right. This man right here, okay? Do not sleep on Dan's debate powers, all right? This man cooks. Oh, putting that out there. All right.
I learned from the best. Only Dan's.
All right, man. Have a good night.
All right, back at you. Peace.
Bye. So speaking of the 10 billion and the 10 billion, there's actually another story. I was gonna make a video about this, but if y'all could see, I'm gonna go through my list of whenever I have an idea for a video, like I see a new story and I'm like, oh, I want to expand on that. I want to make a video on it, right? I add it to a list, okay, so that I can get to it, and when I have a chance, right? There are currently 1, 2, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 things on that list. So I'm just going to talk about it now in case I don't get to it. But speaking of like the 10 billion in one hand, 10 billion in the other hand. So have any of you heard of this? So I saw this in a Johnny Harris video. before the 2016 election, like Trump agreed to loan his campaign $10 million. He refused when it wasn't a loan, right? Again, his campaign was never self-funded. People keep, he's a billionaire. He funded his own campaign. No, he doesn't. So he agreed to a loan after declining the $10 million just as a contribution. Right after the election, but before the inauguration, the government of Egypt pulls $10 million out of an account. Okay, I'm not Johnny Harris. I'm sorry, but like it's wild. And long story short, the Bill Barr killed the investigation into the So all they wanted to do was make sure that the $10 million didn't go from the Egyptians to Trump. And they already saw his accounts from the 6 months leading up to the election. So they just needed, we just need November, December, and January. And then we'll know for sure we can clear him. And Bill Barr killed the investigation. So I wanted to make a video about that because this is now the second investigation that Bill Barr has killed, to my knowledge. Because he also killed the investigation into Epstein's ranch in New Mexico. And like, I want to. It's hard because sometimes we look back at Bill Barr and we look at him like the guy who didn't go along with the stolen election thing, right? He was the attorney general. He said, "I'm not going along with this. There's no evidence that this election was stolen." So like we look at him as like a good guy, but he was like assuredly not a good guy. So yeah, I am hopefully gonna make a video about that. But in the meantime, there's people crashing. Burt Macklin, you're not real. Okay, Falcon says she'll be quick, and then I'll go to Tatted Soul.
Hello. I just wanted to say, because it hasn't been getting into the news, and I'm so sorry that I'm printing in the background, and it won't let me. Virginia is currently voting to redistrict right now. And I just want to put it out there because a lot of people are not talking about Virginia's redistricting the way that it's been talked about in California. But it's really important that we get out and vote because the Republicans are pouring a lot of money into spreading this bullshit. Saying that for Black people, saying that our ancestors fought for our right to vote and fought against Jim Crow, and that the redistricting amendment is essentially they're trying to call it racist.
Jesus Christ.
And they're pouring a lot of money into this ad campaign in Virginia, and it's super, super fucked up. And then they are also putting out ads with our Republican governor, our Democratic governor on the front, and trying to pretend that she wants people to vote no on the amendment to try and trick people.
Love that. I love the misinformation about whether to vote yes or no on ballot initiatives. They did it in Florida too.
So if you live in Virginia or you know someone that lives in Virginia, please vote yes before April 21st. And do not believe the lies. The redistricting will only last until the next census. This is a temporary measure that is being put in place to combat the Trump administration trying to redistrict Republican states to take more seats in the House. So I just wanted to let you guys know that is happening. There's also a special election in House District 98 and in Virginia, and the voting for that is next Tuesday. So if you live in Virginia, please, and you live in House District 98, please vote for Cheryl. And then No Kings is on March 28th. And then I need you to drop me because TikTok is being rude.
No problem. All right. Thank you so much, Falcon.
Thank you.
All right. Really quick, I'm going to go through the timeline for everybody. Okay. Donald Trump's poll numbers are crashing. It's his first year of his second administration. Nothing AP said. I'm going to lower grocery prices on day one. Instead, he decides to do blanket tariffs.
Hey, I'm coming up.
Thank you, Shauna. I did replace the manifesting. If you, in case you didn't notice, it's a little bit shorter, but I do like being able to talk again. Anyway, so his approval numbers are crashing, especially among independents, right? Lower grocery prices day one, that was major cap. He just put global tariffs that was raising people's grocery prices. Said no new wars, going to end wars, didn't end the Russia-Ukraine war. He started this war. Nothing's going well for Donald Trump, okay? And his poll numbers are looking bad, especially in the House. Now, this is a few months ago. Now his poll numbers are starting to look bad in the Senate. Like, Republicans are looking bad in the Senate, and we're going to talk about that later, trust me. But poll numbers are looking really bad in the House. He does not want to lose the House elections. Jonna, thank you so much for the manifesting. I will reveal what gift that the Pislennial is under, but it is a more expensive gift because it was getting a touch out of hand, just a touch. So the House, he's gonna lose the House. So he goes to the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, and he says, "Hey, so I fucking suck at governing, and everything I do is for the benefit of myself and other billionaires. So I'm not super popular based on policy. So what I need you to do, okay, I need you to redistrict. I need you to gerrymander so that we can get 5 more seats from Texas. All right? I'm paraphrasing, okay? Governor Abbott says, yes, sir, whatever you need. And would you like me to polish off the shaft as well? And he says, no, that's fine. Okay, so we have Texas now redistricts or draws a redistricting map to carve out 5 new seats. Okay. California and Gavin Newsom says, nah, we're good on that. And they put it to a vote to redistrict and carve out 5 more seats on the Democratic side. Okay. So Republican, Democratic states are going back and forth on this. We have Missouri doing it. Indiana tried to do it. Indiana would have done. Here's a wild story. Indiana would have redistricted for Trump. They would have done the partisan gerrymander, but it lost by 1 Republican vote because Donald Trump decided to call Tim Walz the R word, the R slur, and that Republican, because remember, Republicans only care when it affects them, was offended by it because they had a child who had a mental disability. So he said, you know what, fuck you, I'm not voting for this, which is great, but I mean, it would be nice if Republicans cared when they weren't affected as well. Either way. So we have Virginia now. Virginia now is one of the Democratic ones that are doing the same. All of this, by the way, it's just to combat the Republicans who decided to do something which is unprecedented, which is redistricting in the middle of a census. And this wasn't hidden. This is Donald Trump openly asked Abbott to do this. Right? This is not hidden. Okay? Now, if you ever hear a Republican say some dumb shit like, oh, Democrats do it too, just stop them. Maybe don't touch their lips because I don't want you to contract something, but just hold your finger to their lips and say, no, I'm sorry, you don't get to talk about this actually. Because in the year 2021, the House Democrats voted for the For the People Act, which would have banned partisan gerrymandering permanently. It would have ended the practice, right? Every single House Democrat voted for it. Every single House Republican didn't vote for it. And then Senate Republicans prevented the bill from ever hitting the floor. So if you're a Republican and you want the end of partisan gerrymandering, don't talk to Democrats about it. That's on you. We tried. Now, if you're saying, oh, well, okay, so you guys wanted to end it, but now you're using it. Yeah. So we're not going to unilaterally discharge. All right. It's the same thing as the intolerance, as the paradox of intolerance, right? So if you guys are open to cheating, we're not just going to not cheat. Like imagine sitting down at a table to play chess, right? And you say, okay, are we cool to not cheat? Right? You raise your hand out for a handshake, and then they're like, no, I'm going to cheat. And you're like, okay, well, I guess I'll cheat too. What? Eat shit. Okay? Either shake the hand and end partisan gerrymandering, or never complain about it ever fucking again. Now, I don't remember where I was going with that. Okay, we're going to go to the next guest.
Hi, Dan.
Hi, welcome up.
Hi, I am a disabled Army veteran, and I was going to request if I just had a few moments to speak to everybody, especially Trump supporters, and just how wrong this war really is and how much it affects us. Would I be allowed to do so? I am not a MAGA at all.
Yeah. Absolutely. Take a few minutes and say what you need to say. Thank you for your service, by the way.
Thank you. Let me turn off my Bluetooth because I hear myself echoing. Or is it echoing for you?
So it's a TikTok thing. I'm gonna mute my mic while you're talking, and then you shouldn't hear it.
Okay. Okay. Well, hi, everyone. I'm a disabled Army veteran. My real name is Brooke. I was in Operation Enduring Freedom. I worked military intelligence. I just want you to know that this war that Trump has done, right? It's unlawful, it's unconstitutional, it's unsolicited. If we in military are to accept any unlawful orders from the President of the United States of America, we actually are punished under UCMJ. All right. Not only that, MAGA Trump supporters and anyone out there who is thinking this war is necessary, it was not. There was no imminent threat. He is sacrificing the BLOOD of our service members to make money. So our 6 fallen soldiers overseas, right, in Qatar, completely unnecessary, right? Us veterans and us military, us active duty service members, especially those in being forced to go to this war, we're hurting. I took a day off and I cried. This is not right. Not only that, we serve this country, and for anybody to sit there and support him doing this to our soldiers and unaliving our soldiers, for what? For what? We serve this country proudly. And for people in MAGA to sit there and say that we do not defend our Americans and we don't care about Americans, no, we do. That's why we're saying stop it now. More of our soldiers are going to be unalived because of this, and it is not necessary. It's illegal. I really want y'all to take time and sit down and think about what you are doing and supporting in regards to our troops. Not only that, but this, I call him an orange orangutan, all right? Our fallen soldiers come home and do the dignified transfer, and what does this president do? He wears a white ball cap that says USA on it and then salutes. Do you know how disrespectful and distasteful and disgusting that is when you are the reason why? It's not law to do so, but it is respect. So if anybody still supports him, and just for that alone, and then you say you love us, your American soldiers and our military, disrespectfully sit down and rethink your choices. We are hurting. Us veterans are speaking out. We are fighting, and we need you to fight back because more of our soldiers will be gone. That is your brothers and sisters. That is sons and daughters, grandchildren. How dare you? You should never call yourself an American. And I'm sorry, but Dan, I appreciate this because I had to get it out. I've been holding it in. You know, I've done color guard. You know, I've personally lowered and raised the flag and folded the flag and handed it to their families. Taps with 21 pew pew salute. It is not something you want to mess around with. And us veterans who have PTSD and me being injured as well as PTSD, we are hurting. Think about this. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you so much. Okay, a few things. So she rightfully pointed out wearing a baseball cap at the dignified transfer. It's also the way he talks about the loss of our service members. Like the first time he talked about it, he said there will likely be casualties. That's what happens during war. Like it was literally it was Lord Farquaad vibes. But then once there were casualties, I don't know if anyone has that clip. He said something like, "That's just the way it goes." If I could pull that up.
3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case.
They treated Charlie Kirk better than the soldiers who tragically lost their lives. Oh yeah, like not even by a little bit. Like they just named a highway after Charlie Kirk in Florida, like less than 2 hours away from me. That's the way it is. Absolutely wild. Okay, so I'm seeing a lot of Trump supporters in the chat. If y'all could just come up, right? There's a button next to the chat box. It's got like a little blue person and a pink person. You just press that button, then you can request up and speak your mind. But like I'm not really going to be speaking to you if you're just typing in chat, especially if your profile picture is just the letter M or the letter J. I'm convinced most of these maggots are just bots. Yeah, I mean, ultimately you have like bot farms to manufacture consent, right? You have the NPCs that are MAGA, but they wouldn't be able to articulate anything, right? There's too much drooling and mouth breathing for them to actually come up. What do you think of Candace Owens? I think she's a not only is she a dangerous conspiracy theorist, but she's also I don't. You know what? Actually, I was gonna call her like I was gonna call her stupid or something like that, but I don't know if that's fair. I actually think Candace Owens might be like full-blown grifting. Like there are some of these right-wing influencers that very clearly believe the Kool-Aid that they're drinking, right? But Candace, I actually think Candace might know everything that she says is a lie. MAGA get in the box. Where are MAGA? You're just in the chat. We don't want to read your comments. Come up and say it with your chest. Absolute children. Candace Owens is either grifting or is batshit totally insane, no in between. They're all bots. So there's a chance. There's also a chance, by the way, that Candace was grifting in regards to her positions prior to the unaliving of Charlie Kirk, right? But how women are happier when they don't go to school and don't work, even though she went to school and works and all this, like all that stuff. But like, there's a chance that like she was grifting about that, but then the Charlie Kirk thing happened and she did go batshit crazy. So I was hoping we would have another hearing with Bondi, but nope, not yet. Nah, Dan, Candace's lore is insane. Candace is like a broke clock. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. Well, what is she right about? Listen, as much as I like the right arguing about Charlie Kirk and whatever, I don't think that it was an inside job. Y'all can keep fighting about it. That's fine. But damn, caffeine. With all the bullshit going on, I'm happy to be here with everyone. She's definitely right about Erica Kirk. Well, right about what? If her argument is that Erica Kirk seems to care more about money than her late husband, yeah. If her argument is that Erica Kirk contracted somebody to assassinate her husband, I would need to see evidence of that. I have no reason to believe that. What if that event happened so that the left and right couldn't unite together following the tour? I don't know what that's referring to. Saturday Night Live will be good tonight. She hasn't shown any proof. No, she keeps saying she's going to drop bombshells, but never does. Candace also believes Charlie Kirk was a time traveler. Okay, we're going to go to our next guest. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. Make sure to drop that follow or subscription if you are on whatever's the free one. On YouTube, it's subscription. On Twitch and TikTok, it's a follow. So drop a follow. Thank you all. All right, here we go. Okay. Well, we couldn't get MAGA, but maybe we can speak to the guy who MAGA slurps up.
I know you missed me. I know it's true. It's true. Look, I had to say two really quick things. Okay, I know that Operation Epstein Fury has been tremendous. I know that it's been going great. I know that it's been good. Okay, I know that things have been good. Okay, and look, we've been doing so much with immigration. I had to say one quick thing that we talk about this country. I just heard of it's called Mattel. Okay, it's called Mattel.
Thank you, Sim.
Ken and Barbie, they immigrated from there. I heard it was a great country. It's got tremendous beaches, tremendous palm trees. It's a tremendous place. I think it's a good place, really. I know Mattel very well. He was a good guy. And look, I have to say one quick thing that if you do not follow Dan, if I don't see 50,000 likes and 50,000 new followers, we're going to send a lot of things to Dan's house, and it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good. Okay. Look at those eyes. Wow. It just looks like Caroline. And bop, 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 bop. That's the way that mouth moves. Thank you so much, and God bless Jamaica.
Why did he say God bless Jamaica? Oh my god. Okay. Thank you, Sim, for the finger hearts. Okay. So I think what we're gonna have to do, I think we're going to have to finally set up a Google Voice number. I mean, we're out. We're out of Trump supporters. They're out there. Listen, they're in the comment sections, and they're going to the rallies. Well, actually, is that even true? I just saw something where, like, the last rally that, first of all, why is the president doing rallies in, like, the middle of his second term? What are we doing? Why is he doing rallies? But yeah, I think it was the Jake Paul rally where, like, the audience behind him was AI. Is that true? Why do you continuously avoid me, bro? Burt Macklin, I'm gonna be honest, my memory is not good enough to remember why I don't bring you up, but I remember there being a good reason. All right, fine. Let me see what's going on here. Hello.
Hello, Daniel.
What's going on?
I mean, look, man, I just want to have a debate.
Noodle, I don't know who Brock is, so that doesn't help. I have a really hard time remembering like guests. Like, I know there's some like recurring guests that everyone either loves or hates, and I remember. I mean, I have a hard time remembering. Burt Macklin, yeah, the name is from Parks and Rec, but
Look, they all like me here. I'm gonna tell you that much. Your audience, they love me. That's why they keep on probably saying, Bert, we love Bert. He's just a sweet, delicate baby. We love him.
okay. All right. So go ahead. Tell me why you still support Donald Trump.
Well, I think the liberals are communists, man.
Which of the liberals are communists?
Look, man, we need a Christian foundation in this world. We ain't gonna get nowhere without it.
All right. We're gonna go back to the question.
And you guys are anti-Christian.
Which of the liberals are communist?
Well, you view life through that type of mindset, I believe.
So I'm just gonna keep asking the question until you give me an answer. Which of the liberals are communist?
You're a social communist. All of them. All of you.
Okay, can you name
Destiny.
one?
You and Destiny.
I meant politician, not fucking YouTuber. But
Look, man, all of you are.
do you know what communism is?
Yes, but I don't think you are in an economic sense. I think you are in how you view social dynamics. There's an oppressor and an oppressed. I'm sure you're very anti-YT people because you think they oppress everybody. That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, I'm
The oppressor.
anti-white supremacy and white nationalism.
Well, I mean,
Aren't
do
you?
you think? Am I?
Yeah.
I don't think there's a problem with white people being the majority at all. No, I think it would actually be a good thing.
Why would one race being a majority over another be a good thing?
Well, I mean, I think that there's like the race is just a superficial thing. There are cultural differences that are underneath. I mean, wouldn't you think so as well? I mean, like YT, a YT
I'm just gonna ask the
person would
question
be.
again. Why would having one race be a majority over another race be a good thing?
I already answered you
That wasn't an answer to my question.
because there's cultural differences. That's
Oh.
exactly what I said.
Okay, so you're saying that white people have a better culture?
No, but I think it goes with the fabric of our society. I think it's just like, for example, I don't think if we brought in a bunch of Islamic people that would be great. I don't think that their culture is really conducive to our society. Do you?
Well, you're the one making the claim, so just can you tell me what about their culture is not conducive to our society?
Yeah, I mean, for example, like Saudi Arabia, their incest rate is 65.
What?
40 and 65, 30 and like 65%, I believe. So, I mean, obviously we wouldn't want that in our society, right?
You're talking about the incest rate in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, like that's a big cultural thing there. Consanguineous or consanguineous, like cousin, intercousin marriage. Do you think that would be like an okay thing that we should allow here?
Have you seen that happening a lot here?
No.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Do you just see like a bunch of incest people in your day to day? Like I don't know.
I mean, usually they're white rednecks, but not a whole lot. No.
Exactly. So there you go. And plus, that's a stereotype in the first place.
Oh, so you're against stereotypes now?
Well, that's statistically true of their culture.
That's statistically
Love that you
true.
said
Of their
statistically
culture?
true.
Talk about
I
extreme.
love
Yes.
that you said statistically true.
Hey, what's up,
Talk about
Malek?
Extreme.
How's it going, Dan?
Oh, thank you,
Talk
Sam.
about
Thank you,
extreme.
Devin.
You talk about extreme.
So to
You
get
talk
back
about
to that first
extreme.
set that you
Wait,
said.
what is it? What is this stupid thing going on?
Well, so what happened was Sim sent some little crowns, and little crowns are associated with that sound bite. Hold on, I've got some more sound bites for you.
Smart
Yeah, I
people
don't-
don't like me.
Yeah, like that. Those are what sound
I
bites.
love Tesla.
Thank you, Poo Poo. All right, so Malik.
Scream at all. I think it's just a statistic.
Yeah, say that one more
Fact.
time. Statistical fact.
What?
I like that. Hey Dan, have you ever heard of the statistic that says that 30% of the US's population is white men and they commit near 78%? I think it was almost 80% of the CSAM.
I have heard that statistic.
Okay. Why are you
What do you
pivoting
have
off of what I
to
said?
what do you have to say about that statistical fact?
Why are you pivoting off of what I said?
Well, it's not a pivot. You claim that
No,
white
it is.
culture
You
is
brought
more.
up your friend and then he pivoted.
Yeah. So really quick, the topic was that you said white culture was more in line with American values, right? And you refused to give us, when I asked you what white culture is, you actually pivoted to Saudi Arabian customs. And so Malik is giving you an example of something
No,
that,
you didn't. You never asked me a question that I avoided like you are with
yeah,
me.
I asked you why would white culture be better for the United States, and then
And I told you what I gave you an answer.
you didn't mention white people at all. You were talking about Saudi Arabia.
No, I said that I believe that their culture is better fit for the fabric of this country
And,
and its founding.
and I asked you why, and you pivoted to Saudi Arabia. So
Yeah, because they founded this country.
okay, so do you then agree with? Do you think that's a good cultural thing that that Malik just brought up? That's a good thing about white culture.
Oh no, I don't think that that's like a cultural value that we hold. You think that's a cultural value we hold?
Well,
I mean, that's like a big cultural thing there.
well, is it a big cultural thing there?
Yeah.
Okay, let's just look it up. Because
Okay. Because you realize that you just saying that they do 78% of those things doesn't mean that 78% of white men do it, right? You realize that? That's kind of like
Wow.
what he's trying to frame it
that's
as.
not what he was trying to frame it as.
Okay, so yeah, so
you
let's
might have
look up-
interpreted it that way because your brain's working on a different level. But
Oh, it is. So yeah, look it up.
No. We
Look up on ChatGPT right now the different incest rates of the different Middle Eastern countries.
Hey, Bert, have you ever heard of a hallucination before?
Uh, what like smart aleck comment do you have to say?
Sorry,
Maybe
my
I was
internet cut out. I
hallucinating these
missed most of that.
statistics.
And here, if you knew what a hallucination was.
Yeah, I know what a hallucination is, man.
Could you give me like an example of one?
Yeah, you can like hear a voice that's not there, or you can see something that's not there either.
I think I'm going to
Crazy.
use that second one, right? See something that's not there. Do you know what an
Yeah.
AI hallucination is?
No, I don't. How about you explain it?
Yeah. So AI seems to validate what people put into the prompt as opposed to actually looking for information that
Okay, you
supports
want me
it.
to use a normal
So
search engine? Even
about
though an AI uses all the
48%,
search engines?
48% of the research or the returns from AI prompts are hallucinated, meaning that they're not actually based
Okay, well,
on
this is verifiably true.
verifiable information.
This is verifiably true. So this isn't a hallucination.
I mean,
Thank you.
you were the one that said a hallucination is something that isn't here or there, like something that's
Yeah,
completely made up.
that's
Why would you
what it
trust
is.
something
Good
that
job, buddy. Nice.
48% of the time does not know what it's
Oh,
talking
well,
about?
guess what? This is the 52% of the time that it's not. How about that? That's cute, isn't it? Just look it up for yourself, buddy.
On a search engine or AI?
Well, I mean, an AI just uses all the different sources, right, on the internet.
so let me
It's basically
let me
like
cut through this really
it's
quick.
like
All right.
it's like a multi-search engine. Isn't that neat?
Okay. So Bert, let's just cut through this really quick. So would you be
So did you find that was true?
would you be for banning cousin marriage in the United States?
Of course.
Okay.
But I don't think that you could. You could say it from your point of view because I don't think you have a foundational ethical system. Because you're like an atheist, right?
What?
Are you an atheist?
I don't know what that has to do with this question.
Okay. Well,
It's-
what question do you want me to answer, buddy?
Well, I asked you if you wanted to ban first cousin marriage, and it's
Yeah,
legal in
of
half the
course.
states in the United States. So
Is it? Well, yeah, I would want to ban it.
yeah, so this isn't a cultural difference then between white people and non-white people. This is something that you you seem to be very interested in cousin marriage. So I think like if you want, you should write your representatives about it.
Oh no, I don't want it at all. I think it's disgusting.
Yeah. So tell your representatives you're against cousin marriage. I don't know what that has to do with.
Is it? Can you prove that?
Can I prove what?
Yeah, that it's okay to marry your first cousin in how many states?
It's legal in 18 states, and it's semi-legal, so allowed with certain requirements in another
Wait, say that again.
9 states. It's legal in 18 states. Oh no, Malik!
Oh, bye.
The picture had a fucking... Okay.
Yeah, that's what he gets. Bye.
Yeah, so... I mean, do you want me to show that to you? Is that going to change anything? I mean, I don't really understand...
Yeah, I mean,
what
I
this
think
has to do with white culture, because your whole point was that
widely that is disgusting in this culture. We wouldn't accept it. We would think
we do accept it.
It's disdainful.
Right? We do accept it in about half the states. It's like I said, it's 18 and then another 9 with restrictions. That's over half the states, 27 states.
Do you know anyone?
Do I know anyone?
Yeah, do you know anyone that is in that sort of marriage?
No.
Do you know anyone that knows anyone?
Talk about extreme.
I don't. How would I know that?
Okay, so no.
No, I don't know anyone who knows anyone who is in a first cousin marriage.
Okay, so you never even really heard of it,
huh?
Like maybe talking to a friend.
Talk about extreme.
Can you turn off the soundboard so we can have a conversation?
No, I'm good. Do you know anyone in Saudi Arabia?
Do I know anyone in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah.
No.
Thank you, Whitney. Thank you, Sam. Okay, so we're on level playing field there. We both don't know anybody.
Verifiable.
Oh,
it's a big thing, part of their culture. I mean, their prophet was married to a 6-year-old.
Oh, okay, hold on. Their prophet. Okay, so now you're talking about
Muhammad.
A religion versus the country, right? So we're splitting.
Well, yeah, usually a religion undergirds the society,
okay.
Right?
How old was Mary when God...
She's 14.
Impregnate 14. Okay, so I don't really know what we're doing here.
Do you think something is different with 6 and 14?
I personally don't think either should have been impregnated.
Okay,
they're both children.
So, okay, which one? No, 6 and 14 is widely different.
You think 14 is a child?
The wall just got 10 feet taller.
Thank you.
Yes, but they're also at a sexual. I mean, they've undergone puberty, so they're not like a damn near a toddler. You realize that, right?
Do you think it's okay to have sex with a 14-year-old?
No, definitely not for me. No.
Oh, but for your God, it's okay then to impregnate a 14-year-old.
Well, first off, do you think that he went and did her? He planted a baby inside of her. It's not like somebody went up and did the 14-year-old like you're insinuating, you weirdo.
Our country is being destroyed by stupid people.
Thank you.
I know you want to frame it as that, but I mean, I don't even know
what I'm trying to say is that we live in a country where there's supposed to be separation of church and state. So I don't know why you're criticizing like a religion, but then not looking at your own religion.
Well, I mean, I think religions are different. I think the fruits that Christianity has provided is why we're even here in the first place, because they're very nice, welcoming people. They want to help everyone. That is like part of our ethos. You know, we want to help other people outside. That's why
immigrants.
Well, I mean, look, yes, I think that we do want immigrants to come here, but whenever it's a flood of them, no, I don't. I mean, you got to put your foot down somewhere, right?
Oh, okay. So you don't want to help everyone. That was just a complete lie. Just
no,
we're clear.
No,
I just made that up.
I do.
When you buy everyone terms and conditions apply. Like, let's be fucking for real.
Well, look, buddy, I want to eat a cookie, but I shouldn't eat 10,000 of them, right?
Concepts of a plan.
Same thing here. I mean, of course, I want them to come here, but if they're going to subvert the culture, especially at a rate that can't really keep up, everyone can't keep up with.
How are they subverting the culture? Wait, can you explain how they're subverting the culture?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's many things. Look, their culture is different. Language,
Right, but we're talking about
customs.
immigrants. So
Yeah,
what part of the
language.
let's look at the statistics here, right? So is our culture crime because immigrants commit less crime than people that are born here? Is that the culture that is being subverted? Or criminal culture?
Well, how would we be able to know that? Considering things like drugs and other things that they could be doing.
How would we be able
selling.
to know who commits more crime?
Yeah, where does F come from? I mean, I don't know, but I mean, where does the F drug come from?
Bro, you're pivoting crazy right now. So first of all,
well, no, I'm not at all. I'm asking you, how would we even be able to know that? In regardless,
through arrest records.
Well, arrest records. How would you know that they were selling the amount of? No, that's very vague. Arrest records. You wouldn't be able to know like all the people that were selling F, and then the people that died from it, etc. From arrest records. It's a very
I don't
cloudy, murky.
I actually don't. I don't think your brain is doing like the proper function right now. It's just not working. What do you say? You're saying that we can't know all crimes.
Do you want me to dumb it down for you?
You're saying we can't know all crimes, so we ignore statistics. Is that what you just said?
And plus, if we have a set standard that you're not supposed to be here, then you're breaking the law. So we shouldn't even have to deal with that in the first
why didn't I think of
place.
that? Oh shit! Right. If you're here illegally, then you're not here legally. Oh, fuck!
Yeah.
Why didn't I think of that? Oh,
Yeah,
true.
you're just like Destiny. You think
Good
you're
point.
super
So
smart,
again,
but you're not.
I don't even need to talk about undocumented immigrants. Immigrants of all kinds commit fewer crimes per capita than native-born people.
Okay, well, it
So,
doesn't.
so
that
you're
doesn't
talking
matter.
about
No.
their culture.
Are you gonna allow
harming
me to
us.
talk? You're just
You-
like Destiny, man.
What is with you and Destiny? Do you have like a
No,
crush on him? Or something?
I think I know you think you're like ultra smart. You're not. I'll dumb it down.
No. I genuinely. I think
If
I'm just
you-
a regular
if you-
person. It's just I happen to talk to the absolute knuckle draggiest people alive.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah. You're dumb, man. You're dumb. I'll tell
Okay.
you straight up.
So you're saying
So if you think that arrest records show the people that were making the F, that were distributing the F, if you think that you can find the roots of where that F came from, then you're just stupid if you think that you can do that from F records.
So
from arrest
really,
records.
really, I let me dumb it down for you. I said crime in general. I don't know why we're going specifically to F.
Okay, and I'm
dealing.
telling you that the crime statistics are obviously going to be murky.
Are going to be murky. Why?
Because if they're the one that are bringing the preponderance of F in here, how are you going to know it from arrest records only?
Okay, so just so we're clear,
Because they can sell it to other people.
All right, so I just want to be clear with you, Bert. So you're conceding. You're saying, okay, Americans who are born here commit more murders, commit more rapes, commit more robberies, and commit more white collar crime, every crime in the book, and that's cool with me. But because F comes from outside of the country, I'm going to focus on that. Before we talk about, because don't get me wrong, that part of the argument's wrong too.
How do native-born citizens commit more crime if their presence is a crime?
Let me rephrase.
If the illegal
Let me rephrase. Let me rephrase.
in our country
I'm sorry.
is a crime,
Let me
how
rephrase.
do
Violent
native-born
crime. I'm sorry.
citizens-
Crimes with victims. Apologies. Violent crime. They commit more violent
Well,
crime.
you can be a victim even of other. I mean, okay. So if illegal immigrants are coming here, they're taking.
Actually, by the way, if we're going to call that a crime, I still don't even think that's true because every American is a criminal at this point. Every American has jaywalked. Every American has sped.
Okay, well then that's fine. We can do that too.
Okay, so now let's take out all the stupid crimes that are civil infractions and talk about the ones that actually hurt people, right? So rape, murder, child molestation, these are committed drastically more by people who are born here.
If illegal immigrants are taking jobs, then they're going to be fathers.
You were not going to pivot. You were not going to weasel your way out of that one. Nope, I'm sorry. We're not going to talk about jobs right now. I'm sorry. The only jobs we're going to talk about.
If you don't want to talk about it, then that's cool.
Yeah, no. We can talk about it once you're done. You have to.
There's
no pivots without concessions.
you in this debate,
on this
buddy.
live. Hey, smooth brain. On this live, there's no pivots without concessions.
you
So
in
what
this
you need
debate,
to do,
buddy.
if you want to talk about jobs and them taking jobs, you have to say, okay, yes, people who are born here commit more rapes, murders, and all other crimes except for being here illegally, because obviously that's tautological, right? But I'm okay with them committing more rapes and more murders. I still think white people are better. I need you to concede that, and then we could talk about them taking your jobs, okay?
When did I say that? You're showing your racism, Dan.
You said it earlier in the conversation.
No, I've multiple times I've said.
I said, "Are you against white supremacy and white nationalism?" And you said, "Well, no, not necessarily, because white culture is more."
No, never said I was for white supremacy or white nationalism.
Okay, so you're gonna stay on mute, and we're just gonna go back. We're just gonna go back. Okay, you're gonna stay on mute.
Dog walked.
No, you're actually just gonna stay on mute until, and I want you to hear yourself. And what's gonna happen is you're gonna say, "Oh shit, I did say that," or you're gonna leave.
You've gotten dog.
Okay, so I'm actually, the only way to get you to stay on mute is you stay in the chat, right? We're gonna watch you say what you said, and then you're gonna come back up and you're gonna grovel. You're gonna get on your knees and you're gonna apologize. Dan, I'm so sorry for trying to gaslight you about this. Okay, that's what's gonna happen. Here we go. That's what's gonna happen. Here we go.
From arrest records.
Really. Oh, first of all,
well, no, I'm not at all. I can't really keep up. Everyone can't.
What I'm trying to say is that we live in a country where there's supposed to be separation. We're on level playing field there.
Bye.
Damn, he's been up here for a while.
Please.
Fuck.
I think just. I mean, obviously, we wouldn't want that in our society.
Can you tell me what about their culture is a good thing?
Well, I mean, I think that there's like the race is just a superficial
Nationalism.
YT people.
Okay, racism is.
Yes, but I don't think you are in an economic sense. I think you are in how you view social dynamics. There's an oppressor and an oppressed. I'm sure you're very anti-YT people.
Remember, this is all because he pivoted from the first thing. He said, I support Trump because I think liberals are communists. And I asked him 5 times what liberal is a communist, and he couldn't give it to us. So we had to pivot to him incriminating himself, saying that it's a 14-year-old is not a child. But okay.
Because you think they oppress everybody. That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, I'm anti-white supremacy and white nationalism.
Well, I mean,
aren't you?
Do you think? Am I?
Yeah.
I don't think there's a problem with white people being the majority.
Okay, so just so we're clear, I said I'm anti-white supremacy and white nationalism. Aren't you? And you said, am I? Well, I don't think there's a problem with blah, 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 blah. Okay, so now you can request back up. Okay, you can request back up. Oh, he's not requesting back up. That's so weird. That's so weird. Why aren't you requesting back up, Bert? That's so fucking strange. Must just be a coincidence.
Hi.
Hi, welcome up.
Hello. What'd you say?
I said hi, welcome up.
Hi. Thank you. So okay, so your prompt says, why do you still support Trump? Okay, so there's a couple of reasons why I still support him. So the first reason is because I support the fact that he put less access for he decreased the access to abortion.
Can I just really quick ask you how old you are?
24.
24. Okay. You said he decreased the access to abortion.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't come on lives a lot, so.
That's okay. Can you tell me the year you were born?
2002.
Okay. Now, why is Donald Trump decreasing the access to abortion a good thing?
Okay, so the reason why it's a good thing is because it helps women's bodies, because women's bodies go through an entire process in order to become pregnant to begin with. So when a woman has an abortion, it actually hurts her body, and it hurts her mental health too, because she also has to grieve that baby on top of it when she has an abortion. And she has to live with that guilt the rest of her life, if that makes sense.
Have you ever thought that it might make more sense to just let women have the choice?
Why would that make sense, though?
Well, because that's your opinion, right? So, like, maybe they should have the choice to make their own healthcare decisions.
Okay, well, do you think that murder should be okay? Should that be a choice?
Well,
Yeah.
murder, right, is the wrongful killing of someone. It's tautological. It's in the definition of murder, right? Murder is wrong. Now, if you were to ask me, do I think killing should be a choice? Well, I mean, it depends on the situation, right? Sometimes you have to, police have to kill a mass shooter, or well, I mean, they should. A lot of times they don't. They just hide. But yeah, so like you can't use the word murder in this case because murder defines itself in there.
Yeah, but you're taking life. You're taking an innocent child's life, though, in a womb, even though you want to claim that that's not a baby in a mother's womb. It's still a baby. That baby has a heartbeat at 5 weeks.
Where? Why would your opinion affect other people's choice for what they do with their bodies?
Okay, so by your logic, we should be able to do whatever we want whenever we want, because that's our choice,
as long as it doesn't hurt
right?
someone else. That's right.
Oh, okay, right. So murder should be okay.
Murder
No.
hurts someone else.
Yeah,
The person being murdered.
yeah, just like abortion.
Yeah. The problem is there is no someone else there. There's not
What
a
about the
person.
mother? What about what the mother has to go through?
That's her choice. Are we being serious? Why are you trying to determine
Do you not
what?
realize how stupid you sound? I'm sorry, but you do not.
You're trying to
realize how
protect the mother from the mother. That's what you're saying. You're saying, I don't believe that you should be able to make your own decisions.
Okay, so mass shooters should just be able to do whatever they want, and they should just shoot up.
Are you okay?
Whatever they
Is your
Well,
chat
that's
okay?
your
I'm
logic.
gonna bring up Falcon, okay? Because I just as much as I don't like men talking about women's bodies, I also don't like one man being a part of this
you
conversation.
sure
I'd
are.
rather two women talk about it. But really quick, I have to say, I have heard better arguments from men that don't know what a fallopian tube is than what I just heard from this guest. Oh my goodness!
What?
Hi, Falcon.
Okay, I'm sorry, Dan. This is so absurd. Okay, so first off, do you understand the stages of development for a pregnancy?
Well, I don't know the exact development.
No.
Dan, well, you should tell me the entire development.
How is
Okay,
your
so we're
bio? How does your
going,
bio say abortion absolutionist? Then you couldn't answer that. No, what are we dealing
So
with?
we're
Falcon?
going from
Well, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I am like this genius, okay?
it's not about genius. Like, you should understand the basic fundamentals of something that you're advocating for.
Okay, so you should know everything. You should know everything about guns before you advocate against them.
I am not personally someone who advocates against guns, so I don't know. I mean, I know quite a bit about them because I had to like. Oh, I'm sorry. I used the G word, Dan. Do you have to drop me?
Oh, you can't say that.
I shouldn't have to unless I get a warning. So
Okay.
we'll be fine.
Yeah, my bad. Don't say that. Okay, we're gonna skip that weird. Anyways, if you're advocating for or against a subject, you should have a basic understanding of that subject. So yes, if somebody's advocating for pew pew control, they should have a deep understanding of pew pews. A great example of that is Brett Cross here on TikTok advocates for pew pew control, and he knows a whole hell of a lot more about pew pews and pew pew control than I do. I happen to be in school to become a midwife, so I know quite a bit about, the process of going through pregnancy and birth. And I feel like this comes from a deep place of like misunderstanding the process, right? Because we go from blastocyst to a fetus, or sorry, to a zygote, let me not skip the zygote stage to a fetus. And like you don't. This is so baffling to me, Dan. I'm sorry. You think that you are protecting women by championing for anti-abortion. Do you know who makes the decision for a woman to get an abortion?
Well, it should be that woman, and it should be the father of that child.
Oh my God.
Just wait. So it's typically between that woman and her doctor.
It
Do
shouldn't even be
you
an
know
option.
the full scope of what abortions actually are?
Yeah, abortion is murder.
No. Medically,
Uh-huh.
do you know what an abortion is and why abortions are performed?
Yes, abortions are performed because women don't want to take accountability, or they went through something traumatic, which is a dumb idea to get an abortion after going through something traumatic, because that's another traumatic experience.
Okay, so abortion is a form of medical care offered to pregnant women as treatment for various complications caused by pregnancy. Now, there are elective abortions, which is what you're talking about, where a woman may elect to have an abortion because, for whatever reason, whether it's socioeconomic factors or whether it's personal experiences about how they got pregnant. I'm trying to use TikTok friendly language. They may elect to get an abortion, but we must understand that there are non-elective abortions. There are abortions that happen because for some reason, it usually happens due to things like really, really extreme preeclampsia, where the mother's blood pressure is so high that her life is at risk if she continues to carry the baby, or an elective abortion or non-elective abortion will happen. A medically necessary one will happen because there is a baby growing that maybe doesn't have a full heart or is missing other vital organs, so they would not be viable outside of the womb. Medically necessary abortions are also performed because I'm sorry if I said
She's
it
so
wrong.
bitter.
I'm sorry. It's the middle of
Like
the night.
already, she doesn't even want to be on me.
Just let me finish.
She wants to get down.
I used the word elective incorrectly. My apologies. It's really late. I'm still a student and it was me who giggled. But
Falcon, if you want to give the floor to Ellie just for a bit.
Hi.
Hi.
So I've actually had one, so I'm going to speak from experience. First of all, I usually do not have these conversations. I kind of don't entertain these conversations because I think it is ridiculous to talk about this with somebody because it is very personal and shouldn't be anybody else's decision what I do with my body but my own. And mine was completely elective. I found out, and I actually found out too early that the place that I went to do it at told me that I have to come back in a week because it was too early to do anything about it because I caught it so quick. And I just want to ask you, Tiffany, like, do you actually care? Like, do you actually care that this is something that people are able to do? Or do you just like to have control over people? Like, do you have like self-hate as a woman that you don't want to have control over your body?
I'm against abortion because abortion is harmful for the woman and is taking another human life. That's why I'm against abortion.
okay. I want you to understand, and another reason why a woman may medically need to get an abortion is because she's had something called a missed miscarriage, where the baby is no longer alive, but the body has not pushed out the fetus. And in the case of a missed miscarriage, it is very, very important that deceased fetal tissue is removed so that the woman does not get an infection. Now, there is medical risk to any procedure a woman undergoes. Ectopic pregnancy is another one, another really important one, where the mother's life is at risk, and it's really important that women have access to this kind of healthcare. Now, when you make these sweeping laws that ban access to abortion, what ends up happening is you have women who end up in situations where they need abortions for medical reasons, and they end up losing their lives because they have to carry a dangerous pregnancy to term, right? And so it actually increases the rates of both maternal mortality and infant mortality. We lose more moms and more babies when we don't have access to abortion care. Now, if your concern is reducing the amount of abortions that are chosen for non-medical reasons, say you would like to reduce the number of, abortions that are done for socioeconomic factors, well, then what you could turn around and do, and what we have proven is more effective, is to increase the socioeconomic conditions of single mothers. Right? So increases in things like sex education, also reduce the number of AB needed. Increasing the availability of birth control reduces the number of abortions that happen in our country, and doing things like offering free childcare to single mothers, or offering comprehensive food programs to single mothers. Things along those lines, those social programs, are what actually reduce the rates of women choosing to get abortions because they cannot afford to get a child, to have a child and raise that child. But when women have to get abortions for health concerns, that care is necessary to make sure that mother and baby, or that mother is healthy enough to have another baby. I have worked with women that have had to get DNCs, which is a type of abortion for missed miscarriage, when they had a wanted pregnancy. I have sat with a really, really close friend of mine who was trying to get pregnant for, it's not a rare occurrence for women with fertility issues to end up needing a DNC because they had a missed miscarriage during their pregnancy. It's unfortunately fairly common. A close friend of mine that's here in the comments, I don't want to call her out right now if she doesn't want to talk about it, but she had to have a DNC because after 3 years of trying to get pregnant because she had a missed miscarriage.
I literally have a friend who wouldn't be here if it weren't for abortion, because when her mom was 19, she was pregnant. And you know what happens to that pregnancy? That pregnancy was non-viable, okay? And if it wasn't for abortion, her mother would have never been able to have, any kids after that, because it would have messed her up so bad to deliver that baby. So guess what? Doctors gave her the medical care. She was able to seek out the abortion, and years later, she was able to have 3 healthy kids, Tiffany.
Exactly.
So let me ask you a question, Tiffany. Let's say that you had a friend named Bella, okay? And Bella got pregnant, and the pregnancy was non-viable. Would you rather your friend Bella have to carry that pregnancy to term, knowing that after that pregnancy, she would have to have a full hysterectomy, meaning that she would never be able to have kids in the future, knowing that once she delivered that baby would not be able to live outside of the womb for more than a couple hours? Or would you rather her be able to seek that care in the early stages of pregnancy so that it doesn't impact her future fertility? What would you rather, Tiffany? Because only one of those answers ensures more babies being born.
Deliver the baby.
Deliver the baby and then she can never have any more kids. Do you hear yourself?
Do you not realize that there are also other women who cannot have children in this world? So should I
Okay,
allow
so
abortion?
Your
so
argument
Tiffany,
is
we are
extremely
talking
counterproductive.
about delivering a stillborn child, right? I there's someone in the comments of this very video right now who is currently pregnant and is going to give birth in July, and I'm so happy for her. But 3 years into her fertility journey, she got pregnant and had to have a DNC because the baby inside her was no longer growing and no longer living, right? And she wants to have kids. She loves her children. And in order to be able to continue having children and not lose her life, she had to have a DNC, which is an abortion, because the baby inside her was not going to grow and was going to be born unalived. And that's if she didn't become septic from carrying that unalived baby in her body. So now, this July, her and her husband get to welcome a healthy baby into the world because she had access to abortion care when she needed it.
So in other words, your argument, Tiffany, is extremely counterproductive. Okay, you want more babies, right? You want more babies being born, right, Tiffany?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So what makes you think that taking away the only type of care that can end a non-viable pregnancy, how do you think that's going to contribute to the birth rate increasing? Because do you understand that when you have a non-viable pregnancy and you are forced to carry that pregnancy to term, first of all, pregnancy is already extremely dangerous for everyone, okay? Specifically Black women, but for everyone, pregnancy is extremely dangerous.
Yeah, and so
Okay,
is abortion.
it becomes, okay, no, it's not. Abortion is not.
Is safer than dental care.
No,
Literally.
abortion.
You're
Just to be
literally
clear,
taking a
abortion
life.
is safer than delivering a baby.
Extremely.
Not that I'm saying that you should never deliver a baby, but abortion is safer than delivering a baby.
Tiffany, let me
Taking a
explain
life of
something
an
to you.
innocent child out still.
Okay, so
Tiffany.
listen, you can say that, and that's your new argument, but get rid of your old argument. I'm done with that argument. The argument
But you
that we're
are
trying to
though,
protect
you
women,
are.
that's bullshit, right?
Whether or not you believe it, that woman is.
Okay, so
Okay, Tiffany, I'm
why-
literally a first-hand account. Ask me whatever you want. Ask me whatever questions you want. Do you want to ask me about how emotional it was for, like, ask me, seriously. The floor is yours. What would you like to ask me? Somebody who has chosen to do exactly what you're so against. Ask me any questions.
I won't ask you any questions because I don't need to.
Okay, so
Okay.
a lot of people in the comments are trying to act as if DNCs are a rare situation, or miscarriages are a rare situation. Also, Dan, let night nurse up. Let somebody that's actually graduated up.
Okay, let me.
But a lot of people
No.
are trying to pretend that this is a rare occurrence. For the women who are comfortable doing it, can you that if you've had a miscarriage or you've had to have a DNC, can you please drop like a rainbow or something like that for our rainbow babies in the
Tiffany,
comments?
can I explain something
Just
to you,
because
Tiffany?
I want, if you're comfortable, because I want to show people how common it is.
Tiffany, let me explain something to you. I'm an only child, okay? It was very hard, but it was not hard for my mom to get pregnant, but it was very hard for them to have a viable baby. I'm an only child. My mom had about 5 miscarriages to have just me, okay? It is extremely, extremely common, okay? Extremely common. Abortion care is absolutely health care. I don't understand how this is up for debate. I really don't. Like, I can't wrap my head around it. Like, I will dispute any argument you give me. I'm so serious.
Really quick, Night Nurse, thank you. I just really quick want to shout out the Erica raid. Thank you so much, Erica Raiders, for being here. Falcon, I am going to drop you for now, if that's okay.
Okay.
Oh, Tiffany left. Well, that sucks.
I just
hear what
night nurse
had
said they
say,
wanted to
but-
come up, and I figured talking to an actual nurse that's not in the middle of finals was probably better.
Yeah.
I appreciate
Or
the
sorry,
opportunity.
midterms. It's midterms week for us. And yeah.
You got this, girl.
All right, Falcon, thank you so much for coming up.
Good night.
Good night. Hi, Night Nurse.
Hello. I was really hoping to talk to the guests, but I guess that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, she hold on, she hit us with really need to get this she hit us with one of these.
Folks, we have a runner. That bitch ass was a runner. Said a few dumb things that they couldn't back up. Then they got real scared and then they gave up. That Smoothie was a runner. Bunner, bunner, ba, ba.
She had the most ridiculous. She had the most ridiculous arguments, saying, "Oh, I care. It's so bad because the woman has to go through such emotion." What does she think pregnancy does to women?
No.
Yeah, I was gonna blow some minds too, because not only am I like a subject matter expert, but I've had an abortion and I don't have
Same.
any guilt about it.
Same. I don't give a flying. Literally.
Not even a little bit. And I had 2 kids after that I definitely
Period.
wouldn't have had if I had had kids when I wasn't ready. So yeah, I just refute all of the arguments.
Yeah, I had mentioned it before. Hey, bestie.
Hey, bestie.
I had mentioned it before. That argument, like, so the abortion is murder argument, like we hear that all the time, right? But her first argument, where she's against, she wants to reduce the number of abortions, was why she's for Trump, because she wants to protect the women who are getting abortions because it's so damaging to them and they have to mourn the child. It was genuinely worse than arguments I've heard from men who don't know how many fallopian tubes,
That was
or even
a
what a
particularly
fallopian-
bad one.
It was
And
really
I snagged on that one too, and I was like, oh, I got this one.
Yeah. Hey, Erica.
Yeah.
They don't like that argument is so stupid to me. It's like, do you not know the emotions that women have to go through
Well,
for 9 months of
let's see how we
pregnancy?
say that.
Oh wait, I missed Neely. Thank you for the high march. I missed those. My brain's gotten trained to like only react to the ones that I hear, but I guess that's a new little cute gift.
One thing I can't stand more than anything, like, I will not speak to a man I will not debate a man on abortion. But when I hear a woman be so against her own healthcare, I have to chime in. I just have to. There's an epidemic in this country of like self-hating women that like they just want to be picked so bad, and they think that like, oh my God, if I side with these people, then they'll pick me, right? But the argument, I really wanted to try this on her. I wanted to ask her, if you're saying that it's the woman's responsibility once she gets pregnant, there's nothing holding the man to that same responsibility that he consented to at the same time. Nothing, because it's not in his body. So what's your argument there?
Yeah, they don't get a vote. That's just not how it is. Like, they have responsibilities once there is a child, but then also the other parent has responsibilities once there is a child. That's when it's equivalent. Yeah. Oh, I was going to mention, we were talking earlier about the elective thing, and I don't know who I was yelling at in the comments, and I didn't mean to. I get a little caps locky sometimes in the comments, but so the elective thing, I hear this all the time, and I push back on it because then the anti-choice people use it, and they use it wrong too. So elective just means that it's not emergent, like it's not something that we're doing to preserve life imminently, but it doesn't mean that it's not medically necessary. So you can have a medically necessary abortion and still have it be elective. It's just that it's not done on an emergent basis. So like cancer surgery can also be elective, or heart surgery or whatever. People I think sometimes confuse that with like not medically necessary, and they mean different things. So just throwing that out there, clarifying.
It's also like people that have the, you know, anti-abortion argument, like they don't, let's be real here, guys. They don't give a crap about these fetuses. Okay. They don't.
Not
Literally
at
at
all.
all. They don't give one, like they don't give one crap about it. Okay. They just want to control people. That is all it's about. Because what happens when that baby comes out?
Right.
And then if the baby comes out and then what? Oh, well, you know, you could just give it up for adoption or foster care. These horrible systems. Seriously, that's what you want us to do? Or it's, oh, but we don't, you know, we don't need to fund you or give you any money because, you know, that's too liberal for us, you know, like fend for yourself. And then, you know, it's interesting because that's what you guys say until it happens to you. And then I'm going to see you sitting at the clinic right next to me like the hypocrite you are. Well, there was this one Republican representative, I forget her name, that she got an abortion and she's like anti-abortion.
Yeah, well, there's an unmeasurable amount of Republican men who have paid for abortions, and then they're also super anti-abortion. But
I think you can narrow it down even further and say what they want is to punish women for having sex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's
they want to punish women for not having sex with them.
Yeah, that too. For having sex without their permission.
Also, for her to say that, like, what really, oh my God, I don't know if you guys caught this, but Tiffany was going off about, oh, well, if so, and obviously you guys, she's talking about grape, and she's like, you know, in situations of grape, women shouldn't have abortions because then it's more trauma. Girl, what the hell are you talking about? That is the most ridiculous argument I have ever heard in my entire life. Like, what? Like, that is such an insensitive take. Oh my God.
Thank you perfectly. Yeah. That's like the take where it's like, okay, she's gone. She is so far gone. If the idea that carrying your rapist baby would be less traumatic than an abortion, it's just completely innocuous. In fact, chat was telling me about some of her videos. I don't know. We might have to watch a couple because they are unhinged. But in the meantime, Ellie, thank you so much for coming up.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll bail too. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you so much. Hi, Erica.
Hey, bestie. How are you today?
I'm doing all right. Not a huge fan of the MAGA guests so far. Just
they're pretty welcome blue hair raid.
Bad vibes. Oh,
you know what?
I left that up.
That's so funny because what's so funny is that if ever I think that I'm petty, I remember that you're pettier.
No, really?
Yes.
I feel like you're. Yeah,
you think I'm petty?
I feel like you're a little pettier.
No, I think that you are more petty than I am. All right.
It's just
we're gonna have a petty competition.
You're just more efficient with your pettiness. I need like 6-7 hours to get the petty out, you know?
Yeah, 7. Anywho, I came up to ask, I was like, I was gonna ask you, can I join you after I eat?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. All right. Oh, wow. I don't know who sent a nice gift, but thank you so very much for all the gifts. Y'all are friggin' awesome. I appreciate that. All right. So I'm going to come back. I'll be here. I am politely petty, Renee. I am. All right. Shout out to my mom for that. Okay. So I'll be back and then we'll go from there.
Sounds good.
All right.
Enjoy. Bye. Okay. Few updates. Oh, wait. I was supposed to. Erica, come back. I'm sorry. Really quick. Oh, thank God. Okay.
All right, I'm right here. I'm coming back anyways. What's up?
I got a DM. All right. During the last conversation, I got a DM. Okay. And it is from someone by the name of Montana Debates.
That lady?
It says, want to do a battle debate?
Ew. Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay, so a battle debate, all right, she's a fucking grifter. But a battle debate is basically you two will be debating while people give you gifts.
Oh.
So it's a battle. Yeah.
Okay, so it's like the coin battle. Okay, I
Yeah.
see. All right,
Montana couldn't debate her way out of a paper bag. Y'all can tell her I said that too. Like, even if the paper bag had like holes in it, she still couldn't debate her way out of it. Like, she couldn't debate her way out of an open door.
Okay. Well, that's funny. I mean, maybe I'll tell her that we can debate without coin incentive.
Yeah.
But the only time I've ever seen her was when you and you and Hector were MAGA hunting, and I saw that.
Mhm.
But I think there's a chance. The one time that the two of us went MAGA hunting, did we go on Montana's? I feel like we might have.
I don't
Yeah, and
know
she
if we
dropped
went on
us, or she's
Montana.
like, "Oh, you guys were sharing your screen or whatever."
They always say that though.
Yeah, they do.
I know we went on the lady with the foreheads panel.
Yeah, forehead lady.
Yeah. But I don't remember Montana though. But I will say that I have this thing that I've been saying, and it just is what it is. You know how they say, don't pick at low-hanging fruit?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I feel like lately we've been picking at fruit on the ground.
Yeah, we've been having a battle of wits with people that are unarmed.
Yes, pretty much. Pretty friggin' much. And I tell my chat all the time, like, chat, I can't pretend that this person's smart. Because come on, or at least knowledgeable on what it is that they want to, try to engage in. So
Yeah.
and that's not mean. It's just I want to talk to someone that actually knows something, so then that way I can, like, my brain can start to working. You know what I mean? I want a challenge.
Yeah, no, honestly, you want to talk to somebody that knows about the history of like the war or the history of
Yeah.
Iran, or somebody that knows about like the history of economic policy or something. Like at this
Yeah.
point, our brains are
I
just
hate
atrophying here.
economics.
Speaking
I
to
hate
these.
economics. Oh, you're right, brain atrophy. But I hate economics. But I've been thinking, I think I'm gonna have to go like take like a course or something as like some type of refresher, because I did do microeconomics when I was in college, but that's like literally it. And so I think I need a refresher, and to like just be on the up and up so I can be quick with it.
Yeah. I could use one of those too. But
Mhm.
all right. Thank you for coming back.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna eat. Trump supporters, get in a box. There's 623 people in here. There's no way that all of you are Kamala Harris supporters or even Biden supporters or even Bernie bros. Get in the box, okay? Get in the box. Request up. Get in Dan's box. All right. And come have a conversation. You are the demographic of people he wants to speak with. And chat, do me a huge favor. Drop your favorite hashtags in the chat. I will be watching to make sure that you do it. All right, my favorite hashtag is divorce, but I heard that MAGA and hashtag Trump 2028 works, and those types of things. So do it, and I'll be back.
All right. Thank you, Erica.
Thank you.
Okay. Really quick. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Friday and Saturday nights doing political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We also try to be live for all major political events. So if there's something crazy that's going on while live, I'll do my best to stream that as well. I am going to try to stream more going into the midterms. For those that have been here since 2024, we went live every night leading up to the 2024 election. And then 77 million people failed an open book test, but the midterms are looking a lot better. We just recently hit 50-50 on prediction. Now, I know prediction markets aren't guaranteed, but today, prediction markets hit 50-50 on Senate control after 2026. Let me tell you what that means, okay? I'm just going to tell you what that means. That means that people that are willing to bet on the midterm elections are willing to pay even odds on a map that involves Iowa, Alaska, Texas, and Ohio. We need 2 of those 4, plus sweeping all of the what are they called? The when it's like even, not a swing state in this regard. toss-ups. We need to sweep all of the toss-ups and win 2 of those fucking 4 states. And people are betting millions of dollars on a 50-50 chance. That's how bad Trump is doing. That's how bad Republicans are doing right now. Absolutely disgusting. I'm ready, Dan. I'm a newly registered voter in Ohio. Let's fucking go. We're going to get Sherrod Brown back in the Senate. Okay. Mary Peltola back in the Senate. Now, this is assuming that we have free and fair elections. And I want to talk about the Save America Act really quickly before we go to the next guest. Really quick. Dan, be honest, is Florida cooked? As a Floridian, I think it might be. But that being said, I still have faith in the governor's race. Maybe not the Senate race, but the governor's race. And I really want to reach out to the governor candidate. It's on my to-do list of things. But okay, so the Save America Act, right? I want to talk about this as it relates to the laws that were passed after the overturn of Roe v. Wade. Okay, and you'll see why I'm mentioning this. All right. So these laws, like in Georgia and Texas, right, after the overturn of Roe v. Wade, these laws were passed where they have no exceptions except for, quote unquote, the life of the mother, right? But we still see women, like Adriana Smith, for example, who die because of how long it takes to actually get them care, right? There's so much red tape. Doctors don't want to get sued because they performed an abortion that was later deemed not necessary, right? Doctors don't want to get sued, so they have to confirm with lawyers, and they need to go through all this stuff. And then by that time, women can develop sepsis and die, right? So it's also a reason why we see a lot of doctors leaving states like that. Now, the reason I bring this up, okay? The reason I bring this up is the same thing, the same type of thing can happen in the Save America Act, right? Where there is a unintended, in this case, I don't necessarily think it is unintended. I do think Republicans would prefer this outcome. But there is a consequence that they're not going to talk about, right? When pro-lifers talk about these laws, they're like, oh, it's just in the case of the life of the mother. So like we still care about the women, right? They don't care about these cases where women die because the doctors need to go through all of this red tape first. So the Save America Act and how it relates. I'm going to pull up the actual text of the act really quick. And so one of the things that the Save America Act does but you guys can't see my screen yet. Okay. One of the things that the Save America Act does is it imposes criminal penalties in the case of an officer or employee of the executive branch providing material assistance to a non-citizen and attempting to register to vote or vote in a federal election for federal office, and registering an applicant to vote in an election for federal office who fails to present documentary proof of United States citizenship. Now, what this means is that poll workers can be legally liable if they end up registering somebody, like a married woman, for example, that has a different name than their birth certificate. They can be held liable for doing that without the requisite proof, right? Now, additionally, the Save America Act includes the private right to action, meaning that any citizen can sue somebody for that. So think about it. You're a poll worker, right? Married woman wants to vote. They have their license, they have their birth certificate, but they don't have the middle thing, their marriage certificate or their name change document, right? Because remember, the Save America Act requires married women, and also there's tons of reasons why you could change your name. You could be trans and you change your name. You could change your name for personal reasons, like JD Vance, for example. But married women is the largest demographic, so we're just going to talk about them for a second. Because ultimately, their goal is to get fewer women to vote. That's very clear. They could have made an act that was just about voter ID. Okay, very clear based on these provisions. Their goal is to get fewer women to vote because more women vote Democratic. That's just how it goes. So, married woman shows up. She wants to vote. She has her license. She has her birth certificate, but she doesn't have her certificate of marriage. Okay, a poll worker, right? Poll worker can do a provisional ballot in this case so that they can later provide that certificate of marriage. But if they do that, they're opening themselves up to legal liability and potential lawsuits from random deranged election deniers, right? So it would be easier for them to just deny the vote. It'd be the self-preservation thing to do, which is just the same thing. I mean, I'm trying to draw the connection here, but it's when same with doctors that don't want to quickly do an abortion that would save a woman from sepsis if they're not sure that they necessarily needed to. And these are the consequences that Republicans don't talk about with legislation like this. They talk about, they're like, oh, this is an 80% topic. 80% of Americans want voter ID. Okay, well, but do 80% of Americans want poll workers to turn away married women at the polls? Dan, how many of the 2020 election cases would have proceeded if the Save America Act had been law? Oh my God. I mean, a lot of them would have been dropped. A lot of them would have been dismissed, certainly, but the amount that would have been filed. Do we know if it's looking like it's passing? As of right now, I don't think it's going to pass. It would require the Republicans to kill the filibuster. And additionally, I don't think they have the votes, even if they do kill the filibuster. They might, because Fetterman said he's not going to vote for it. Murkowski said she's not going to vote for it. Unintended consequences. Well, here's the thing. I don't even know that there are unintended consequences for Republicans, right? They might be unintended consequences for like the median voter that doesn't follow politics as closely as we do, and then they vote on and then they support it thinking, oh, it's just voter ID, or they want exceptions for abortion, right? A lot of people are pro-life, but they are big on the exceptions, right? Rape, incest, and life of the mother, but like they don't know. It's like, okay, life of the mother is not actually, it doesn't function the way that you guys talk about it in that function in the way that you guys talk about it. Schumer said it would stop billions from voting. The U.S. doesn't have billions. The left. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Really quick. If we are going to talk about old men saying the word billion instead of the word million, that's fine. But I can show you 17 clips of Trump doing that. So, I don't even know if the clip you're talking about is real. I'm assuming it was a misspeak. How could Trump voters say anything about that? He was just complimenting Kellyanne Conway at his women's history event when she hasn't worked for him in 6 years. Okay, he said he just recently thought that there was airports in the Revolutionary War. He said they brought trillions of dollars from the tariffs. Okay, so if Chuck Schumer said some dumb shit, all right, great. You're a Trump supporter, right? So that was Biden. What was Biden? Then did you see Florida pass something similar to the SAVE Act? Yeah, I haven't fully looked into it. Looked at it in Eclipse Raw. Oh no, he really did. The airports? Oh no, you're actually really wrong about that. Hold on.
In June
I will take my apology in 1 minute and 3 seconds.
of 1775, the Continental Congress created a unified army out of the revolutionary forces encamped around Boston and New York, and named after the great George Washington, Commander-in-Chief. The Continental Army suffered a bitter winter of Valley Forge, found glory across the waters of the Delaware, and seized victory from Cornwallis of Yorktown. Our army manned the airport. It ran the ramparts. It took over the airports. It did everything it had to do. And at Fort McHenry, under the rocket's red glare, it had nothing but victory.
Okay, so who were they? What's their name? It's a trap. I was wrong. That's all you got to say. I'll wait. The thing is, Republicans have like ceded the ability to ever criticize anything about the left, because there's not a single thing that you can find that Trump alone hasn't done either 20 times or 20 times worse. Like, it's just, it really is something. He made the debate so boring. Genuinely, Trump made the debates boring, right? Like, I used to talk about this before the election. I was like, it'd be cool if it was like Kamala Harris versus Nikki Haley, and we could debate about policy, and we could debate about what like the best way to lower the price of housing would be and whatever. But not like with Trump and the Trump administration, like, you guys just lose on everything. You're wrong about all of it. There's not a single thing. Like, look at that person. Period. Blood enema. Right there. Kamala lied in all her debates. Okay, so Kamala Harris and Donald Trump had one singular debate. Afterwards, Donald Trump denied a second debate because he's a pussy ass bitch, and he got blown the fuck out so bad that the Trump ass lickers were claiming that she was wearing earrings that gave her answers. They were like, oh, she did so good and Trump did so poorly, she must have cheated. Just like in 2020, where Donald Trump got his back blown out by 7 million votes, and that meant that he must have been cheated. There's no way your guy lost. Ever. There's no way Donald Trump loses. He is your guy. He's your messiah. He's you, except with more money. Genuinely. You're like, yeah, he's like me. He's attracted to prepubescent girls, and he's fucking assaulting women, and he's racist, and he's just like me, so I have to keep defending him, right? You guys are fucking weird. Anyway, they had one debate. Kamala Harris lied 7 times in that debate. Donald Trump lied 60. Okay? That's almost 10 times as bad. Right? So I was told there would be no fact checking. Yeah, are we gonna forget that? Like, that's how bad it's gotten. Like, JD Vance literally said, I was told there would be no fact checking at his debate. He admitted that they just made up the immigrants are eating cats and dogs. The Haitians are eating cats and dogs. He admitted on live television. That should have been the end of all of it. It should have been the end of MAGA. It's like, so if we have to make up a story about Haitians eating cats and dogs, then we're gonna do that. That should have been the end of MAGA. It should have went down to 0% support. But you guys love being lied to. Just, you love being pissed on and having them call it rain. I don't know what it is. It's got to be some kind of fetish. Anyway, if you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Friday and Saturday nights doing debates, discussions, and fact checks. If you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. For those who have sent gifts, I really do appreciate it, but nobody has to send a gift. Nobody has to send a sub or anything like that. All I'm asking is you just make sure that you're following right next to my name. If you see an orange heart or a gray heart, that means you're good to go. But if you see a red oval that says follow, you got to click that button. Thank you. How many times Biden lied? Do you mean over the course of his term? Do you mean in the debate? No matter what the number is, it's less than Trump. So you just can't, you're not going to win this fight. Donald Trump lied 30,000 times in his first term. 30,000 documented lies in his first term. And by the way, if I had to vote 2016 Trump versus 2024 Trump, I would vote for 2016 Trump. So like this guy's worse significantly. Anyway, imagine that election. Trump is literally why we fact check news now. Hi, welcome up. Hello? Bueller? All right. "2016 Trump didn't do anything. I miss the days of him pretending Obama's accomplishments were his." Well, I mean, we're seeing it now. He pretends that Biden's accomplishments. Well, actually, it's not even just Trump. Republicans all across the country pretend that the Biden's infrastructure bill and the American Rescue Plan, right? They put up signs that thank President Trump for these things. They literally can't run on their policy. That's why we see. When was the last time a Republican won by running on policy? Genuine question. Like 2024, Trump needed the richest man on earth to pump out so much misinformation that it just beleaguered the American public. Not to mention the fact that we had the headwinds of Kamala Harris only having 107 days to campaign, and every single incumbent party / incumbent president across the world lost their elections because humans didn't understand correlation causation in regards to global inflation. Right? Everybody was losing those elections. So we have Trump running on essentially the lie that Biden caused global inflation, right? 2020 loses by 7 million votes. 2016 loses the popular vote by 2.6 million votes. Okay. 2012, 2008, Obama wins those. 2004, George W. Bush needs to win off of, well, I'm a wartime president, right? We're in the middle of fighting the war on terror. 2000, Al Gore wins the popular vote. And the only way that Bush wins is by his brother being the governor of Florida and the Supreme Court ending all of the recounts. So we're coming up on 3 decades. 3 decades since a Republican has just raw won the election without some kind of massive extenuating circumstance or just losing. I like to remind that Trump lost the popular vote to no one in 2024. They get really mad. Oh, that's true. 90 million people didn't vote. Not to mention, he didn't even get 50. He didn't even hit 50% in 2024. But anyway, Nixon in 68 committed treason to win. I don't know that. Did they ever tie the like Watergate to that election? Trump got less votes than Hillary. Yes, by 2.6 million. 2.6 million. That's correct. More people voted against him than for him in 2024. That's true. It wasn't Watergate. In 68, he prevented a drawdown of Vienna. Oh, that. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Not that I want to be defending Nixon too much, but that that was kind of like wasn't that a bipartisan thing? Like LBJ was also never mind. I don't want to. Okay, we don't need to get into it. I'm rusty on my 1960s. Oh. Oh. Wait, doesn't that violate the Hatch Act? Was the Hatch Act even a thing back then?
Hello.
Hi.
I just wanted to come up here and sing you a little song to get your spirits up. Well, my collar's blue, but my neck is red. Been working.
Not worth it. Not worth the risk. All right. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We don't have any MAGA right now, but we got a fuck ton of things to watch. Okay. First of all, has anyone seen this? I haven't seen any clips from this. I don't know if it's good, bad. I have no idea. I did not know that this happened.
27 minutes past hour number 1 back here on Straight Shooter with yours truly, Stephen A. Coming at you as I love to do every Wednesday evening from 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time over the airwaves of Sirius XM, POTUS Radio, Channel 124. It's my honor and privilege to have my next guest. I've been waiting to talk to him. He's just 21 years of age, 21-year-old liberal political commentator with more than 8.2 million combined followers on the social media and over 105 million likes on TikTok alone. As a matter of fact, I think the number of clips is 9 million. His daily political and social live streams on YouTube and TikTok.
All right, so this is Stephen A. Smith speaking to I don't know why it's doing that on YouTube. Okay, well, either way, this is Stephen A. Smith speaking to Dean Withers. Really quick question: who knew that this happened? Who heard about this? I'm gonna put a poll because the fact that I didn't see a single clip about this was weird to me. Dean did it on his stream. Oh, I mean, I guess I missed it. Okay, laughing emoji if you heard about it, crying emoji if you've never heard of this until now. Laughing emoji if you heard about this, crying emoji if you just are hearing about this. Yeah, that's wild. Because I mean, I don't know. I feel like this is like a meeting of worlds that I really would have liked to have known about. Thank you, Amanda. I appreciate that. I looked over at YouTube chat for a moment. Okay. All right, here we go. Dean said when he was filming, but didn't say when it would air. I watched when Dean was interviewed. Dean nailed it. Okay, let's see.
Have made him the Gen Z face of politics. Please welcome for the first time the Straight Shooter with yours truly, Mr. Dean Withers. How are you, Dean? How's everything, man? Good to see you. How's everything?
I'm having a great day out here in sunny Colorado that happens to be a little bit snowy today, but nonetheless, I'm enjoying myself. It's good to be on, and I appreciate you for inviting me to be here.
Man, please, the pleasure is all mine. I'm looking forward to learning something from you tonight, my man. You know, you grew up, correct me if I'm wrong, you grew up in Grand Junction, Colorado, correct? It's in an extremely conservative household. How did you become engaged in politics, and when did your perspective shift to a more liberal ideology?
That's a good question because, as you pointed out, I absolutely did grow up not just in a conservative household, but a conservative environment.
Okay, really quick. Hold on, I have to. If I put this over here, y'all still see me? No, you don't. Oh no! Wait. Okay, YouTube and Twitch. Here's the thing about YouTube and Twitch. So for me to be able to show you guys the guest boxes, I need to literally stream my TikTok studio. But that means when I adjust my TikTok studio, then you don't see me. So if I bring this over here, do you see me now? Okay, you good. You do. Good. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a little bit of a filter. You know what I mean? A little bit of filter. I'm going to turn closed captions on. A little bit of a filter. And then we're going to watch.
Can do is are you streaming via Oscar Bravo Sierra?
Yes.
Oh, just go use in the thingies. Go, you can add a display. Where's my mouse at? There we go. You can add a display. So if you go to your sources for your scene, so you go to your sources and you right click add source, of course.
Mm-hmm.
What you can use is display capture or window capture. Use window capture.
Well, yeah, that's what I have right now. We got it to work, by the way. We're good.
On TikTok, do you have that on OBS though?
Yeah. Yeah, they can see
Okay.
they can see you right now. For the first time, first live ever, they can see you.
Oh, you didn't have to do all of that, but sure. Hi.
YouTube and Twitch. Yeah, Erica.
Hello.
And
me. I'm Mario.
it's thanks to your help last week, actually. So.
Oh, cool. I take payment in the form of charms, lollipops, or cash.
Speaking of payment.
Yes.
You know what I picked up from the PO box today?
What you pick? You got your stuff?
I got the Erica effect stuff.
Ah, why aren't you wearing it?
Because I wanted to unbox it with Mac on Sunday.
Oh, okay, all right, that's fair.
I think that's
I do love Mac. I do love her, so okay.
Speaking of Sunday,
yes.
Speaking of Sunday, I normally don't go live on Sundays, okay? But I've really been starving y'all of lives, and I'm so sorry about that. I don't know if y'all remember, I really wanted to watch Erin Brockovich with everybody. And then it was free on YouTube, and they took it off YouTube. Well, it's on Netflix, okay? And I think in honor of Women's History Month, we should watch Erin Brockovich. I think it's an amazing movie, and also like it's based on a real story. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it on YouTube and Twitch. Or certainly not YouTube, but we're gonna try to do it on TikTok. Fuck it. And I might pause for some analysis, I guess, so TikTok gets off my back. But yeah, if y'all are down for that, and Mac wants to see it, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go live Sunday. We're gonna unbox the Erica Effect merch.
Awesome.
And then we're gonna watch Erin Brockovich until TikTok kicks us off. And if they do, then we'll finish it on Discord.
Sounds like a plan. Okay,
All right.
I'm going on mute. I'm just going to sit here and hopefully you get a Trump supporter that I can. I'm not going to yell at anyone tonight, though. I'm keeping like super chill.
Okay, no worries.
I'll just make fun of them, though.
I really want to get back to a point where I didn't crash out at every guest. I'm working on it. Okay, all right, here we go.
You know, going to church 2 times a week and everybody around me kind of having the same thoughts as my parents. So, I mean, the branch off to liberalism for me really started first on J6 when I watched, the president, who's still the president today, Donald Trump, cause his followers to go raid our Capitol, literally smear their feces on the walls inside, which kind of in my mind sparked this thought of sparking division across the country. And at that point, maybe I still agreed with some of his policies, or at least thought I did. But inevitably, because of how divisive that presidency was, it really drove me away. And, since J6, of course, that's 2021 until now in 2026, I've spent my time reading, researching, and really have taken an initiative to learn more about not just the world we live in, but the government in which controls the policy that influences my life and the lives of those that I care. And to put in a nutshell, I think I'm on the left because reality has a left-leaning bias.
I hear what you're saying. I guess what I'm asking is, do you find yourself being on the left because you're against Donald Trump or because you genuinely feel what liberals feel? Policy-wise.
It's a mix of both. I'm on the left because I agree with how liberals feel, and I mean a lot of the points that we see being thrown around about the necessary nature of things like universal health care, about caring for everybody, about how social programs influence the drive to push our country forward compared to holding us back because poor people are lazy. On top of the social issues that I care about, such as the acceptance of everybody regardless of your sexual orientation, race, or gender. But right now, I do spend a lot of my time talking about, the tyranny that we see downstream from the Trump administration. And honestly, today I feel like what it means to be on the left does include, these policy initiatives that we've been hearing people like Bernie Sanders talk about for years now. But it also includes, this very deep-rooted resentment for, the abuse of power that we are now all watching every day, either on our phone screens, on the TV, or maybe as you are, maybe some of your producers out there in DC.
Do you blame Trump when you're talking about the abuse of power? I shouldn't say do you blame Trump, because I know you do. But I'm talking about, is it just him? Is it primarily him? Or do you have more of a concern about those who, dare we say, are lacking a spine when it comes to confronting him about some of the things that he does? See, for me, I think more about that than him, because I believe that anybody in a position of power, unfortunately, throughout history, has shown that if they can wield it with impunity, they will do so. It's usually the checks and balances that we have in place as the United States of America, where you're checking cats and you're saying, you can't do that. We're not letting you get away with that. We saw more of that in the past. We certainly don't see enough of that now. That's where I look at when I'm looking at Congress and the Senate, obviously, when it comes to, the checks and balances that I believe have been minimized, to say the least.
Really quick, somebody asked on YouTube, is Stephen A. Smith mostly a sports commentator? Yeah, by like a wide margin, but he's been dipping his toe into politics lately. I don't know the extent of how that's going to go. I know he said some right-wing stuff recently, but what he just said I don't necessarily disagree with. Yeah, I mean, it's Trump is the focal point of all of so much of this corruption. But Trump is temporary. He's a million years old and eats primarily McDonald's. So, but a bigger issue, or at least just as big of an issue, is how many Republicans who claim they care about the Constitution, claim they care about this country, went along with it for political power. And I think that's a very valid point.
Absolutely. I mean, I agree with you there. I think this equation definitely includes a condemnation of those who capitulate. But of course, that all starts with what they're capitulating to. I think that two things can be true at once. I think that the primary driver of a bunch of lawlessness, and as I'd call it, clearly authoritarian practices, is the Trump administration. I mean, every day something new comes out about how they are illegally redacting his name from the files 950,000 times, or how he wants to breach the articles of our Constitution to possibly federalize elections, or how the 14th Amendment is now meaningless. And, we don't care that in 1868 we passed this amendment that gave you a claim to birthright citizenship if you're born here. Now, if your parents are undocumented, guess what? We're going to take it away with no approval from Congress through a new amendment or no reinterpretation from SCOTUS on the basis of the 14th Amendment that already exists. But those who capitulate, they definitely embolden those proclivities. They embolden those behaviors because it absolutely tells Trump that he could get away with it. Trump is the same man today in 2026 that he was in 2017 during his first term, right? And for the majority of his first term, with the exclusion of January 6th and the lead up to that, we didn't see the same figure that we do now. We saw somebody who was newer to politics, didn't know how to select the right cabinet to find the right people that are willing to place him above the Constitution, so on and so forth. So I feel as if that capitulation from his cabinet and the capitulation from many people in Congress have definitely emboldened those behaviors that existed 10 years ago that we just didn't see to the same extent because of the lack of capitulation.
What about, as a liberal commentator, what about those on the right that make the argument that you kind of brought it on yourself, not you, the Democratic Party, when they talked about how you weaponized, the justice system in pursuing cases against him? You were excessive in doing so. And as a result, him being back in office and engaging in what I've personally called a vengeance tour, against a myriad of people, all of whom the John Boltons of the world, the Letitia James of the world, Jack Smiths of the world, and others, of course. What about the role that liberals are accused of playing in it? Because when they had power, they certainly did everything they could to try and undermine him, if not flat out throw him in jail for the rest of his life. What do you say to that?
Okay. I wanna see if I can answer this, and then compare my answer to how Dean answers this, because this is a question. All right, this is a question where if I was locked in, okay, this is like my expertise. I started going live because of the fake elector plot and shit like that. So let me see if I can lock in here real quick. Okay. To those Republicans, I would say either we are for the rule of law or we're against it. There's no denying that Donald Trump broke the law. In the run up to and the follow up of the 2020 election, we see him and his lawyers gathered fake electors to try to and tried to have his Vice President Mike Pence skirt around his constitutional duty, pick those fake electors, and install him as president, despite the fact that he lost an election. Just allowing him to not face accountability for that because he was president doesn't make sense to me as an American. I don't like the idea of, oh, well, if you're in a position of power, you're above the law. Now, additionally, I think it is very, very disingenuous when Republicans claim that Democrats went after Trump during the Biden term, when in reality, Biden did what every single president that is not named Donald J. Trump did, which is he separated himself from the Justice Department. He appointed Merrick Garland and then washed his hands of all of those cases. Biden had no connection to it. And Merrick Garland then appointed a special prosecutor, which is exactly what you should do if there is alleged wrongdoing. And in this case, these are serious crimes. The Republicans won't frame it this way, but the reality frames it this way. When Donald Trump was asked by the National Archives to return the classified documents that he had at Mar-a-Lago, he declined for over a year. They'll say, oh, well, Pence did it and Biden did it. And no. It's illegal when you knowingly do it. So when Pence and Biden and any other politician that found classified documents that they had calls up the NARA to pick those up, that is very different than a former president who says, no, I'm not giving these back. Also, I don't have these, because he denied where they were. He instructed his employees to move them and hide them. All of this is known. This is all available to us. So the idea that there wouldn't be a special prosecutor to investigate that is absurd. It essentially says that no matter what, if you are in a position of power, you can never be found accountable for any crime you commit. Because look at it this way. If he does commit a crime and then the next administration is Democratic, how could an attorney general, how could prosecutors go after this person without Republicans saying it's lawfare? The reality is, if you want Donald Trump to be sued less or to be charged less or to be indicted less, you should be asking Donald Trump to commit fewer crimes. Yes, Erica.
Bravo. 10 out of 10. Drop the 10s in the chat for Dan. 10s in the chat for Dan. Can I answer?
Yeah,
May
of
I
course.
answer?
Absolutely.
Okay, I want to see. What would I say to this question? Okay. All right. So If the GOP is supposed to be the party of law and order, then they have to be able to allow the law to do its job. I don't think that there was any lawfare going on. It was simply a matter of a former president committing crimes and he needed to be held responsible for said crimes. Now, when we take a look at it, all right, when we have former presidents, former vice presidents, any government official previously, prior to Donald Trump, turning over classified documents once they discovered that they had them, but Donald Trump is found to be having his staff flush them down the toilet, I think we have a serious concern there that needs to be looked into, investigated, and prosecuted. Additionally, another thing is that Donald Trump stood on a podium in front of thousands of people and told them that the election of 2020 was stolen, that it was taken from them. So with that being said, I think that is also something that he needed to be held accountable for. And so for the Supreme Court to go and say that as a sitting president, he cannot be prosecuted, or he has full immunity, I think the Supreme Court did an injustice at that time. See, I'm not running for any office or anything of that nature, so I can say things like that. Right. So that will be my thoughts on the matter. And what we will now see what's going on in this new Trump administration. Some call it Trump 2.0. Some call it Trump redo. Like what we see now is what truly is lawfare. Donald Trump is using the Department of Justice as his own personal attorney to go after those that he does not agree with or who do not agree with him, and he's using them as retribution. We saw it with Letitia James. They took her to a grand jury 3 times, tried for a 4th, and couldn't do it. And each time they were told no. So there's that. Additionally, we saw them do it with James Comey. We recently saw them try to do it with Jerome Powell, but a judge put the kibosh on that one and said no, and let go of those subpoenas. We're not doing it. All right. We have to allow the courts to work the way that they're supposed to work, the law to work the way it's supposed to work. But Donald Trump, at the very same time, cannot continue to actually execute his lawfare, his brand of lawfare on the American people. That's it. That's all I got.
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Dean, your thoughts?
Bruh.
Well, I mean, if wanting to hold a criminal accountable for their crimes is now something that the right is outcasting, labeling as bad, and using as justification for more crime, I would seriously doubt the speculative basis that those on the right have been screaming and shouting about law and order. Listen, the claim that we see from millions of Americans that the Biden-Harris administration somehow weaponized or abused the DOJ against Trump is baseless. It is just a form or a piece, a figment of this big lie propaganda that we've seen distributed by the Trump administration in an attempt to get larger populist support for their lawlessness. And a really good example of just how baseless it truly is what we've seen coming from the DOJ in the last year and a month with the Epstein files. I mean, there's a couple things from the Epstein files that we know makes Trump look bad. Okay, we know if it was present and publicly available before the 2020 election would have inevitably led to less people voting for Trump. Could have even won Kamala Harris the election. But because the DOJ upheld such great respect for the independence of the DOJ from the Biden-Harris administration, because that's what the Biden-Harris administration upheld, they didn't dip their hand into those files and just release the ones that incriminated Trump because they respect because they respect the checks and balances, because they respect that separation. And anybody who would claim otherwise, I believe, is just disseminating the propaganda that is allowed for this lawlessness to occur.
What do you say about your party in terms of them losing the election?
All right, time to vote.
No, Eric, we don't have to do this.
Drop a 1. Well, you know me. Okay, I won't do it because you said no. I respect your boundaries.
Wait, why is this filter is trippy?
Oh, it's making you look grainy for some reason. Oh, you got stars on you or something, or snow.
No, I put the filter on so that no, it's not that though. It's something else.
No,
TikTok keeps just turning filters on without telling me. Why am I so grainy, chat?
Also, Stephen A. Smith isn't really a Trump supporter. He's more so just like a man who hates women. That's it. He don't like
a Trump
women.
supporter.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, the lighting changed.
It did.
I guess that might be what it is. I'm planning on getting some kind of light there's no light. To be clear, if you've ever watched this live, I am being lit by abrasive overhead lights and my monitors. That's it. There's no ring light. There's nothing. So one of these days.
Okay, we got to get you a flat light, a panel light.
Okay, here we go.
Why do you believe Kamala Harris and the Democrats lost in 2024?
I'd say the largest reason why Kamala Harris lost the 2024 election had a lot to do with people's, feelings directed towards the economy that didn't perform too well under the Biden-Harris administration, which of course would be, in my mind, predominantly caused by the pandemic. And a lot of people have this takeaway saying, well, the economy was really bad under Biden. It seems like the liberals are failing my bank account. They're making me stretch my money. So now I'm going to vote for this other guy that says, if I do vote for him, he's going to usher in this golden era economy. It's going to be great and we're all going to win, which of course has been proven to not be true in the last year and a month. And then a couple other things that I'd say helped Trump win the 2024 election, my apologies, has to do with how late Biden stepped down. And how Biden left Kamala Harris only with a little bit over 120 days to throw together a presidential campaign to run against a man who's already spent the last 10 years of his life campaigning for that same office. And it's a combination of multiple factors, those being the two primary ones.
But wasn't that the party's fault?
There's a third. So I agree. Usually I say there's 3 factors. One of them is the correlation causation thing in relation to the economy and the pandemic, which he stated as number 1. Another one is the Biden not dropping out sooner, and so Kamala had less amount of time. But the third one, I don't know if he just didn't think of it at the time, or if he actively made the choice not to say it on this platform, or if they're maybe timed in their answers. I don't know. The third one is racism and sexism, or in Kamala's case, misogynoir. I think that's all of those went into it.
May I say something?
Yes.
When you finish, go ahead. You got it. I just wanted to make sure we didn't continue on because I wanted to say something.
I'm just gonna wrap up and say, I'm pretty sure it's those, and it might even be those in that order potentially. It's hard to really gauge for sure what was the biggest factor, but I do think those are the top 3. Sorry, go ahead, Erica.
No, you're good. No apologies. I honestly think that when a Black woman says that it was racism and misogyny, it's just brushed aside and we will be called a victim. You just want to be a victim. I had nothing to do with that. But then they'll mention that they didn't like the way that Kamala laughed. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So I do think that the people who do have a front facing role in this whole thing should take it upon themselves to say certain things publicly when they have the stage to do so. I know that some of us get to speak in front of larger audiences than others, typically daily. And I think that no. So with that being said, I felt that was shade. Who sent that?
That was Devin.
Devin, we will have a talk later. No, but seriously, I think that it's people who have a larger platform to actually say the things that do need to be said, simply because it'll reach, of course, more people. So saying that it was messaging would be great. Pointing out the racism and the misogyny, especially from a cishet white male saying that, all right, I hate this part so much, but I'm just a fucking realist, Dan, okay? Optics does matter. And unfortunately, a white guy saying something like that would actually lead credence to it when we already know that it's true. I know that is true. I've had too many conversations with these people to not know, that it's not true. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I just think that when we have a bigger platform, I know there's certain things that we can and we can't say. I get it. All right. Remember, y'all, I'm not a 20-year-old. I'm old as hell. I'm almost 60. Okay. I lived a little. I understand things maybe a little bit differently. And I still do think that we just have to be able to just say the things. And that's why I am not running for office, because you all would cancel me.
No, I mean I agree. Like I said earlier, I can't say exactly what the situation was because I haven't talked to Dean at all about this or but I agree. I think it does. Unfortunately, like you said, it does. It holds more weight for the people that need to hear it when it's coming from a white man. So like, if you have the opportunity and you have the platform, this is it. Can't get canceled if you don't care, Erica. True.
That part is true.
I agree, but I think it's a can of worms he's not trying to open up with a 60-year-old black man. Yeah, I mean, that's a potential thing. That's why I said I don't know for sure. It could be that. It could be that they were timed. It could even be that beforehand, maybe there was an agreement on what to talk about. So I can't say 100% without knowing any background. But and I know he said this on his live, so it's it's not like
I know that part too.
Yeah, it's not like he doesn't agree with it, but I do think it is. Those three factors are very important, and that one is like that's the factor that transcends all elections, right? So factor one about global inflation caused by the pandemic, that was a 2024 specific factor. Factor two, that Kamala didn't have enough runway to run a successful campaign, but partially because of Biden. That's also a 2024 specific problem. The racism and sexism that went into her loss is going to carry into every election going forward.
That part.
He live streamed the behind the scenes. He had limited time. The link to connect wasn't working. Oh, okay, interesting. There was a lost opportunity to open more minds to the issue.
That's my only thing. So we don't know the behind the scenes or anything of that nature. This is not a critique on Dean. This is just an observation about what could have been said. I'm not critiquing Dean or anything of that nature. I will say, go ahead.
No, you finish, and then that's a good comment.
I would say that, like, when it comes, man, look at what just happened to Jasmine Crockett.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, like, people always go with what feels safe, it seems like. Like, they just go with what feels safe. I'm gonna just leave it at that. Anywho, moving on.
Really quick, he is always accused of being a white savior, so maybe he didn't want to preach race to a black man. That is fair. I could get that for sure. How does that conversation go? If Stephen A. Smith pushes back on that, how did that conversation go?
This is nuanced because how can I put this in the best way possible? Stephen A. Smith keeps his shoes laced tight. All right. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. And it's okay if you don't. All right. It means it's not for you. But he keeps his shoes laced tight. All right. And so with that being said, I actually don't think that with Stephen A. Smith, it would not go well. With someone like, I don't know, who's another black person that would do that? Like, he could probably say it to Don Lemon, or he could say it to Das, or like even Van Jones. He could say something like that, and they could actually engage in a conversation about it. But Stephen A. Smith probably automatically would get offended and like, how dare you talk to a black man about race?
Well,
white boy. I'm sorry. That's
it's just in those cases. Those are known liberals / progressives. So I don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Whereas, and that's why I say he could have the conversation with them and do it. That was a good impersonation, Phil. Thank you. That was a great impression.
Malik's comment took me.
Van Jones fall off. Gotta be. It does. What happened to him? Oh my God, that's the worst.
No, I mean I don't know if there's like a more recent fall off than I remember the switch up for me was almost instant. He was one of the most vocal people raising the alarm bells about the 2016 election. He was like, listen, Brexit just happened. The dumbest people in the UK voted to hurt their nation. We need to take the threat of Donald Trump seriously. Do not take Hillary Clinton as inevitable, right? And that was huge. I was like, damn, all right, this guy this guy called it. And then right after the election, in Trump's, like, I think was it his first State of the Union or his first speech to Congress? Like, he
Yeah,
did
it was
one of
like
his
before he
stunts.
was inaugurated. No, it was before he was inaugurated.
Was it?
Yeah, it was before he was inaugurated, and Van Jones was like,
He
"I'm on
said
the
something like,
Trump
that's when
train."
he became president right there. Like, he brought up like a
Yeah.
veteran or whatever. He sounded president. Yeah, and I was like, ooh, Van, not like this. And then and from that point on, it was when it was the media's sane washing of Trump. And we never came back from it. Media sane washing of Trump. Like, when we talk about him like this is just a normal presidency. Like, yeah, obviously there's more news to report because he's more erratic, but the fact that they don't, constantly bring up that he still hasn't conceded the election in 2020.
Bro, guess what I just thought of? I hope I can articulate this correctly. Basically, this is all the media's fault. They're keeping Trump around so they can have a job. It's that simple.
That's, you know what? I'm not even going to put tinfoil on for that one. It's true in a lot of ways. There are so many facets of Trump's rise that fall squarely on the media. And to be clear, I don't want people hearing this, and I don't think people on the left will hear it this way, but I just want to make it clear. I don't want you to hear, the media is at fault, and so that means you should go to alternative media. Alternative media is not much better, okay?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, so I want to point that out before people are like, yeah, that's right. I'll stop listening to that, and then I'll listen to fucking.
Also,
Tim
I'm
Pool
halfway joking, by the way. I just want to let you all know that I'm halfway joking.
No, I mean, I could probably put together if you went back in time, right, and you grabbed 19-year-old Dan and his brain capacity, okay, and you put him into 2026, he could probably cook up a really good essay that ties together the media's complicity with Donald Trump's success.
I feel like same. Before the schmugs, I was on it.
For me, I don't know when it happened. I'm at the point where I'm not convinced that I didn't have some kind of injury that I forgot about. Like, I really don't know what happened.
It's like, bro, what the hell happened to my brain? Like, did something happen? Did I hit my head and not remember? Was there a moment? Because I don't think I've been right since what I want to say 2022. 2022. I ain't been right since 2022. I ain't gonna hold you.
It's, you know what? It might be long COVID, honestly.
Hey, you got a point. I did get C19 in 2022.
The microplastics are taking over. But yeah, a lot of people don't talk about long COVID has like brain fog.
They indicted me.
Hey, what on his head?
Thank you, Whitney. Thank you so much. Long COVID involves brain fog and a bunch of other issues that we kind of just don't talk about. I got a very, very interesting message from not a Trump supporter, talking about how, while obviously Trump's handling of the pandemic was terrible, Biden essentially ignoring science halfway through his term for political expediency didn't help. Obviously, once Biden hit the ground running, the first year or so was way better than Trump. But when we still had thousands of cases daily, we still had new variants, and and people suffering from long COVID, and like Biden just ended the pandemic. For the midterms, essentially, was what it was.
But you know what? You know what really like pissed me off about because COVID is still a thing, but what really pissed me off about it is that my mom lives with kidney disease, and she got the shots like she was supposed to. She got her boosters like what she was supposed to, and yet she still ended up with C19 twice, and it damaged her kidneys even further. So now she's on a transplant list. Thank God she's on the list, but it's like, what the hell? But I'll just say that in front of a room of 765 people and not say any more.
It hasn't really ended, though. No, that's true.
No.
It really hasn't. But there is a point, and this is like a tough this is like a nuanced topic, really, but there is a point where if the vast majority of Americans want the restrictions to end, and I do think we were getting to that point, like at what point does a politician or a president or a person in power need to just go with the will of the people? And I don't know. That's like a tough call. So without the shot, 24-hour news cycle and inaccurate reporting due to their plutocratic owners. My crazy theory is C-19 is the new flu. All signage always says flu-like symptoms. I mean, it is endemic at this point. I get my flu and my COVID vax every year, and I love it because Trump supporters get triggered by that. They're like, how many jabs did you get? And I was like, I don't know, all of them. Like, what? It's been
At this point, 35. I don't know. I haven't kept count.
Yeah. Anyway, okay. So look at.
Do you want to die? Like, what the hell? Okay, go on. Sorry.
No,
They don't like getting jabs. So it's like, what you want to do? You want lie?
I'm coming up. Thank you, Phil, for the manifesting.
I'm peeing. Wait, did you shorten the sound?
Yeah. So somebody in the Discord did a soundbite of him screaming. And then I moved the really long soundbite of him peeing to a more expensive gift because I'm a grifter.
Which one?
See. Sorry, wrong one.
Bruh.
Chasing the Dream.
Chasing the Dream?
Yeah, because it was getting difficult to hear anything when he kept peeing. So,
It was funny though.
It was funny. All right. Well, let's get back. If we want to finish this video before the sun rises, we gotta get moving.
Oh yeah, that's right. We were doing something.
Yeah, no, Erica, you can't leave Erica and I unattended because we'll just.
No, you can't.
The pho is Sunday bowl. Okay, here we go.
Oh, sorry.
Once. And it's a combination of multiple factors, those being the two primary ones.
But wasn't that the party's fault? Couldn't they? I mean, if they got rid of him in July, couldn't they have gotten rid of him earlier? Couldn't they have got him to step away earlier? So again, there could have been a primary. You might listen. I don't want to say a better candidate.
So, really quick, I'm gonna let him finish. Okay. I want anyone that asks this question, anyone with this talking point, Dean's face. Dean might say what I'm about to say. I want them to reverse the roles for just 1 second and imagine if we were talking about Donald Trump. Why didn't the party force him out? You think Donald Trump's just going to leave if the party asked him to? Ultimately, it was Biden's choice. Biden made the decision when a senior advisor of his brought him new poll numbers. Right. This was like a week or so after the disastrous debate. And I mean, we say disastrous. There was a couple disastrous moments in a debate with Trump. It was still not the worst thing in the world because that guy is. But he brought a poll numbers that said, and the quote, this is the direct quote: "Mr. President, your path to 270 is virtually gone." And that's when Biden made the decision. If you want to say that Biden should have left earlier, yeah, I agree. But the idea that we can force him out is absurd. I mean, just think about, just try to apply that same logic to Trump. Are Republicans going to force him out of an election that he's already campaigning? Like it's in the middle of the election cycle.
Not gonna happen. Hey, quick question: do you think that if Biden would have stayed in, that he would have beat Trump?
No.
I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Somebody found it.
I'm sorry. I'm peeing. I'm peeing.
2 in a row.
Awesome.
I'm so sorry. I'm winning myself.
Thank you, Phil.
I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Devin.
They're there. I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm peeing. I'm peeing. I can't stop peeing.
Oh, I can't stop peeing.
I'm so sorry. I'm winning myself.
Okay. So other Democrats did run against him in the primary, they just lost. It's really, really
Yeah.
difficult for an incumbent to lose their primary, especially the incumbent president. That's the older millennial. Yeah. He can't stop being. Now that being said, I feel like he probably would have done worse in some places and better in some places. I don't want to say for sure if he would have done better or worse overall. I think he still loses the election, but maybe he does a little bit better with the popular vote. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either now. I don't know.
I do think, but my hot take, what I am fairly sure about, and I will die on this hill, is Bernie would have beat Trump in 2016, but Bernie would have lost to Trump in 2020. Like if Bernie was the nominee over Hillary, I think he would have beat Trump in 2016. But if Bernie was the nominee over Biden, I think he would have lost. And
That makes sense. That makes sense.
yeah.
That makes sense.
I just the vibes were so different from those two elections.
Yeah, I think in 2020, I think people honestly just weren't satisfied with with how Trump was handling things, and it was so much like unalivement. I can say the words on your platform all the time. There was so much death happening, and people were not happy about that, and they wanted something not just familiar, but something stable. And thinking of Joe Biden, like, okay, that was Barack Obama's vice president when when he was the vice president and Barack was president. They got us through a recession. That shit was stable. Like, we had someone in office who knew what it was that they were doing. I think that's what gave Biden that push in 2020. But then all of this stuff, like the supply chain crisis, quantitative easing, the border, like all of this stuff just compounded and hit Joe at the same time. And regardless of all of the good that he did with all the legislation, the progressive policies, even helping veterans, getting them more money, so on and so forth, all of that stuff, right? They didn't care. It didn't matter because people didn't care to read, because it didn't matter that he did all of that. What mattered was my box of Cocoa Pebbles costs $6 now. Right? Think about it. My box of cereal is very expensive. I'm paying more at the pump. My housing costs are up too. And I don't feel like I'm making more money, even though you were. So yeah, there's that.
I just wanted to come up real quick and say, because I don't have enough space, Dan, I've been thinking a lot about what you said when you went live. This was a long time ago. This was maybe like a month ago, maybe a little bit less than a month ago. But you mentioned that if Beau Biden didn't pass away, that Joe Biden would have run and probably won, right? And that there would have never been a Trump. And that is honestly, like, ever since you said that, it's been keeping me up at night, honestly.
Oh, that's good. That's
Yeah,
true.
it's two things. It's either Biden would have won and would have just smoked him in the 2016 election, or Biden and Hillary would have split up the centrist vote, and Bernie would have then won and smoked him in the 2016 election. Well, actually, Bernie, it would have been closer with Bernie, but Biden in 2016 was ending Trump's political career. Like, it would have been.
There was polling? There was polling for that?
The polling was so early. Like, Trump wasn't even the front runner when Biden. It was Biden versus Jeb Bush polling. That's how early it was.
Yeah. Everybody thought that Jeb Bush was going to be the nominee. And then the thing came out about like Trump was super duper bigoted and like a xenophobic towards Jeb's wife, and the right ate that shit up. They loved it.
Do you guys still think that Bernie, like, had Biden, in a hypothetical dream world, had Biden won in 2016, do you think that Bernie would have run in 2020, or do you think by that point he was already over it?
Oh, well, Bernie was not going to primary an incumbent president, I don't think. But
do you think Biden would have just taken the 2 terms?
Yeah, because this would have been his first term would have been 2017, so like he wouldn't have even been that old. That old comparatively.
And then in that case, there would have never been a Trump era.
No, because I'm not convinced that Trump would have run in 2020 if he wasn't president for the first 4 years. Because a lot of the reasons that he ran in 2020 was to avoid accountability for the crimes he committed as a president.
Yep.
Now, what I actually thought, this was my thought on the 2016 election. I thought Trump was going to lose, but then he was going to parlay his newfound political support into a Fox News rival, and there's going to be like Trump TV, and we were never going to get rid of him.
Yes.
But I would make out with Trump right now if we could go back and have that. I would prefer that to what we ended up getting.
I don't know if any of you guys have ever watched the show Scandal, but in the show, you've watched it, Erica?
Yeah.
What's her name? The woman that was trying to run against Fitz the second term. She ended up having like a Fox News type show. That would have been Trump.
Was this like later in the seasons?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I think when I stopped watching was basically when like Papa Pope gave his little speech about being an
Okay.
Omega, and then I
Yeah.
was out of there because I got mad at Olivia because she kept choosing Fitz over what's his name? Jake.
Yeah,
She
Jake.
kept choosing Fitz and ain't like that.
I get you. But one more thing I was going to ask you. I was 12 years old in 2016. But even then, like,
Damn mode.
but even then, like I woke up that morning, my dad was like, well, I guess it's President Trump. And I already knew what that meant because I was taught how horrible he was. My question to you guys is, you guys being adults at this time and probably being able to vote at this time, like, what was that? Like, how did we go from Obama to the country voting for Donald Trump? Like, I understand that Hillary was not an upstanding person. Like, I get she wasn't the best
Racism.
candidate. But like Obama being elected, like, listen, I don't even know how old I was his second term, but I remember like watching it, like calling my mom when she was at work, like giving her the updates, like, Mom, I think he's gonna win again. I think we're good. And like, like, how do you guys think that, like, how did Trump beat Hillary? Again, I know Hillary wasn't great, right? But like, how do we get there? And do you guys blame the DNC? Because I know a lot of Democrats do. Do you blame the DNC for picking Hillary over Bernie?
Erica, do you want to speak to the main reason?
Racism.
Yeah. It's the Obama to Trump switch is primarily fueled by racism. You don't even need to look at that election alone. You just need to look at the first midterm after Obama won in 2008. So the 2010 midterms activated so many of these the people that didn't focus. They didn't focus on politics. Party. Yeah, it was the start of the Tea Party. People that didn't focus on politics, they were just living in their little houses being racist, wearing their hoods, right?
Yep.
They went out and voted, because you were young, you were extremely young. But a lot of people in chat also don't understand what happened in the 2010 midterms. So we're talking about in 2018, right? Massive blue wave. It was a swing of what, 20 to 30 seats in the other.
You know better than me.
2010, 60 seats flipped. 6-0.
They flipped red?
They flipped red.
Yes.
60 seats that were blue flipped red.
Oh my God.
And it wasn't over. Obama didn't do a particularly bad job in his first 2 years.
He didn't do anything bad. He was actually working. They got mad at him for doing exactly what they were happy with Bush for doing, the bailouts. I want people to understand that. They were happy with Bush for doing the bailouts with the banks, but when Obama came in and did the mortgage industry and I believe it was the airline industry, because I think Bush
who did automotive?
Who did auto? That's what I was about to ask you. I can't remember. But basically, when Obama did when Obama did the bailouts, they were mad at him. How can the government spend our money on this? Blah, blah, blah. Like, how can they do this? And that's my tax money. So, blah, blah, blah. But defended the hell out of Bush for doing the exact same thing, right?
So this Republican hypocrisy has been a thing well before MAGA.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Republicans
See,
have been
like you guys have
hypocrites.
to understand, I don't know a Republican Party without MAGA in my life. So to me, I associate MAGA with like this is I've never seen like a civil, you know, two-party system ever.
Oh, you don't know about like the John McCain and the real Mitt
No, like
Romney
I know about
Republicans.
McCain. I know about McCain, and I know about like Romney and
Now,
stuff
you
like
didn't
that.
get
But
to
like,
see them in action.
I mean, my parents were Obama voters. They didn't talk to me about the other side.
So you don't know about Rush Limbaugh and
Ugh.
who was the guy in the was it the Speaker of the House that first started all
John
this?
Boehner?
No, Newt Gingrich.
Oh God,
Newt
oh,
Newt
God.
Gingrich. Yeah, there was.
Stand him.
So okay, the only difference between MAGA, right, and Republicans before MAGA was that MAGA is just more upfront about all of their horrible policies and how much disdain they have for people that aren't like them. MAGA is also more cool with corruption, right? Like if you look at someone like a John McCain or Mitt Romney, they wouldn't be as down with corruption.
Would that be like an equivalent to like a Thomas Massey?
Yeah. So Thomas Massey is a great example. So Thomas Massey against child molestation, sweet bar, right? That should be like everyone. But Thomas Massey against child molestation. He's also tries to be against corruption. But if you look at his policies, we shouldn't be praising Massey. He's for the Save America Act, which would disenfranchise millions of voters. He's for He's for cutting Medicare, Medicaid, social safety nets. Like all of these things are still bad and evil.
Yeah.
It's just when we compare him to the actual like villain demons, he looks amazing. So Mitt Romney sucks, but way better than Trump. One of my favorite quotes is that in 2012, Mitt Romney was the worst Republican, and in 2016, Mitt Romney was the best Republican. Maybe not 2016, maybe it was 2020 that it happened. Because I remember it's when he voted for the first impeachment. Anyway, okay.
What was I going to say? Oh, I do have a question. George, okay, so you said that during Obama's first term, during the 2010 midterms, there was a huge red wave. When Bush was in office, was there a huge blue wave during his midterms? Like, is that how it works?
So generally,
because I'm hoping for a blue wave this November, just saying.
Yeah. Generally speaking, there's only been 5 times where the incumbent party didn't lose seats. That being said, there's a difference between them losing seats and a wave, right? So Bush's first midterms, because it was right after, or it was actually like during essentially our first foray into the Middle East after 9/11, right? So historically, presidents are more popular if they're a wartime president. That's this thing. Now, the vibes of that are very much shifting, but
which makes no sense to me because aren't Republicans supposed to be all about like America first and stuff?
Well,
that's
okay.
a lie. They're about American imperialism. All presidents are actually, but that's a long conversation.
That's a whole other can of worms. But okay, so aside from that, it's also like we were attacked, right? And for a brief moment, the country was relatively united in going after Osama bin Laden. Something that I disagree with a lot on the left is when going into Iraq was a mistake, 100%. And Bernie, God bless him, called it out and voted against it. However,
Bernie, I'm sorry we failed you. Well, I didn't fail anyone, but I'm sorry the elders failed you.
It was very, very it was very, very popular to go into Afghanistan among the American populace because it was
because of Islamophobia.
Well, I don't know that it's all that.
Man, tell the truth. Shame the devil.
No. I actually think we might have to disagree. Islamophobia plays into a lot of American intervention in the Middle East, 1,000,000%. But if we have a situation where a terrorist organization attacked us, and the country is under the impression that that's where they're located, that's where they're operating out of, I don't think it's unreasonable for the American people to want us to go after them.
You know what though? The thing is that what's crazy. What year was this again?
This was like 2002.
Two?
Essentially, yeah.
Okay, so I think I was a junior. I was a junior in high school. And I remember like the adults talking about this. And I tell you one thing, all right, in my community, especially in my family, none of us believed that Iraq had anything to do with a terrorist attack. We also had no belief that they had any weapons of mass destruction whatsoever because
Really quick, Erica.
let's talk about Iraq.
No. I prefaced by saying that going into Iraq was a mistake. So
Oh, it was a mistake. But no, what I'm saying is like the
okay.
country believed it. But what I'm saying is like we thought that the country believed it. I just wonder like how many people were having the same conversations that I was privy to with the adults in my family, and then also just the general knowledge that the American government can't be trusted. So there's that. Because it was like we didn't believe it. And also, like Dave Chappelle told us, he said they got yellow cake and it was a parody and they showed some goddamn pound cake. Like they did not have no weapons.
Was Bush popular? Like, were the American people like at the time? Like, obviously now everybody knows this was a mistake, but were the American people like on board with this when he first like brought this to the table?
Bush had record
Badly.
popularity in early 2002. Record popularity, yes. And really quick, Erica, I don't know that we disagree. Like, because I was talking about Afghanistan, not Iraq.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Iraq. See, I'm not listening. I'm looking at something about Thomas Massey.
Okay, I was gonna say
Afghanistan. I get it, but we also thought that they should go into Saudi Arabia. I kid you not. I'm trying to tell y'all. I just want to let y'all know something. If y'all don't know this already, y'all should really listen to Black people, Black women specifically. I'm just gonna say that. That's all I got. I'm gonna go on mute.
Very true.
I ain't going on mute. You know that.
So basically like Obama just finished what Bush started.
I'm sorry, really quick. I just realized I never finished my thought. So about the midterms. Yeah. Okay. So the 2002 midterms weren't bad because of the war, but the 2006 midterms. So Bush's second term, he got. We took a shellacking, I think was the quote that he said. There was a blue wave in the 2006 midterms. So yeah, generally, outside of only 5 exceptions, the party in power loses seats. But there's certain times that the wave isn't as big. So for example, 2022, while Republicans did gain seats in the House, they had like a 5-seat majority, I think. And a big part of that was because it was right after the overturn of Roe v. Wade.
Right.
Now, I don't know why. I don't know why white women specifically, and I'm just talking about statistics. I know there's a lot of white women in chat that aren't in that group, but white women from 2022 to 2024 really just, even though nothing changed in regards to Roe v. Wade, a lot of them went back to voting for Trump. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it has to do with who the nominee was, or I don't know what it is. Okay.
Racism.
Yeah.
Racism and having bad.
Nah, we're the worst. LOL.
Internal misogyny.
And yeah, it's
So when they were able to pass the Affordable Care Act, was that because they had the majority? Like we had the majority at the time.
Ooh, oh my god! This makes me feel so old, but I'm enjoying this. Okay.
Sorry, I'm using this as a history lesson, guys, because I watch you guys so much, and I'm willing to take any knowledge that you guys give me.
Okay, this is the last one, and then we're gonna go to the video. All right, so just to give everybody an idea of how different the map was, okay, in 2008, and how much of an electoral juggernaut Obama was. We had 58 senators. 58 Democratic senators right after the 2008 election. There was a period, because of empty seats in special elections, there was a period of about 3 months where we had 60, which is what you need. It's a filibuster-proof majority. Now, the problem is, and this is where I push back a lot on people like Cenk Uygur and other people like that are super anti-Democratic Party, super anti-centrist Democrats or whatever. I push back a little bit because they say things like, "Oh well, Obama had 60 votes. He could have pushed through codifying Roe v. Wade, and he could have done all this stuff." And first of all, it was only a 3-month period, and second of all, some of these senators were from Montana, and West Virginia. Like these were pro-life Democrats. So like
that exists.
Yeah. Well, at the time,
What the hell?
so a lot of our politics, a lot of our political views now are all blue dog Democrats. Yes, thank you. We are so polarized where you can say one of your positions, and I could probably tell you 20 of your positions. But that wasn't always the case. There were a lot of times in the past where the parties agreed on a lot of things, and then there were just minor things that were disagreed on. And there were a lot of people that were genuine independents. Like right now, if you say you're an independent, you're a Republican in disguise.
Yeah.
So
Unless you're Bernie.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, even so, like, is he a genuine independent? Like, I mean, he's on the left. Like, he is, by all metrics, a Democrat in our two-party system.
He's an actual leftist, though. He's not like American left is still very right if you really think about it in the grand scheme of the world.
This is another thing. I don't mean to be the pushback on leftist talking points live tonight, but this is one talking point I do want to push back a little bit on. Okay. I agree that the left's idea America's idea, the United States' idea of the left economically is center right in Europe and in other parts of the world. However, socially speaking, the Democratic Party is to the left and likely to the left of most European countries, and that I think is a good thing. I think when we should absolutely shit on the Democratic Party when they do wrong, but I think we should also you don't agree, Sick of Society? European countries are in a lot of ways further right on gay marriage and trans rights. The UK literally denaturalizes people and have this whole time. Yeah, like
the only reason I thought that America was more to the right, like even like American Democrats, was because I took like the test and it showed that I was even more far left leaning than like Kamala Harris is.
Yeah, I mean on economic issues for sure. The Democratic Party is essentially center right if you're going by like the rest of the world. But on social issues, I disagree, and it's just that's why I don't really like that talking point. But anyway. To finish off what I was saying, yes, the Affordable Care Act was passed because we had a filibuster-proof majority. We got 60 votes. However, one of those votes was Joe Lieberman, and because of Joe Lieberman, we didn't get single payer. If Joe Lieberman has one hater, it's me. If Joe Lieberman has no haters, I'm dead. Right? But yes, we were able to get the Affordable Care Act passed with zero Republican support.
So if we win the midterms, it like by a decent majority this year, we should be good on no more scary things. No, okay.
No, not.
What are you gonna say to me?
Okay, so there is no world where we can win 60 Senate seats in this midterms. It's. I think it's still pretty unlikely that we win 51, which is what we would need.
There's only 34 that are available.
Yeah, exactly.
So why are they so afraid of us for the midterms?
Oh, well, because their polling is really bad, and if they lose the House, let alone if they
nothing gets done.
If they lose the House, then they'll never be able to pass legislation. Now that doesn't stop executive orders, and that doesn't stop executive overreach. But it will mean so much. Like if Democrats have the House, what it means is that we have Democratic heads to committees, like the Oversight Committee. The
Judicial Committee.
The Judicial Committee. And these committees have subpoena
Armed
power.
Forces.
Yes, thank you.
Armed Forces.
Okay, Erica, please. You go ahead. Finish.
Oh no, and also the Budget Committee.
Budget Committee.
It's a lot of different committees. I think that's all I got in my brain right now.
The Budget Committee specifically, the Senate Budget Committee. You know who would be the head of the Senate Budget Committee if we take the Senate?
Who?
Bernard Sanders.
Oh shit!
Is he just gonna be like incumbent forever?
Bernie?
Yeah,
he's a senator out of Vermont.
Yeah, I mean Vermont, you're not losing to Republicans, so
no. But I'm saying, like, is he just gonna like work until his last day?
He's probably gonna die on the Senate floor. I'm just gonna be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I that's a question I can't answer. Okay, as much as I love educating the children about,
Well, thank you
about what
guys so
politics used to
much.
be like.
Sorry, chat, for taking so long. I saw some people yelling at me. I'm sorry. Thank you
No,
guys.
you're fine.
I'll stay
No
in the
worries.
chat.
Thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, Ellie.
Dan, we will not discuss this, but I saw it in the comments and I had to like look into it just real quick. I remember why I don't like Rand Paul. I remember why.
There's only one reason.
Well, the main reason, the Tea Party, goddammit. That was Rand Paul. That was him. God damn it.
Yeah.
I remember now. And so yeah, because Thomas Massey, all right, was a part of the Tea Party also. That was a comment, and so I looked into it. So yeah.
Yeah, the Tea Party, by the way, at the time
Fucking hate the Tea
was
Party.
was like the worst of the Republican Party, and now I prefer the Tea Party to MAGA.
Exactly.
It's Anyway, okay, here we go.
Candidate because I step away earlier. So again, there could have been a primary. You might listen. I don't want to say a better candidate because I don't think Kamala Harris ran a bad campaign. I thought her disastrous moment was on The View when they asked her, "Is there anything that you would change?" And she's like, "No, I can't think of anything." I thought that was a disaster. I thought that was a huge mistake on her part. But for the most part, I didn't think she campaigned badly at all. I just thought she had to deal with the cards that was dealt to her. But many members of the party could have facilitated her getting in earlier. Are you of that belief, or am I stepping out of pocket by saying that?
Well, I'm not necessarily fully opposed to that belief because I think we all remember Biden saying that he was going to be a one-term transitionary president, which of course that narrative changed. He started running for a second term, then dropped out. So I'm not opposed to that belief at all. I mean, I definitely do think that the Democratic Party has a lot to learn from the 2024 election, and I think that we are learning a lot from it. I mean, just look at the new figures that are popping up all across this country with the progressive likes of Zoe.
And they're doing Biden dirty with this clip, bro.
Mamdani in New York City to, people down in Texas like James Tallarico finally saying the truth and talking about the fact that billionaires are really destructive to the working class and it's not undocumented immigrants or trans people, which is also, a little bit more progressive than the Democratic Party has been historically. I'm not opposed to those beliefs in the slightest.
Dean.
Really quick, I'm not saying Dean's wrong, okay? I just want to give an explanation because a lot of people don't know this. So, in the 2020 primary, all right? Oh, Lord. Okay, I'll be quick. Okay, in the 2020 primary, all right? Pretty much every candidate had their big thing, okay? So Bernie, Medicare for all, right? We had Jay Inslee was climate change. We had Andrew Yang was universal basic income, right? Kamala talked a lot about prosecuting the case against Trump. Who else? Oh, Elizabeth Warren, the wealth tax, right? A lot of people, most of the candidates had their big thing. Joe Biden's big thing. There's a direct quote. I am going to beat Trump like a drum. That was his thing. And I think Erica called it perfectly earlier, where like he represented a return to normalcy. He represented stability for a lot of Americans. So, like that was Barack Obama's vice president. Barack Obama, despite how many haters he had, was still a very, very popular president overall. And Joe Biden was a popular vice president. So his thing was, I'm going to beat Trump like a drum. And he did it. Like let's be clear. Okay. Aside from him blowing his back out in the popular vote by 7 million votes, he also turned Georgia and Arizona into swing states overnight. I'm sorry. This concept, MAGA comes in here like Trump won all the swing states in 2024. All right, yeah, well, 2 of them were swing states because of Joseph Robinette Biden. So, I know you won 1 popular vote in the past 20 years. Don't know how to act. But yeah, so when Biden promised to be a one-term president, okay, in his head, as most of us were thinking, is that Trump wasn't going to run again 4 years later. He's old as shit. Usually the loser of the election does not run again, right? The last time we had a a non-consecutive presidency. The only time was Grover Cleveland. Now we got Groper Cleveland. But nobody thought Trump was going to run again. But then when Trump starts to run again, right?
I put a timer on you. You got 1 minute.
Okay. Trump starts to run again. And then, worst of all, he's winning the primaries. Joe looked at his party and he was under the impression that he had the best shot to defeat Trump, because that seems to be what was the case in 2020. Now, we can all disagree with that with hindsight. We could also disagree with that with some foresight. I mean, he was fucking old even before the debate. But that was his rationale. And I'm just putting that out there because a lot of people think that he did it as like because he liked political power or he liked being president or whatever. And while I guess I can't see into his brain, that was the rationale behind him running for a second term.
With us right here with Stephen A. Straight shooter with Stephen A. You know, right now I'm thinking about you because getting back to you personally, you rose to fame through your debates on Jubilee, if I remember correctly, a YouTube channel that hosts political and social debates with conservative figures like Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro, and for videos like, you know, Liberal Teen or versus 20 Trump supporters. What motivated you to create political content in the first place?
Well, I would say it's just the simple fact that when I've interacted with friends in my own life, when I've talked to my family members, when I've went to school, when I've sat in the classroom, there is a general lack of critical reasoning that is true of the vast majority of American constituents surrounding politics and why we vote for who we do. Okay. And I've seen the GOP primarily Trump, take advantage of this fact and construct harmful misinformation through the use of propaganda campaigns to convince people to believe in lies, hinging on the abuse of the lack of critical reasoning within the American constituent base. So the point of my platform and what I do is just to incentivize people to critically think more. Every day I have open discussions, conversations with people who disagree with me and I disagree with them. And I just simply request them to articulate the reasons why they support Trump. And I request people to value facts, reason, and evidence a little bit more, because I believe if we started doing that in 2015, Donald Trump never would have been president the first time around.
Do you consider yourself the liberal left version of the late Charlie Kirk?
Well, I've seen a lot of people say that on the internet, but I wouldn't prefer the title of the Democratic Charlie Kirk, because I think I'm a lot better at doing what I do than Charlie Kirk was at what he did.
Explain
in the
why.
sense of,
Oh!
Yeah, in the sense of I saw him go campus to campus to campus, not asking people to critically think, not
What'd he
asking
just
people to
say?
open a book, not asking people.
He said he does what Charlie did but better, something like that. Let me go back. Sorry.
Of the Democratic Charlie Kirk, because I think I'm a lot better at doing what I do than Charlie Kirk was at what he did.
Explain
in the sense
why.
in the sense of I saw him go campus to campus to campus, not asking people to critically think, not asking people to open a book, not asking people to use their brain, but rather just asking people to fall for the one-liner gotchas and the same misinformation that's been tired and tried for years and years and years by the Trump administration. I mean, you know, I've honestly really spent a lot of time reflecting on this. You look at Charlie Kirk's Twitter, I would ask you to find me 3 times he ever disagreed with a single action taken by Donald Trump since 2015. You can't. I mean, I think it was just a larger part of a money-making scheme in an attempt to convince more young Americans to grow up to be like your 48-year-old uncle who will be with Trump until the day he dies, and starting with him young while they're still on the college campus. And that's not what I'm about. That's not what I do. I want people to be smarter. I don't want people to be sheep.
Yeah, you want people.
Thank you, Young Merv, for the $5 on YouTube. Not by popular vote, by plurality to be exact. Yeah, not by majority, by plurality, true. But salute to you guys and the multiple platforms connected with you that I for sure watch. Thank you so much.
People to be smarter. You don't want people to be sheep, and I totally believe you on that. But my question to you would be, how?
I found out that Nemo was brought up from YouTube chat. I wasn't looking at the screen, and I guess a mod brought you up. Hey, Nemo.
What's up?
That's just so funny because I was like, why is YouTube chat spamming Nemo? What happened?
I didn't realize I was popular on YouTube. Hi, YouTube. Hi. I don't have any content on there, but hi.
They're saluting over here. So really quick, YouTube and Twitch. Today is actually the first live ever, thanks to Erica's help, that y'all can see Nemo. Y'all can see the guests. Y'all can see the gifts that come up. What I ended up doing was a hybrid stream, because when I tried streaming TikTok specifically so that you guys could see all this shit.
I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I don't care.
Thank you, Devin. This part of my screen lost quality. And so if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch right now, you see this square. So this is the bottom of TikTok Studio. But then that square over there, or that rectangle over there, that is the top of the virtual camera on OBS. So it took me a bit to figure out a way to both have y'all see the guests and for...
I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I don't care.
Thank you, Devin.
Nice, Dan. I like this layout.
Oh, you just looked at it? Yeah, I think it looks good.
Awesome.
We got Twitch chat on there. We got TikTok chat on there. But yeah, so the quality should be relatively good for Dean and Stephen A over there. And then you also see the guests. I think it's super cool. The only thing we have left is just we need to get the Google Voice number so that we can actually thank you, Sim. We get the Google Voice number so we can get some MAGAs again, and then we'll be a halfway decent live. We'll be maybe like 20% up to Erica standards. Okay. Back to the video. Sorry, I paused because I was hoping for a comment there.
No, I'm just laughing. You can try.
Are you to disagree with a Democrat in Trump's position? And like you said, Charlie Kirk very rarely disagreed with Trump.
Wrong.
Did you disagree in an abundance with Biden?
There actually was a handful of things that I had disagreements with Biden on. I mean, one big thing is I'm not the biggest fan of the state of Israel. And I think that it's time that we, stop bowing the knee to whatever Israel wants, whenever they want. And it's time that we stop seeing senators and congressmen and women winning elections, running on, I'm going to do what is ever in the best interest.
Thank you, Devin. And thank you, Bugsby.
Stop seeing senators and congressmen and women winning elections, running on, I'm going to do what is ever in the best interests of the state of Israel. On top of a handful of other things too. I'd say right now, the fruits of the work that I and other more progressive voices that don't align 110% with the Biden-Harris administration or the Democratic Party have been putting in has a lot to do with immigration. I mean, 10 years ago, the notion of mass deportation maybe being wrong and mass amnesty, the idea of maybe giving some undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship making sense was radical. But I mean, anymore today, I'll have Trump supporters joining my stream and I'll explain to them, hey, listen, we would be able to reduce human rights violations. We'd be able to keep families together. We'd be able to grow grow our own prosperous economy even more than we already are if we just maybe made some of the undocumented immigrants here residents or citizens. And they're biting on it. They say, hey, Dean, that makes sense. And I think the only reason why we're seeing the social shift on certain policies or agendas is because of more progressive parties that have historically diverted from the DNC. And I think now the DNC is finally starting to respond pretty responsibly to that by uplifting more progressive voices.
I have not heard your positions on immigration. Could you remind my audience what that is?
Sure. So I mean, I think that immigration is one of those topics that can't really be discussed by anybody in like 30 seconds or less. And I think if anybody tells you they can discuss immigration in 30 seconds or less, they're just feeding you like likely partisan talking points. But in an attempt to condense it down to a nutshell, I mean, I think the way that we can very pragmatically reduce undocumented immigration into this country is by wiping out the incentive for 99.9% of it. I mean, look, 99.9% of undocumented immigrants are not violent criminals. They're not MS-13 gang members. They're hardworking mothers and fathers or unaccompanied minors. And why have they chosen to enter into this country with the use of undocumented means? Well, it's because our border has a backlog of like 12 years if you want to become a citizen. You're going to be waiting there for years and years and years just to get into the application process. You got to spend thousands of dollars. That system is unattainable. And I think that our Congress, for the most part, is culpable in a bipartisan nature with this disproportionately leaning to the right, with not making the legal means of entry into this country as attainable as they should be. And I think I could prove this because you'll hear people like Trump say that we have this crisis of undocumented entry, illegal immigrants. We need to stop it now. But you can't find me a single clip of that man standing at a podium with a mic in the last 10 years saying that we need to make the legal means of entry into this country easier. And maybe that would stop a lot of undocumented entry on its own. And that's just the border. I mean, this conversation doesn't even scratch the surface about the undocumented immigrants that are already here. But what I can tell you in 30 seconds or less is that we probably shouldn't be deporting them with no due process to a Center for Terrorists in El Salvador, where they are then tortured from 9 p.m. till 6 a.m. I think there's a lot of better alternatives.
Fair enough, but what level of culpability do you throw towards the Democratic, the Democratic?
Thank you, Sim. So I personally think, I saw somebody earlier that said in chat, like, let's talk about APAC, or we should ban APAC. I think all kind of lobbying like that is a bad thing. Where we have the Citizens United case really led to a disconnect between what voters want and what politicians want. Now, that being said, if we want to speak about governments committing human rights violations, I think the United States should cut ties with the state of Israel, and also Saudi Arabia, and also the UAE. And I think the United States has a huge position of power where they can avoid doing business with countries who violate human rights. And I think that a lot of the focus, but they won't. Yeah, I know. A lot of the focus on APAC it's two things. One is it allows so many other atrocities to go under our nose, right? So you have the UAE essentially funding ethnic cleansing in Sudan. Nobody's talking about it, or not enough people are talking about it. I'm not gonna say nobody, of course.
That part.
Not enough people are talking about it, right? The what's going on in the Congo? Not enough people are talking about it, and so when we focus all on just the APAC funding, there's two major things happening. One is, like I said, other atrocities go without being spoken about, and two, it's preying on this preconceived bias against Jewish people. There are a lot of people that I'm seeing on the left, not as much as the right, of course, because the right is horrible, but there are a lot of people on the left that are starting to buy into the propaganda from people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. And it's like, you can be right for being against the far right human rights violating Likud party and the government of Israel, but when you start to imply that Israel controls the United States, or that all these politicians, like, you shouldn't be elected if you receive APAC money, ignoring like other massive contributions from other either entities or corporations that don't want the what's best for most Americans, right? What it is it's essentially, it's like the low hanging fruit, I guess. And I think it's annoying to speak on, because it is super popular to just trash APAC. But the reality is, most lobbying done for Israel, and again, I'm pretty sure everyone on this panel is against the current state of Israel, right, Nemo and Erica? I think we're all on the same page of that.
Yeah.
most of the lobbying in this country that is done for Israel is by evangelical Christians, not by Jewish people, and certainly not by people in Israel. So I think it's important to talk about not supporting nations that commit human rights violations. I think it's really important to talk about getting money out of politics. But I just want to call attention to you can listen, if you want to trash AIPAC, that's fine. But I just want to call attention to a trend that I have been noticing.
Yeah.
The Israeli people can't be separated from the government. Yeah, I'm gonna have to
What?
disagree with that.
Noah.
I'm gonna have to disagree with that. That's like saying that we can't be separated from
No,
Trump.
Noah. That's not Noah. That's not a no. Judaism and Zionism are two separate things. They're not the same. They're not the same. And the Israeli people can, in fact, be separated from their government because not all of them. That was a lot, Lord Jesus Christ. I'm not doing it. Oh, fuck me. No, they're not the same. Judaism and Zionists are different. They're not the same.
Hey, Kai.
Hey. So
You don't know it though. Calm down,
there
guys.
is so just to preface this, not that I should have to, as a Jewish woman, preface this. I've been working with coalitions for Palestine since 2014, since I was old enough to do so. I refused my birthright trip when I was 18 years old. I have been involved in all of this, right? I have seen a very concerning pattern with the left. And this, so trackapac.com, let's start with that. That was started by a German woman that doesn't know anything, that's put Jasmine Crockett on there, who has never received APAC funding. Okay, so let's not use that website, first of all. APAC is being used as a dog whistle to divide leftist votes, and I want people to be very cognizant of this. I could go on and on and on, but there are so many things happening from the left, and I'm not going to lie, like it has been a hellscape for a while online. Like it's been really, really bad. So I don't know if it's just ban all lobbying, please. Like, I don't know why this is such a hyper focus. There are, like military funding, oil funding, all of this, all of it contributes to the destabilization of the entire global South. It is not just Israel. Israel is an extension of the US. It is an extension of the West. It is a host state of America. We are the primary issue here. And that's what we need to focus on, okay? Because like my people are getting attacked every single day. My cousin got assaulted by white leftists in her dorm. She is a Mizrahi Jew, a Middle Eastern Jew, got assaulted by white tankies for wearing her Star of David. And she voted for Mamdani. She has been marching in the streets for Palestine, and I am getting sick of this. It is killing me. And I'm sorry, I'll stop. But please, guys, please, like a lot of this is getting insane.
Thank you so much, Kai.
He's having sexual relationships with the boot.
I'm sure that Addie did not know what sound was going to come from that gift.
Someone in the comments just told me to stay in my country. What's my country, Alan? What's my country? Is it America or Israel?
Well,
Want to tell me?
Do you want? I was about to block him, but if you want to wait for his response, that's totally up to you.
No, I'll get you banned, Dan, if honestly, like, I go off on these men.
Okay.
But seriously.
All right. Yeah, we don't.
We don't do that.
What's
here.
going on? Covey. So we basically we're talking about
Athena.
we're talking about how a lot of people on the far left hyper focus on AIPAC and the atrocities committed by the government of Israel, but never speak on lobbying in regards to, first of all, never point out the fact that most lobbying for Israel is done by evangelical Christians in the United States. But that aside, never speak on the other countries that the United States has close ties with, like Saudi Arabia, like UAE, which commit human rights violations, and don't talk about banning, removing money from politics. In a general sense, they only talk, this person supports AIPAC, so I don't support them, or we should ban AIPAC. Why aren't we saying ban lobbying? It's being used as a dog whistle for people both on the right and the left when we talk about AIPAC specifically. When the reality is, Erica put it well here. Well, actually, no. Kai said it's an extension of the U.S., and Erica in chat said it's an extension of Western powers, which I mean is just the reality of. This sounds like all lives matter, to be honest. Okay, but isn't AIPAC the biggest lobbyist group? No, it's not actually.
Not.
Believe it or not, but
I'm gonna drop because I can't handle this stuff. So.
Why are leftists attacking people for wearing the Star of David? Because of this type of rhetoric. The rhetoric that goes with. Have you ever seen a Democrat or a leftist or whatever say, "I never thought I would agree with Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens"? That's a problem, and a lot of that has to do with. People are quick to run with leftist talking points without researching themselves. Yeah. And a lot of that has to do with essentially the capitalizing on anti-Semitism. I mean, that is what it is. It's, you can be against the country of Israel, especially the right-wing government of Israel, without hyper-focusing on people from Israel. And I mean, we even saw in chat, like somebody said the people of Israel can't be separated from their government. That's mind-boggling to come from somebody on the left. That's essentially saying that we can't be separated from Trump.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry. So I think like maybe what that person was alluding to is there were multiple polls that were done by the University of Tel Aviv, and those polls showed that only 3.2% of Israeli society disagreed with what the IDF was doing in Gaza. So it like an overwhelming majority of Israelis actually agree with what the IDF did. And it's not only the polls that were done by the University of Tel Aviv, but it was also like and this is not false, by the way, this is just a fact. A majority of Israelis agree with what the IDF did. A majority of them either agreed with what the IDF did, or they think the IDF didn't do enough to Gaza. Like that's just like a fact, right? And like a lot of the people who disagreed with it were like the Palestinians, the 48 Palestinians. The source is, hold on, I'll show you the source. Give me a second.
Obama. Thank you, Liam.
I have a question. It's for Colby because I do want to understand because I know we're speaking on the people of Israel. My whole thing is the separation of Judaism, the religion in which they practice,
Oh
versus
yeah, definitely.
Zionism and the political movement that Zionism is. Like that was the main point that I know Dan was making, was that we have Judaism, which is a religion that people practice, right? And then we have Zionism, which is a political movement, all right? Okay, then Noah, we good then. I think there was a confusion in regards to it. So there was a miscommunication. Do you see what Noah just put in the chat? I don't conflate Zionism with Judaism.
No. I don't think Noah's gonna do that.
No, Noah would never do that. That's why I'm like, I already said be easy on Noah. And then I also said that I think now we just may have had a miscommunication in regards to what was happening. But the main thing is that there's a difference between those two, Zionism and Judaism. And that's what Dan was, I think, because Dan and I talked about this before, that people are, in fact, conflating the two with each other. And it's leading to people just basically diving into anti-Semitism.
Oh yeah, no. I wasn't doing that.
I'm trying.
No,
to,
not
I
you,
don't
Kobe.
think it was.
Never. No.
I'm trying to pull up the study from the University of Tel Aviv, and it keeps giving me access denied.
I'll get you the source.
Okay.
Well, awkward silence makes me feel awkward, so I'm gonna talk. Anyone judges me, it's cool, it's fine. I have ADHD, I'll forget in the morning. So, with that being said, unless you put me on a background, it's 840 people here. Let's do all of the good things. Let's tap the screen and get Dan up to 300,000 likes. Continue to share and repost to live. Also, let's knock out the gift goal, but you're not obligated to. And by the way, if this is your first time here, the host is Dan Malek, right? No gifts are required, none of that stuff, even though it is appreciated. The main thing that he asks for is that you follow him. All right, so make sure you look in the top left-hand corner of your screen, and if it says follow, by all means, tap that follow button and send your daily heart me, right? Also, Nemo's here and Kobe is here, aka Athena, who I absolutely adore. So make sure you all show her all the love while she's here. And I mean, like, you can do whatever you want with Nemo. It's cool. He'll take it. But and make sure you follow everyone. Thank you guys for doing all the good things.
Wrong.
Thank you, Erica.
That felt like shade. Therefore, whoever just sent that, it's on site.
Are Americans blocked from every website hosted in Israel? I keep getting fucking blocked on everything. Okay.
Interesting.
Maybe you're on Mossad's watch list.
Oh god. Dan, how can you get lobbying out of elections? We have been trying for years. Well, that's a good question. I think why is Dean on the screen? Because at some point, well, it feels like years ago, we were watching his interview with Stephen A. Smith. But Google has blocked people. What was I saying?
We have to get people in Congress who are more progressive, who actually campaign and then run, if elected, run on basically money out of politics. Like Isaiah, he campaigned and all of his money was public funding, so it came from the people. Same with, I believe that the Talarico did that. Also, Jasmine did that in the recent campaigns. So just the money coming from the public. Mamdani is a prime example of it in New York City. So just the money coming from the public and not these private corporations. And we need to get those types of people in office. And if we can get those type of people in office, then they'll be the legislators who will actually vote for money out of politics to overturn Citizens United.
I have one random article from Gallup.
The more that I see of the right wing's reaction to Talarico, now that the primary is over and the right wing has had a hissy fit like I have not seen for most people when it comes to just like progressive or like any kind of Democrat running for office. The right wing tends to not throw hissy fits like this unless it's like AOC or Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib or Ayanna Pressley. It's pretty crazy that they've been combing through Talarico's social media and like past statements. At one point, I guess he said that God was non-binary, and they found that, and they were like, "Do you see how ridiculous this is?" And I mean, it's low-key just like advertising for him, because, well, yeah, of course. What's wrong with that statement? And then I think at some point he had said something. Let me see if I can find some of these statements. It's like they're pointing to statements that they think are insane. And those statements are like, puppies are cute, rainbows are pretty, sunshine is nice. Like,
Okay. Sorry, Nemo.
No, you're good.
Okay, I'm sorry. So it says here, I found it. Pew Research is one of the surveys. It says here, new Pew Research Center survey. It's called Israeli Views of the Israeli-Hamas War. Jewish Israelis and Arab Israelis see the war very differently. A new Pew Research Center surveys finds that 39% of Israelis say Israel's military response against Hamas and Gaza has been about right, while 34% say it has not gone far enough. So that's already the majority of them thinking that it's either good enough or it's not gone far enough. 19% think it has gone too far. And then it says, hold on. People across Israeli society perceive the war in vastly different ways, depending on their views of the current leadership or how they identify ideologically. So we're talking about Arab Israelis and Jewish Israelis. Arab Israelis are less likely than Jewish Israelis to think Israel will succeed in achieving its war aims, 38% versus 76%. Israeli Arabs are much more likely than Jews to say the country's military response has gone too far. 74% of Palestinian Israelis say that, whereas 4% of Israeli Jews say that. Almost no Israeli Arabs want Israel to govern the Gaza Strip after the war, while half of Israeli Jews think it should do so. Arab Israelis have much less favorable views of the U.S. than Jewish Israelis, 29% to 90%. And when I'm saying Arab Israelis, by the way, it means 48 Palestinians. So, and this is like generally has been consistent as well. Like I'll look for another source from like 2025. Like it has been consistent that like this is one from 2025. It says 75.5% of the Israeli public, and when it comes to 88% among the Jewish public and 26% amongst the Arab public, express high trust in the IDF, and basically like support. It's 88%. This is in 2025 as well. And then it says 55% of the Israeli public expresses also high level of trust in the reports issued by the IDF spokesperson. During the fighting in Gaza, 64% amongst the Jewish public. 61% of the Israeli public believe that IDF will win the war in Gaza, compared to 30% who think IDF will not win the war. 64.5% are not very concerned about the humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip. And this is according to the Institute for National Security Studies in Israel, the Tel Aviv University. This is the one I was talking about. So this is the Tel Aviv University it's called the Institute for National Security Studies. And I'm reading the poll from May 2025, called Swords of Iron Survey. So it says 88% of Jewish Israelis basically have high trust in the IDF. 55% or 64% of Jewish Israelis claim that the IDF is being truthful when it comes to Gaza. And 64.5% of the Israeli public is not concerned about the humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip. So, and then there's another poll by Haaretz, by the way, that says that a majority of Israelis support Gazan expulsion. So, hold on. And the Haaretz is like an Israeli page as well, right? Wait, let me play this. It says here, hold on. Where is it? Give me a second. So it says here 78% of Jewish Israelis believe IDF tries to avoid harming civilians. Majority of Arab Israelis disagree. It says here 78% of Jewish Israelis believe the military is making substantial efforts to avoid unnecessary suffering in Gaza. In contrast, 66.5% of Arab Israelis say Israel could reduce Palestinian suffering. Similarly, most Jews trust the IDF's reports on Palestinian civilian casualties, about 70%, while majority of Arab Israelis express skepticism. Among Jews, 39% say authorities are too lenient with settlers attacking Palestinians. Only 25% say enforcement is too harsh. Yeah. So a majority of Israeli society supports what the IDF is doing, by the way, in Gaza. So the critique, and by the way, it says here, nearly half of all Israelis support army killings, all Palestinians in Gaza. That was a poll that was done in 2025 as well. It says here, according to a poll that was done by Pennsylvania State University, an overwhelming majority of Israeli Jews support the transfer of Palestinians from Gaza. The survey was conducted and published by Haaretz newspaper. It found that 82% of Israeli Jews supported the forced expulsion of Palestinians from the Gaza Strip. And meanwhile, 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to the question, do you support the claim that the Israeli army in conquering an enemy city should act in a manner similar to the way Israelites did when they conquered Jericho under the leadership of Joshua, i.e. to kill all its inhabitants? 47% said yes, that they were okay with the IDF unaliving all Gazans. And 82% of Jewish Israelis said that they're okay with all Gazans being ethnically cleansed. And then it says here, there was a new plan, military plan called voluntary immigration for Palestinians. And the new plan had garnered support among the majority of the Israeli public. It says here 44% of the Israeli public supports it. 40% tend to oppose it. Hold on. So yeah, it's like, again, even secular public supports this expulsion, by the way. These are not only the religious extremists, but these are also like generally like the public within Israel. Even if they protest, like they're protesting usually the corruption against like their government, but they're not really protesting against the treatment of Palestinians. Does that make sense? Like when they were protesting against Netanyahu, they weren't like a majority of them. Only a small percent of them were protesting against Netanyahu because of Palestinians, right? But an overwhelming majority of them, they were protesting against Netanyahu, one, because they believed he was corrupt. Prior to that, they were protesting for 40 weeks, I think, every Saturday because of his corruption cases. And then number two, because they were disappointed that he didn't bring the hostages back to their home, to their families quick enough. But they weren't really protesting because they were against how Palestinians were being treated. And this is also from Israelis who are in the minority, who disagree with the government, who chose to be like, who chose not to enlist in the IDF. So they're called what are they called? They're called
conscientious objectors.
No. There's a specific term for them. Something nicks. Hold on. Something nicks. There's a term that they use within that society for specifically people who refuse to serve in the IDF. And those people are an overwhelming minority, by the way. Refuseniks, exactly. Thank you, Nemik. They're called refuseniks. Yeah. So they
Israeli army
are
refusers defy harsher
yes,
backlash to protest genocide, facing longer prison terms
exactly.
and greater. Okay.
And if you these are refuseniks. So if you like listen to their like one of the most infamous one was his name was Tal Mitnick. So TALMITNICK, Tal Mitnick. He was one of the most infamous ones, was a refusenik. And if you listen to like their interviews, they themselves say that they feel very alone, that they within Israeli society are very isolated and alone because the general Israeli public supports like what's happening to Palestinians. And so they received a lot of backlash for claiming that they don't want to be a part of the IDF by the general public because they were like perceived to be like treasonous, like they betrayed their country, and they're not fighting in the war. So even if you listen to like their own, like if you listen to their own, like interviews, which I'd highly recommend for people to listen to these interviews, like they themselves claim that they are alone, that they are very isolated.
Do you see any parallels to I know it's a very different situation, but to people who refused the draft in Vietnam and how they were seen by the general American public?
I think like with it like with so I personally believe that the US military is worse than the IDF, in my opinion. I think the US military has caused more harm than the IDF, and I don't like see a difference with that. And I think like glorifying the US military is like glorifying the IDF. But I think like they receive more of a backlash, in my opinion, from what I've seen. They receive like much more of a backlash. So they get detained, first of all. They get actively detained for like months. I know that Tal Mitnick in his interview, he talked about how he was detained for like 3 months or 4 months, and then he would get released, and then he would get asked if he wants to enlist, and then he would say no, and then he'd go back to prison again. And then they would continue detaining him, and then they would release him every couple of months again to ask him again if he wants to enlist, and he would say no, and he would go back to prison. And he has been detained since like 2023, I think, because he refused to enlist from the get-go prior to even October the 7th. But then after October the 7th, they became even harsher with him, and he was, I think, one of the first people who were detained. So like there's even like a harsher kind of expectation when it comes to them. And yes, you heard me. I think the US military is worse than the IDF. There are people in the chat who asked me that.
I don't have the history chops to contest that, and it wouldn't. There's no reason to contest it on that front. But I was just curious because I know that at the time that the Vietnam draft took place, there was a lot of pushback from the American public against those that didn't want to go to war for against communism, was essentially like what the so I was just curious if you felt that there was a parallel there.
I mean, there's a similar parallel, 100%, but it's just like, like it's with regards to how the society normalizes like the military industrial complex. So yes, 100%, there is that normalization that happens as well. And within like Israel, it happens to like a very, very extreme point. It doesn't mean that it's very unique. I still think that Israel is just like an American proxy or a Western proxy. But there was a recent poll as well that was done by the Israel Democracy Institute, where they polled Israelis to ask them if they supported the like Iran invasion, and 93% expressed support. So 93% said that they supported Israel invading Iran. However, when it came to the Palestinian citizens, it was 26%. So that's also a very important distinction that needs to be made, because usually in these types of polls, like the 48 Palestinians who do have Israeli citizenship, they usually don't really agree with the IDF, of course not, and they usually also don't really support like these types of military interventions. But then the Jewish Israeli population, which is the status quo, they support it basically. And then they said here, among the Jewish respondents, on the right-winger side, 97% supported the operation. In the center, 93% supported the operation. And from the leftist side, quote unquote, 76% supported the invasion of Iran. So there's just like a general like fascization of said society because the society is very militarized because it's an American proxy. The people who are saying inaccurate, like I literally have it right here. Right here. And this is from the, like, if you make me bigger, yeah. So this is literally the Times of Israel, okay? This is an Israeli page. And it literally says here that it is an Israel Democracy Institute, okay? And then it says here, the poll found profound backing for Operation Roaring Lion amongst Jewish respondents, with 93% expressing support. However, backing was far lower among Arab citizens of Israel at 26%, bringing overall backing across the full sample to 82%. And then it says here, among the Jewish respondents on the right, 97% support the operation, compared with 93% in the center and 76% on the left. Like, this is a survey. Like, unless you can produce me anything that shows that a majority of Israeli society does not support this, like, I don't know. I don't see it. But with regards to your criticism, when it comes to like people not focusing on like the UAE, for example, I legitimately think that because a majority of the victims of the UAE are Africans. And I think that people I think that people are have like so dehumanized, like
Athena,
yeah.
I wanted to ask you a question before we
Sorry.
moved on from that. My question for you, just to make sure that I can tie it all together, because I get what it is you all are saying, but it's more so for the chat. Would this be like U.S. support, like U.S. citizen support of, let's say, the war in Iran, if it were in favor of it, or like how the U.S. citizens, like the majority, supported the war in Afghanistan, the war in not Iraq, not many people supported that, but like the war in Afghanistan, how the majority was all for it, or let's say even Desert Storm and so on and so forth, or like if they did polling for World War II, how we would be for it. Is that a similar situation, pretty much akin to that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Makes sense.
Exactly. Yeah. So of course they're gonna want to see if their country supports them because their country's enlisting. And mind you, like people are focusing on Iran right now. They're not focusing on what they're doing, like what Israel is doing in Lebanon. Like they're actively, and like Israeli officials have already claimed that they're gonna commit another genocide in Lebanon. Like they're gonna commit a genocide in Lebanon. They said they're gonna do to Lebanon what they did to Gaza, and they already sent like about 100,000 troops to the Lebanese border. So that is, and they're planning on annexing all of Lebanon south of the Litani River, right? So they're not only planning on invading, but they're planning on annexing it and occupying it. So like there's just like a general fascization within Israeli society that I don't think can be negated. But hold on, there was something that I did want to show, but and like with the UAE, I feel like people don't focus on the UAE because majority of its victims, as I mentioned, are African victims, and people just don't give a shit. Like they don't care that like Black people die. That's just a fact of it. So people just don't care about what like the UAE is doing. They don't care that 60,000 Sudanese civilians were unalived in 3 weeks in one city in Sudan. 60,000, at least, by the way, in one single city in Sudan in 3 weeks were snuffed. And it didn't make the headlines. And that's because Black people's life is not valuable. They don't value it. You know, they don't value the amount of chaos that is happening on the African continent, because who cares? It's just Africans, you know, that's just a norm. There's people die. So that's why people are not hyper focusing on what the UAE is doing. And I do think that, yes, there is like a level of like anti like Semitism that can come into it, where people like are going to be more vigilant or have more confirmation bias when it comes to Israel. I mean, all those things can 100% play a role. I do personally think that Israel deserves the hate that it gets. But I do also think that the UAE also deserves that level of hatred, in my opinion.
Yeah, I routinely point to Saudi Arabia. Typically, whenever the right wing comes up, it's amazing. They're recycling talking points that I have memories of from when I was in middle school. Because that's when the Iraq War was kicking off, and that was Bush, the second half of the Bush administration. And I remember hearing those talking points of like, oh well, what you don't like the war, what? So you're just in on the side of the terrorists? Is that it, huh? You think that we should just have a bunch of Muslims coming over here telling us that women can't show their heads, like that type of shit? Which, again, complete misunderstanding of Islam and lots of things. But they're recycling those talking points with Iran. Like the right wingers that come up and try to justify this war, this offensive war of choice, because it wasn't in response to something. You could at least make that argument with Afghanistan, right? You could sort of tie together an argument with Afghanistan. You couldn't with Iraq, but at least with Afghanistan, you could kind of like string together an argument. You can't with Iran, but they're using the same talking points. They're using the same talking points. Oh well, what you think women have it better in Iran, huh? What would happen to a gay person in Iran? What would happen to a woman in Iran? Never mind the fact that I have clips of people in America in Turning Point USA or at TPUSA conferences, keynote speakers saying that they would defend life before suffrage, that they are proponents of stripping women of the right to vote in 2022, 2023. Like, I mean, if we're gonna do this whole, oh well, women are oppressed, dude, women have the right to vote in Iran, and the right wing is threatening to strip it here. And as far as this comparison of oppression, I mean, if it is truly about individual rights, number one, that doesn't line up because the right wing wants to restrict rights here for certain groups. Number two, Saudi Arabia.
Can I show something, by the way? Hold on. So this is Abby Martin, who is a journalist. I mean, you might find her like kind of her political leanings, whatever it is, right? You might not like her, but she was asked this in an interview with Novara Media with regards to what she thinks about, because she has spent a lot of time in Israel and in the West Bank as well. So she was asked to share her opinions on like her experiences there as a journalist.
little bit, because I know you've spent a lot of time in Gaza and in Israel. For somebody who's never been to Israel before, how would you describe the culture there? So not just the government, not just what's coming from Likud and Netanyahu. How do people every day discuss and talk about Palestinians?
Yeah, I think that people need to ask themselves why you never see Western media or pro-Israel media putting microphones in front of Israelis' faces. Why is that? Why is it that we only see pre-approved government spokespeople speaking to American and British audiences? That's because Israeli society is very, very fascist. Yes, we hear that, there was socialist kibbutzes at the beginning, and I'm sure there was a lot of progressive enclaves over time in Israel. Well, a lot of leftists have been simply pushed out. To be a leftist is simply a slur, and it's in fact more dangerous than ever. I spent a month in the West Bank. I interviewed hundreds of Palestinians. Not one person ever said anything remotely genocidal about Israelis. All of them just said, we just want to live and coexist side by side. We just want to live in peace. Why do they have to move on top of our villages? Why do they have to do this to us? Why do they have to bully, harass, and intimidate us? Why can't they just coexist with us? I went to Jerusalem to a place called Tolerance Square for literally like 3 hours, and the racism and vitriolic genocidal incitement against Palestinians was palpable. I mean, all I did was just go around and do man on the streets. Like I do that everywhere I go. I just like to get a snapshot of where people's minds are at. And I literally just asked it wasn't even just Israelis, it was settlers. It was just American citizens who were there just moving to Israel. Of course, we know a lot of people just up and moved, just like Netanyahu himself, who's from Philadelphia. I just simply asked them, what do you think about the situation? And you should hear the rhetoric that came out of people's mouths, knowing that they were on camera. Every single one espoused genocide or ethnic cleansing. And it was just absolutely horrific. I mean, I could not believe what I was hearing with my own eyes. One Israeli told me that they were a leftist, and they said, I just want the occupation to be more humane. And he said, leftist is a slur here in Israel. I have colleagues, David Sheen, who would go to rallies and embed himself in these fascist rallies in Tel Aviv, where you have thousands of people chanting, not just death to Arabs, but death to the leftists. Death to the leftists, because there's a saying in Israeli society that leftists are AIDS and Arabs are the common cold. You can't get rid of the common cold unless you get rid of AIDS. And that's really genuinely what they think, because they want the final solution for the Arabs. They want to expel or kill all Arabs so they could have essentially an ethno state, because they think the same thing about African Jews, whether it be Ethiopian Jews who are administered Depo-Vera against their will. I mean, we went to an anti-refugee rally of Eritreans, people from Sudan and Darfur who are fleeing genocide. And you had hundreds of people, not just hundreds, thousands of people who are protesting what they called infiltrators, who are Africans fleeing genocide. And I talked to several people who said that they were leftists, who said, we want to support the struggle against Africans. I'm a member of the Labor Party. These people are infiltrators. They come here with their horrible habits and we need to expel them all, send them back to Mother Africa. It's just like, my God. I mean, the contradictions and hypocrisy, people who are immigrants settling on ethnically cleansed Palestinian land to actually say that Africans are, need to go back to their country is just absolutely mind-blowing. But yes, there really is such a diminishing left in Israel. I mean, just look at the genocidal onslaught. Look at the polling. Less than 2% thought that Israel was using too much firepower in Gaza after they obliterated and decimated the entire Gaza Strip. Less than 2%. You go back to the 2014 onslaught in Gaza where 2,500 Palestinians were killed, 500 children. 95% of Israelis supported that. The open fire policy at this fortified border fence, overwhelming majority, over 90% of Israelis support that. There were some Israeli human rights advocates that tried to take that policy to the Knesset, and it was overwhelmingly, unanimously upheld that no, we can shoot to kill unarmed people who are just straying too close to this border fence that essentially just prevents them from getting back to their ancestral lands. That's how fascist Israeli society is. I hate when I see politicians just trying to denounce Netanyahu as some sort of aberration from Israeli society. No, this is the norm. This is the norm. Look at every single cabinet minister. Every single member of the Knesset is out there spewing genocide, advocating mass murder of not just Palestinians, but babies. Babies. It is sick. It is sick. And I will never forgive journalists who are towing this line and pretending like this is some sort of aberration of the Likudniks and Netanyahu's. No, this is Israel. This is Israel. This is a settler colonial state founded upon ethnic cleansing. And it only exists because of the continuous ethnic cleansing of the indigenous population. And you have to have indoctrination from cradle to grave. And you have to espouse the most horrific dehumanizing language possible to paint those people as barbaric human animals, to condone and tolerate those policies against these people for 75 plus years. So that's Israeli society. I saw it firsthand. And people want to paint those interviews that I did. Oh, I'm trying to do a gotcha. Oh, I'm trying to pick the most crazy sounding people. No, that's Israeli society. The left is non-existent, Ash.
Yeah. Hopefully that helped clear some things up for people. But and this is the same thing with the UAE, by the way. When we look at the UAE and how the Emirati population generally just dehumanizes Africans, it's very, very similar. Again, people cannot commit G-side if you haven't dehumanized the person enough. Like if you need
That
to,
part.
from cradle to grave, not view a person as human in order to justify unaliving them in mass. And so like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. like when El Fasher fell, by the way, Dan, like, and like a lot of people they miss this as well with the UAE because they don't speak Arabic. And I think that just goes missing. And that's why I tried even, because I speak Arabic, right? So I tried even like translating some of the videos. But some of the videos that the UAE, like Emirati influencers, like your average citizens, I'm not even talking about politicians, I'm talking about your average citizens, the type of rhetoric that they were releasing was genocidal. Like I remember this one influencer who was like, oh, if it were up to me, like I would have made y'all only a memory. I would have erased you guys. Like you think Hiroshima and Nagasaki was bad? I would have been worse than that. You know? So like I don't know why people are like too shocked when they find out that like exactly, Eric. I think I sent it to you, that clip. That was just one of the clips too. I don't know why people get shocked, because if you see a person as an equal human being, you won't G-side them. Like your soul will literally not allow you to G-side them unless you view them as non-human or beneath you. So, the moment you see them as beneath you, though, like, yeah. Ozzy, like your average Emirati politician also dehumanizes Sudanese people. Like, let's be honest, when they're actively funding the G-side of Sudanese people that is leading to the world's worst humanitarian crisis in the world, your average, like, I don't know, like the Nahyan family don't give a damn. Like the Nahyan family, Sheikh Mansour specifically, who's the vice president of the UAE, he lied and opened up a hospital in Chad, claiming that this hospital was to help what's it called? To help Sudanese people in Chad, displaced people in Chad. But that hospital that he built was only used to, number one, treat RSF fighters, and number two, rearm them. So like we have to stop like this regular like. And Ozzy, like I've lived in like specifically Saudi Arabia. Like the dehumanization of Black people is normalized. in a lot of Gulf Arab countries. Like, let's not pretend as if Black people and South Asians are not dehumanized on a regular basis in a lot of South Asian countries, whether it is like South Asian shows that have like Gulf Arab shows that have like blackface that's so normal. Like, let's not pretend as if like, okay, like I've lived in Saudi Arabia. It's also normalized in India and China and US. Yeah.
Yes, it's global.
Exactly.
The dehumanization of Black people is global, and that's how for centuries now, white supremacy and the desire to have proximity to it has allowed them to basically manufacture consent, where basically if you feel it's something that I said earlier, and now I'm tired. God damn it, Erica. I don't know why. I'm so much better at writing than I am at speaking. I need to work on that. But no, they've been manufacturing this consent, like dehumanizing us for centuries, to where it makes it extremely easy for anyone witnessing the harm done against Black people, whether at home or globally, that it makes it easy for them to turn the other cheek. And also even give, again, consent to it, to think that it's okay to do so, because all of their lives, all they've known is that, one, that they're better than Black people, two, that Black people deserve what's happening to them, and three, that there's nothing that they can do to change it. And so that's how we end up in, to keep it super simple, that's how we can end up in situations like this, because of manufactured consent, scapegoating, all those bad things.
Also, like, I'm not saying that, like we have to understand the reason as to why I'm talking about the UAE is because the UAE has become the largest backer of new business projects in Africa. Okay, the UAE alone is buying up so much land and investing in so much infrastructure and ports that it's actively controlling a lot of African countries. And I don't think that needs to be underestimated. So, yes, China, I'm not a supporter of China. China is doing effed up shit especially in Congo, for example, right? With over 75% of mines being owned by China, right? But the UAE is not talked about enough. Like, people talk about China, they talk about the US, they talk about Israel, but they do not talk about the UAE enough. People still say, oh, Dubai chocolate, come to Dubai, Habibi. Dubai is so, like, it's so amazing, yada, 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 Abu Dhabi. They don't talk about how much damage the UAE is doing. Like, the UAE just recently, one single company from the UAE called Blue Carbon bought up land that was the size of the UK. It bought up, like, in multiple African countries. One company that belonged to the Maktoum family of Dubai. So, and I'm currently making like a list, by the way, Dan, if you're interested, I don't know. But this list, if you kind of like make me the big screen, this is like a list that I'm making. Literally, this is just one entity, the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, which is an entity that is like funded by the government of Abu Dhabi. And this is only in like 3 East African countries, and look how much it is. Look at all of this.
Jesus.
This is only one single entity. It's still the whole time. It is only the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development. In just how many countries? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In 7 East African countries, one entity. Look at all of this already. All this hand it has.
Hey, Athena, have you made that list available through your link tree, or is it something that you're working on behind the scenes?
So I'm working on this list, and once I wanted to do it for every single African country.
Mm-hmm.
But after I do it, like I have like, and it's like detailed. I have like the category descriptions, like what type of, how they have their hand in there. Like this is like actual, like, you know, the target sector, the deal type, if it's a concessional loan, a joint venture, like how much they've invested, how much they control. Like in this case, it's 90% of the port in Djibouti, 90% a foreign country. Diabolical. But I'm gonna make it public in my link tree after I'm done. But this is, as you like, you can see literally this is like a lot of work and like detail that I'm putting into it so that people really understand how much the UAE is involved. And this is only in 7 East African countries. Oh my God, thank you so much, Swan. I appreciate you. So this is only in 7 East African countries, by the way. So, like, this is how much the UAE is involved. And, like, it was involved in the Tigray war. It sold, I appreciate you very much, Swan. It sold drones to the Ethiopian government when it was drone striking people up until now. It currently is pushing Ethiopia to invade Eritrea, by the way. It's the UAE. So if people are wondering why the Ethiopia is planning on invading Eritrea currently, and it's doing it under the guise of wanting access to the Red Sea, but it does have access to the commercial access, is because the UAE and Israel are both pushing Ethiopia to do that as well. And this is according to, give me a second, hold on. I have it right here as well. Says a lot of people are like, you know, not personally like think I'm some rando who doesn't know what I'm talking about. Hold on, right here. So if you make me the big screen again, I'm so sorry, Dan, but so it says here exclusive UAE flights linked to Sudan war tracked from Israel to Ethiopia. So these 2 countries are always involved. So it says here, hold on. The advisor who worked for the Addis Ababa government for over a decade said that Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed Ali certainly seems to see the future as Ethiopia aligning itself firmly with the UAE alliance rather than other options. Some in Ethiopia's foreign ministry and elsewhere believe the UAE has been calling the shots for Ethiopia in regard to the Sudan government, RSF, and Eritrea over Assab for the last 2 years. The source said, referring to the Eritrean port of Assab, which the advisor said Abiy very nearly invaded last year at the behest of Abu Dhabi. This is how much power this country has that is pushing Ethiopia to invade a sovereign nation. So, yeah, the UAE deserves like hate. Like, yes, people are anti-American. I'm also anti-American, like anti the American government, and anti-American imperialism. I'm also anti, like Israel, anti-China, anti like Russia because they do a lot of messed up ish. And I'm also 100% going to highlight how the UAE is doing a lot of messed up ish in Africa. 100%. And it deserves more hate.
All right. Well, I'm not gonna lie, I did not expect this panel to take place in this way, but I really do appreciate you coming up, Javi.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to like.
No, you're fine.
You stop
It was-
apologizing. I
It was a
told
specific
you about
question.
that.
It was a specific question with regards to Israeli public, and I did want to come up and I wanted to address that as well. But yeah.
That information is needed. I think more people need to know about this because I think I learned a lot. So I think more people need to learn. And the chat also had questions that you were able to answer. So you informed a lot of people tonight. So thank you as always.
All right. Well,
And one thing as well with Iran that I'm seeing not being addressed is like the IMEC corridor. Have you seen that the IMEC corridor goes through the Strait of Hormuz? So, like a lot of people are talking about like the oil being important for like the Iranian invasion. But like the IMEC corridor literally goes through the Strait of Hormuz. And so Iran would have to either like submit to that or be forced to accept the IMEC corridor. So that is also something that I've noticed is not being discussed as much.
For those that are wondering, the IMEC corridor is the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. It's
And
I'll pull up the map really.
what I learned about the IMEC corridor is that they promote it as something that has cut Iran out of it, but that is a lie. It is just as Colby says, is that either Iran would have to basically capitulate and submit to it, or they get rid of Iran.
Okay, I don't know why every picture tiny.
That reminds me. Have you guys talked about the fact that Trump bombed Kyrgyz Island?
I did earlier, not over here though.
Someone mentioned it in chat. I didn't get a chance to talk about it now.
Oh, it's bad.
That's where Iran's. It's like their primary oil depot.
Obama.
So,
Oh,
in
yeah.
addition to bombing oil depots in Tehran and one other place that escapes me, now we're just bombing Kyrgyz Island, which, yeah, that's where the oil is.
Yeah, they're planning on Pete Hegseth said this in his 60 Minutes interview when he was asked if there should be anything he would be afraid of. He said the only people who should be afraid are Iranians who want to live. I don't know if you saw that.
No, I didn't. But
Hold on, let me pull it up.
To be clear, I believe you. Pete Hegseth would say some shit like that.
Yeah, but it's just like, it's better to hear it from his voice, like,
Yeah.
instead of paraphrasing it. Hold on. Hold on, here it is. Okay. So I think people should really watch his 60 Minutes.
Also, all the way on that, it should be noted that Pete Hegseth never made it above major. So, majors commanding 4-star generals.
Oh, who think they're gonna live. That's what he said. Sorry, my bad. Paraphrase that wrong. It doesn't make it better though.
Through his cabinet, presidents, certainly Joe Biden never could have. And through direct his cabinet,
I can pull it up if
definitely can be delivered.
Yeah, I think it's at the
Commanders factor this world leaders where he can get things done.
I got it.
1 minute mark.
Yep,
At the
1
1
minute,
minute
25
mark.
seconds.
Factor all.
No, but it's better to start it from the 1 minute mark.
Okay.
Unique relationship with. Well, President Trump, as people have seen, has a unique relationship with a lot of world leaders where he can get things done that other presidents, certainly Joe Biden, never could have. And through direct conversations or indirect, through him one-to-one or through his cabinet, messages definitely can be delivered.
Does this put U.S. personnel in any more danger than they otherwise would be?
Well,
the Russian involvement.
No one's putting us in danger. We're putting the other guys in danger. That's our job. So we're not concerned about that. We mitigate it as we need to. Our commanders factor all of this, but the only ones that need to be worried right now are Iranians that think they're going to live.
The president said recently there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional.
Our Iranians would think they're gonna live. That's diabolical.
I swear, this Trump administration, it's like they're trying to out-evil each other. between fucking Bondi and then and Nome and now like, holy shit! And we just say that just it's out in the open. Not to mention, it's right after him saying something ludicrous. He's saying, "Well, Americans aren't in danger. Americans have already died." What do you mean?
Also, Noah in the chat, you asked if travel outside the U.S. is fine, and so you said specifically to Cancun. Cancun at this point has become, it's essentially a heavily Americanized quasi-province at this point. As long as you stay on the resort that you're going to, if you're going to a resort, as long as you stay within the bounds of that area, you're fine. And as long as you don't have any layovers in any other places, which, I mean, honestly, I can't think of anything that would. Yeah, no, you're gonna be fine. The only caveat there, if you're not white, then that's different because you are then subject to ICE harassing you and detaining you for unknown periods of time. So outside of that, yeah, you don't really have anything to worry about.
All right. I don't know how many people were here when we started this video. We're gonna continue. Covey, do you want to hang out or?
Yeah, I'm gonna be in the chat. Thank you for letting me up. I appreciate y'all as per usual.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Kobe.
Love you, Erica.
Love you more. Ooh, really? Okay. Thank you, Malik, because I need one.
Oh yeah, there was a video we were watching.
It's
Are
just
there
turned
already
into part of the wallpaper at this point.
Are there already European countries who granted the U.S. access to their bases? So, I don't know. I thought maybe when I got on live I would stop. I don't know what it is, but for the past like 2 days, I've just been picking at this piece of skin on my Dan's apple, and I don't know why. I don't know if it's
Did
an
you just
anxiety
call it a
thing.
Dan's apple?
Yeah, they're not named after each individual man.
You know what, Dan?
Bruh. But yeah, I don't know what it is. It's like I don't know if it's an anxiety thing or what.
Yeah, it's a nervous tick.
Okay. Yeah, well, it
It
develops.
doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that you're actually nervous or anxious. It's just a thing. It's stimming is another way of putting it.
Okay. Yeah, it's been like the past day and a half, and starting to cause some redness. But anyway, just put a red circle around Dean's face and say, "Does this guy trigger you? Request up." Okay. Where were we?
I invited someone to the panel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because you know I can't help myself.
A Trump supporter?
Mm-hmm. You doing too much yapping in the comments. Who's a friend of Joey?
Get Dan a fidget ring fund. Oh,
Dan's apple?
I had. Oh shit! I don't.
Aw.
So honestly, like as far as I do the picking too. Like I'll play with my beard and stuff. If you're just like picking out a piece of skin and you really, really, really want to stop, just a little bit of Vaseline, put something like Vaseline or like something sticky on there. Not to the point that other people can see, but just enough that when you touch it, you can feel it on your fingers. Doing that will be annoying enough to you that you will actually stop doing it. That's my tip.
Okay. Well, if I don't stop by tomorrow, I will try it because it's starting to get out of hand. But all right, we're gonna finish this video. All right. I just realized it's 4 a.m. We're gonna finish this video. And then okay, so tomorrow we're gonna do debates tomorrow if we can get debates. If we can't get debates, we have not this. I want to watch this video at some point. There's a Johnny Harris video that my brother recommended. We never watched the Hillary Clinton deposition. And I don't know if we're ever finishing this. I think it's too gone. It's too late. Don't use super glue, bro.
The
So
Dow. Did you know that the Dow? Sorry, the Dow.
fucking Dow. Anyway, is your brother super into politics too? No, not as much.
I'm gonna do something, Dan. All right, because I know you want to make it through this video and you just mentioned the time, which you really do. All right, so with that being said, guys, I'm going to try to make sure that Dan doesn't pause and starts talking about stuff. All right, that's what I'm going to try to do. I don't know how much, like how successful I'm going to be. But additionally, also, please, 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 please refrain from requesting up until the end of the video. All right. And if Dan is up to it, then he'll definitely take questions. All right, but let's try to see it through. Got to see it through, my boy.
All right, there we go. Good luck.
Party, particularly the Biden administration, when they said, I don't know.
Chat, what time were we at?
Dude, that was it. What just happened?
Or less, is that we probably shouldn't be deporting them with no
Okay, I
due
think we're good.
process to a center for terrorists in El Salvador, where they are then tortured from 9 p.m. till 6 a.m. I think there's a lot of better, alternatives.
Fair enough, but what level of culpability do you throw towards the Democratic, the Democratic Party, particularly the Biden administration, when they said, I don't know whether the accurate number is 12 million, 14 million, 15 million crossed the border illegally. What do you say to that? That people say that's not sustainable. That can't happen. That wouldn't happen in any other nation. Why should we let it happen in ours? What would be your response to that?
I'd give the Biden-Harris administration a good C- on immigration. I think that they're a lot better than a lot of people, specifically on the right, think. The talking points that I hear every day is, they opened the border, or they just left the border open. They didn't really do anything about it. And I feel like this really overshadows their attempt to push a bipartisan border bill through the American Congress, drafted by Republican James Lankford, who is, one of Donald Trump's favorites. So it's crazy that we were able to find this bipartisan agreement that not only would expedite the legal means of entry into this country by funding courts along our southern border billions and billions and billions of dollars, therefore naturally disincentivizing undocumented entry, but it also would have given the president this very special authority that the president's never had before to just completely shut the border down, once a certain amount of undocumented immigrants had crossed it on a rolling daily average for a week. And in response to, this bill being propped up by the American Congress, in response to Republicans and Democrats coming together for the first time in a long time on immigration policy, I truly think people overlook how significant that was. Donald Trump turned around and told Republicans to shoot it down. So, I think we saw a good attempt there by the Biden-Harris administration to do something. But, of course, the reason why I'd give them a C- instead of an A+ is because, they probably could have used executive orders such as they did in their last year, a little bit earlier in their administration. But
Swan said, man, is speaking in fast forward, and I checked to see if it was sped up, and it wasn't. So, okay, I really... Okay, just a little bit, just a quick one. I really wish I knew about politics or got into politics or learned about politics or whatever when I was Dean's age instead of going to fucking Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments, because man, I wish I could like roll off like that many true statements without having to pause to let my brain catch up in a row. So anyway,
that is such a smaller and more insignificant critique of their administration compared to, once again, the talking points we see from the right saying they let all these criminal, illegal invader aliens into the country because they want them to vote in elections to ensure that Republicans never get power again.
Right. Where do you think the Democratic Party is most strongest right now?
Where do I think they're the most strongest?
Where
I'm just going to say it. Zoran Mamdani. I think we need to start embracing progressive policies in a lot more of the Democratic Party than we have been. I think the old guard has ignored a lot of the shift in what voters want and what activates voters. While there are certainly states where you're not going to be able to get Mamdani elected, the way to energize your base is to Democratic Tea Party. Yeah, the way to energize your base is to talk about more than just being anti-Trump. Talk about like big bold changes. And don't get me wrong. I would like to think that just avoiding fascism would be enough to get people to the polls. But 90 million people didn't fucking show up in 2024. So I think we need to model a lot of our future elections after Mamdani and how he pulled off his win in New York. And yeah, that's my answer anyway.
Do you think where do you think they're most strongest right now?
I'd say the strongest point of the Democratic Party today in February of 2026 would be for pushing for accountability with the Epstein files. I'd say that they could do a lot more, which of course will probably always be said about politics, and we should, by the way. It's good to advocate for more progression. But I'd say what they're doing right now is strong. For the first time ever, I'm opening my phone and going on the Democrats' TikTok account, which they started, and I'm able to legitimately read how the president is refusing to release all the files, is breaking law, defying Congress. I'm able to see great Democrats like Jamie Raskin, like Rep. Rakana, and many others pressure Pam Bondi in this congressional hearing that was held with her a handful of days ago, maybe a week ago, exposing her as the fraud she is, having her pivot to talking about the economy when they're just simply trying to get her to look at the Epstein survivors. That is definitely the strongest point of the Democratic Party today.
I think
Dan, Trump supporter in the box.
I saw. So this could just be a misinterpretation, or I guess a different interpretation of the question. Sorry, I'm going to leave this on.
That's TikTok, a week ago, Democratic Party.
Democratic leadership.
I requested what was so important that you crats needed to ask. Damn, I don't know if I've ever been called a crat before. All right. Erica, you sent this person the request. Should I bring them up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Before I bring them up, really quick. I don't know if it was just like a different interpretation of the question. I think they got a slur for Democrats now. I think plugging the DNC with no check on TV is crazy, not gonna lie. TV? Because that's the correct answer to the question. What's the Democratic Party doing most right now? But that's not necessarily that's, at least not in my opinion, the answer to the question. Where is the Democratic Party strongest? Like yeah, the National Democratic Party are doing well in their hearings and stuff, but that's not like the strength of the Democratic Party. That's just kind of all they can do right now at the federal level. So it's not the big picture answer. Yeah. I think but the thing is, I also don't know what Stephen A was like asking almost. Like I don't know where his head was at with the question. So it's a bit of a vague question. No, they dropped from the box. No patience. Okay, wait, come back.
Not them turning their request off.
I sent I sent them a request.
What a cat.
Okay. I will explain whatever you want. But what's that person's name? Fuck Truth?
Mother effing Truth.
Oh, Mother effing Truth. Okay. He got cratophobia. I was getting off a flight into my rental car. Okay, all right. Well, you can request.
You know a lot of yapping to be getting off a flight into your rental car. That's so much yapping in the comments.
Yo, Dan, let's vote Democrat for House 2026. I mean, yeah.
He's considering it.
Okay, we're gonna keep playing the video until.
I know, right? They've been so scared.
Piece of advice about reaching young men such as yourself. Not that they got to reach you, but you know what I mean. If you had to give them one piece of advice, what would it be?
Oh, that's a really good question. Reaching young men. Well, I would first honestly say this is the biggest piece of advice I'd give to current Democratic leaders to reach young men is to invest more in the deconstruction of the beliefs that a lot of young men in America already have that have them firmly on the right. I think that we've seen a major capitalization of social media, of the interests that are more typical of young men, like the gym, like cars, and many other things, for years now in a way that we just simply haven't seen from the left, that has really given the right an upper hand to kind of convince young men of whatever they want to almost indoctrinate them into these subliminal biases or foundational core beliefs that are antithetical to the values of the left. And the biggest piece of advice for the Democrats, once again, would just be to start working on deconstructing that. We need to be talking more about, how maybe men are also hurt by toxic masculinity. You're not just hurting women; you're hurting yourself because now you've isolated yourself from anybody who could ever possibly love you because you're an asshole to them. How it's just a complete and total lie that the left wants to take all your money in taxation and then give it to low-income Americans to waste away in squalor while they watch TV until midnight, and how social safety nets actually are beneficial, not just to low-income Americans, but to everybody, so on and so forth.
Last question to you, and thank you for your time, by the way. I really enjoyed the conversation. I really appreciate it. Let me ask you this question. Last question. Is there one candidate, one, within the Democratic Party that you can point to, that you absolutely positively not just want, but firmly believes can beat any GOP candidate out there for the...
Okay. So Parker has recently Ro-Khanna pilled me. I didn't have Ro-Khanna on the mind, all right? And then I spoke to Parker. That's a loaded question. That is a loaded question. Because so the answer for like ideal candidate, at least for me, is AOC. Or I guess AOC is probably my ideal candidate if I had to pick. But then he added the caveat, can beat any person in the GOP. And that's when it gets a little tricky.
Who does the GOP have that's strong? Think about that.
Well, so this is a little bit difficult because from our perspective, right? From our perspective, these are all buffoons, villains, right? But like from their perspective, they might see someone like Marco Rubio as a reasonable alternative to Donald Trump. Hey, Swan.
Hey, how are you guys?
Doing well.
Swan! Can I give my thoughts on that?
Heck yeah.
Yeah, of course.
It is going to be Marco Rubio. He's the only one that's competent. He's a very dangerous individual, but he's intelligent. I don't know if you guys heard his press conference. Is there an echo? I think I have an echo.
It might be the TikTok thing. I'll mute myself when you're talking.
Okay. I was gonna say, I don't know if you guys saw his. It was the Munich Security Conference in Germany. I think it was posted like 3 or 4 weeks ago. You can look it up on YouTube. He talks about America and Europe uniting. He says quite a few things that are really problematic. He says that mass migration has destabilized the West. He said that we need to get back to old bonds that helped us to move forward during the transatlantic, like during that time period. Basically every like YT supremacist dog whistle that you can think of, he threw out in the discussion. Mm-hmm. The other thing too is that Marco Rubio, his family came over here. I think it was when Batista from Cuba to the United States. And I think the issue is a lot of people don't necessarily perceive him as being a white man, but he is. Like he's a descendant of Spaniards, and when they ruled in South America, like chattel slavery and everything, they had a very, very like rigid, strict, brutal approach to chattel slavery. And his family benefited from that. They're from Sevilla, Spain. He's well spoken. He is intelligent. I think that too many people are underestimating him. I know that if Cuba doesn't do what the United States wants them to do, he's going to be the one that's going to be put in charge of that regime. And that is going to be his way of demonstrating what he can do. In addition to that, because he's not necessarily perceived as white, even though he is, chat, there's nuance there, but yes, he is a white man. He's not necessarily perceived as that. I think he is also going to be the one that's going to continue the Latinos for Trump, which is a problem. But yeah, and he's very intelligent. Like, he is intelligent. I'm not just saying that. I genuinely think that he's intelligent. And I think that he's somebody that needs to be watched. But it's looking like he's probably going to be their next candidate, unless somebody else comes along. But so far, I think it's him.
Yeah, I don't disagree, and I think.
Oh wait, you're muted, Dan.
Oh shit! Right. Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I think there's like several reasons. So recently, Trump has been like giving him a lot more praise than Vance. He talks about him a lot more, which is even after the era of Trump. Obviously, he still has his supporters. So there's that. He's seen as more reasonable, even though I mean, I didn't watch the Munich thing, but I have seen clips of him saying some really fucking deranged shit. But it's just packaged in a more reasonable guy, and he has the credibility, and at least in the eyes of the GOP, of both being white, but also, see, we're not racist. Like, it's, yeah, I can see it. And I will say, in 2016, that's who I thought was going to win the nomination. I thought that the like Trump and Cruz, even though they weren't first and second, were like just too radical. And then Rubio was going to win. And I actually thought Rubio was going to beat Hillary. In fact, I, like Hillary and her campaign, was hoping that that Trump would be the nominee over Rubio, because I was like, oh, she'll be able to beat Trump. Obviously, with hindsight, we were all wrong. But yeah, I can definitely see that for sure.
I mean, he would first have to stop wearing shoes that are too big. Did you see that?
Yeah, hold on, I have a picture. 1 second.
Okay.
We might have to update the little Marco here.
Yes.
It's so crazy because, like, just until you mentioned the shoes, I forgot he was there.
You
Like,
forgot
he's
he
almost
was there?
he's almost like
Yeah.
a concept just that I separated from the actual vile man that he is. Hold on. Where's the picture?
Yes, they were a gift supposedly from Florshams from Trump, because Trump likes to guess people's shoe sizes, and obviously he definitely overestimated little Marco's feet size.
Y'all remember a simpler time back in 2016 when Marco Rubio and Donald Trump on the debate stage were comparing the size of their penises?
That happened?
Yeah. So
Jesus.
Marco apparently, like in a press conference or something, pointed out like something Trump said about his hands. Like, he's like, Trump is self-conscious about his little hands or whatever. And so Marco made like a little joke about like, oh, you know what they say about guys with small hands or something like that. And then so like Trump took that to heart, and on the debate stage he said, so Marco was trying to imply that if you have little hands and trust me, there's nothing to be worried about in that department. Talking about his Arnold Palmer. Does anyone, people have the 10 years? Oh my God, it's been 10 years. Have the 10 years gone by so?
I told you, I don't remember 2022. Something happened in my brain in 2022.
Yeah, so this is I think we need to update the picture. Hey Fee. I don't know if this is
Oh, you got a fee raid also. Welcome in, fee raid.
Welcome, Fee Raid. I missed that. I'm sorry. Demon is Mike Fellatio. No, the Mike Fellatio was in 2024. No, I'm referring to Okay. Trump, Rubio, hands.
That Trump supporter accepted a request, but he's not
In the
loading.
past week,
He's not loading.
He just timed out.
Oh, I see.
you've mocked Mr. Trump's tan. You've made fun of his spelling. You called him a con artist. You suggested he wet himself backstage at the last debate, along with other vulgar jokes and jabs. So what happened?
Yeah, you know, Brett, let me say something. This campaign for the last year, Donald Trump has basically mocked everybody with personal attacks. He's done so to people that are sitting on the stage today. He's done so about people that are disabled. He's done it about every other candidate in this race. So if there's anyone who's ever deserved to be attacked that way, it's been Donald Trump for the way he's treated people in the last campaign. Now, that said, I would much prefer to have a policy debate. I hope that's what we'll have here tonight. Let's have a policy debate. Let's talk about Donald Trump's strategy and my strategy and Ted's strategy and John Kasich's strategy when it comes to ISIS and on health care and on the important issues facing this country. But let's be honest, too, about all this. The media has given these personal attacks that Donald Trump has made an incredible amount of coverage. Let's start talking again about the issues that matter to this country. I'm ready to do that starting right here, right now, tonight.
Mr. Trump, your response?
Well, I also happen to call him a lightweight, okay? And I have said that. So I would like to take that back. He's really not that much of a lightweight. And as far as, and I have to say this, he hit my hands. Nobody has ever hit my hands. I've never heard of this one. Look at those hands. Are they small hands? And he referred to my hands. If they're small, something else must be small. I guarantee you there's no problem. I guarantee it.
All right. Okay. Moving on.
His hands are abnormally small. Like, they don't match his body. His hands are anatomically incorrect.
I think his whole body's anatomically incorrect.
That's fair. He is oddly shaped.
Yeah, like this was on a debate stage. Not what Stormy said. Yeah, Stormy said it looked like this.
Oh God.
This is
Oh God.
Yeah, this is what Stormy said. That it looked like that. And I believe her. I believe women. And so I just, there's a reason. Oh my God, I don't know if I feel like I might go to hell laughing at that, but that was a good comment. Jesus. Okay.
Kofifi was like 2017 or 2018. It was like at the beginning.
Yeah, it was.
Well, it's time to go to bed. Good night, everyone. Good night, Karina. Okay. All right. We're gonna finish the yeah, you know what? I think I might have to get the sticker for this and replace the other Marco. Okay, we have to finish this video.
But I do think that Rubio Swan made a good point. I didn't he didn't cross my mind, but now that she said it, he is being groomed.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want Vance.
Under the comments, under the video, everyone is like madly in love with him. They're like, yeah, he's starting to sound like more like our next president.
Wait, this video or the Marco Munich video?
It was the press conference that he did in Germany.
Oh, okay.
I guarantee you that shoe purchase was on purpose. He wanted to do it on purpose.
Yep, there is a lot of glaze in these comments. Jesus.
Oh wow.
Okay.
The presidency of the United States.
Okay, so his question was, we'll just play his question again because my pauses are
beneficial, not just to low-income Americans, but to everybody, so on and so forth.
Last question to you, and thank you for your time, by the way. I really enjoyed the conversation. I really appreciate it. Let me ask you this question. Last question. Is there one candidate, one, within the Democratic Party that you can point to, that you absolutely, positively, not just want, but firmly believes can beat any GOP candidate out there for the presidency of the United States?
I think that's a very complex question, because when we're talking about beating somebody, it's not just what policies are they running on or what they like to talk about. It's, what they can convince the people of. I'm going to be honest here, Stephen. From my perspective, it's a little bit too early for me to put all my eggs in one basket. But what I will say, God, when I listen to AOC talk, there's just this feeling that I haven't gotten since Obama. When I listen to AOC talk, when I listen to people like James Tallarico talk, there's this feeling that I just haven't gotten for so long of intellect, of high levels of education, of legitimate care for other people.
I'm not questioning
James
that,
Tallarico
Dean.
and AOC are some great people.
I'm not questioning that, Dean, but I am worried about I don't want to call it socialism all the way, but
hold on, before Stephen A goes into that. Okay, so I want to give you guys a quick glimpse, because this kind of touched on it a little bit. I mentioned it when talking about Ro Khanna, that Parker and I had a conversation recently about this, and something I mentioned to Parker is that AOC, while would be my ideal candidate of the available options right now, when we talk about like if she can win, it's so difficult because she has been getting the Hillary Clinton treatment. She has been, and by the way, I think she's better than Hillary in a lot of ways, but in that she's had, what is it, almost 10 years now of right-wing misinformation throttled at her. Like this common acceptance that AOC is dumb, absolutely absurd. Like, if you've ever listened to her talk, she's always knowledgeable about what she's talking about, except like just recently she had one flub about a question about Taiwan. In the 8 years that she's been in Congress, she had one flub about the question about Taiwan. But even just him mentioning that that she was educated, I can't remember what he said, smart or educated. He said something like that. And Stephen A was taken aback because it's like this just common acceptance that she's dumb, which is crazy because like she's very educated and knows what she's talking about. And since he mentioned Tallarico, I do want to point something else out. Okay, I do want to point something else out. While I personally have no problem with Tallarico winning the primary, and I get people's arguments about how on Tallarico's side he might bring more moderates or whatever, and Crockett's side she'll energize the Democratic base, and arguments regarding their funding turned out to be a little bit fake news. But the argument that I think no one's talking about that really kind of rubbed me the wrong way is this idea that that Tallarico was more well-spoken than Crockett. And I think that it wasn't the top argument I heard, but I did hear it a lot from people on the left. And I think that was really frustrating because it's if you listen to what they're saying, right? They both know what they're talking about, but she speaks in a certain way that is a micro. I mean, I think
it's a microaggression.
It's not just a microaggression. It also is influencing like their decision. I mean, I guess that's microaggressions do that, but yeah, and it was really frustrating to hear that because like she went to law school, right? She's knows what she's talking about policy.
She's an attorney.
Yeah. And so like a lot of people would present him as like the more well-spoken person. They might not have said that she's not educated, but the more well-spoken person, and it's just they just speak in different ways. It's not that rubbed me the wrong way. The funding thing was also annoying. I think there's valid arguments about like how to flip that seat. I think those are totally valid arguments. I also think it's misogynoir. Yeah, no, I mean genuinely. I also think presenting him as a as like a more center option it wasn't really true either. I think they're both pretty aligned policy wise. I also respected some people's arguments in that we don't risk a Fetterman or a Cinema with Jasmine Crockett, whereas we do risk that with someone like Tallarico. So there are valid arguments, but I really didn't like that one, and I just wanted to point it out now that that he brought up Tallarico. It reminded me of that.
I mean, if I can make a controversial guess, Graham Plattner as an answer. He hasn't won anything yet.
Oh, to this question?
Yes.
I haven't done a deep dive into the Graham Plattner. I saw some troubling things about him, but
Yeah.
but I will say I haven't done a deep dive. All right, so I'm not gonna give my full opinion because I don't know. I believe, did Bernie endorse him?
Ooh.
I think
so. It was either Bernie or somebody in that wing. Hold on. For anybody that's referencing the whole the Yahtzee thing, like, I mean, we can have that conversation. I don't think we should have this conversation right now.
No,
but,
not right now. We could. I mean, we could leading up to the primary. I'm sure there's people from Maine that are watching. So, wasn't Tallarico perceived to be more religious? Yeah, but I don't. So I didn't think that was a negative. Other than, like, I mean, you shouldn't have your religion influence your policy decisions. But every time he's brought up religion, has been to bring up progressive policies and to point out Republican hypocrisy. So, like, I definitely I definitely don't mind that, especially in the state of Texas. Yeah, it was close. I don't know for sure who I would have voted for. I like, deep down, I think I wanted Crockett to win, but I thought Tallarico was going to win. And sometimes,
are you trying to keep us here until 6 a.m.?
I'm sorry. Okay, all right. We're gonna finish. Here we go.
Some of the things that they're saying. I mean, come on, D. You got to admit that. I mean, they're not traditional Democratic operatives. Are you willing to admit that?
Well, I mean, traditional Democratic operatives lost the last election to a 34-count felon held civilly liable for rape. So I think it's time we start progressing.
Well, whose fault was that? Isn't that the Democratic voters in this country? Nearly 75 million people went to the poll. How come you didn't make sure it was over 77?
Well, you asked me whose fault it is that the Democrats lost last election. We actually had a conversation about that earlier. I told you I think it's a mix mash of people like Trump and his and convincing him of convincing the people about him being better for the economy, and a lack of culpability for Biden not stepping down earlier. But listen, I think what we're seeing now with this whole socialism scare is a whole lot like the Red Scare of McCarthyism. I'm not a socialist. I'm not a communist. I'm actually, on the foundational level, I'm a capitalist. I think that there's a way we could practice capitalism that is benevolent. Okay, I'm a social democrat. But at the same time, there's no socialist in any public office anywhere in America that's turning around and saying that they want to take your rights away from the ownership of the privatized means of production. I mean, look at Zoran Mamdani, somebody who proudly.
I was getting ready to bring him up.
Yeah, somebody who proudly calls himself a socialist is a working social democrat within the American political system. Because right now there just simply is no room for socialism as it stands. It's not something the people support, and that's not something that 99% of the Congress supports.
Okay, I would have answered this question quite differently. I would have pointed out that so Stephen A is saying that people like AOC are benevolent capitalism is an oxymoron. I mean, okay. People like AOC, Stephen A was saying that people like AOC are not like your normal Democrat, and because of the things that they say. And then Dean pushed back saying that, well, I mean, normal Democrats lost to Donald Trump, right? So like, and then he says, oh yeah, but you know, this is socialism, blah, blah, blah. So I would have brought up the fact that this is what they said about Obama. They called Obama a socialist for trying to pass universal health care. And Obama won a massive election, won fucking Indiana and Iowa on change. He ran as a progressive. Now, obviously, we can criticize how he ended up spending his 8 years, but at the very minimum, the Affordable Care Act did take people that were not insured and gave them access to healthcare. And that major policy point was what led, presumably, to a large part of his success. So I would have brought that up. I also probably would not have used the phrase benevolent capitalism. McConnell blocked every single thing he tried to do proudly. Yeah, super proudly. He came out and said, my one goal is to make sure that Barack Obama is a one-term president. Anyway, so yeah, I would have pointed that out, but
yeah,
Dean Withers, I would love to.
Sorry, Neil. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
Continue this conversation, but I got to get ready to go. I want you.
Yes,
sorry. I agree with Swan. Capitalism will always be unethical. Even though I'm a person that thinks that the U.S. could function under social democracy is basically where they call it heavy regulated capitalism. So basically, like the rich and corporations pay a higher tax. And that revenue is used for the benefit of the people, and it goes into programs like maternal, paternal care, free health care, affordable education or free tuition, affordable housing, so on and so forth. So that's going to be social democracy.
Mm-hmm.
Democratic socialism is basically when you still get to elect your representatives, so your government, yet what the government does is they nationalize the resources. So the resources are owned by the people. So again, what is it? What is it, Dan? The means of production are owned by the people. And so with the means of production being owned by the people, that means that any revenue that is collected from that production is given back to the people in the form of social benefits. That'd be the difference between the two. So a lot of people get them confused because of the names, but
well, I mean, yeah. I personally think that people get them confused because Bernie ran as a social democrat, not as a democratic socialist, based on the definition that you provided.
Exactly. And the thing about Bernie, and that's what I always say, because people think that Bernie Sanders is a democratic socialist. And I'm like, he's more so like he believes in social democracy because he still believes in like capitalism, it seems. And he just wants it to be regulated, like tax the rich.
Well,
but he says he's a democratic socialist.
It could be. So where I'm at with this is I'm mostly a social democrat, and not so because like I'm particularly in favor of capitalism, but more so because I think that is the most possible method of improving the lives of people in this country. And given where we are at as a society, and I imagine Bernie, especially at his age, recognized, even if he even if he is more to the left on these issues, even if he is actually deep down more of a socialist than a social democrat, it could just be that he recognizes, given our current paradigm,
exactly,
we're not getting there, and that's why I don't call myself a communist or a socialist. But rather as my bio says, a pragmatic progressive or social democrat.
That's fair.
That being said, I think Bernie calling himself a democratic socialist was probably one of the biggest political blunders in history. I genuinely think that he would have won the primary in 2020 if not for that. The moniker of socialist in his name gave so much ammunition to both the right and the center left, and all for social democratic policy. Like it wasn't even like he was aiming for socialism. So really, really self-inflicted wound, in my opinion. We have to get social democratic first to have a chance of socialism. Yeah, and this is where I mean I really disagree with like as they call them tankies or whatever. I don't think that there is a situation. I don't believe in accelerationism. I don't think there's a situation where we're all gonna rise up against the government and then create this communist utopia. I think we need to go for big change, but not that much. It's just not gonna happen. But that's my personal opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that unfortunately history is a good teacher for this, right? And history shows us that whenever you attempt to do all of that in a condensed timeline, it leads to a lot of people unaliving, and not just bad people, like innocent people being unalived in the process. And then that unfortunately derails into the question of, do the ends justify the means? And that's extremely dangerous to go down that road. Social democracy is a transition between it's the transition step between capitalism and socialism, right?
Right.
People are going to be able to swallow social democracy because when you have to explain what is social democracy, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark.
Yeah, the Nordic model.
Fox News is going to clip that, by the way.
Good. What's up, Fox? Fuck y'all. Like, I mean,
the idea that it's the transition. It's like, see, we knew it. But
C's means production. Oh, by the way, Fox, in the clip, under no pretext should arms and ammunition be surrendered. Any attempt to disarm the workers must be frustrated by force if necessary. That's Karl Marx.
Well, they're going to edit that part out.
Of course.
What the hell is happening right now? We're almost done with this video.
To know you're welcome back on the show anytime. I really enjoyed the conversation, getting to know you a little bit. Thank you so much for coming on the show, and you're welcome back anytime. And you're welcome to sit up there and check in and correct me anytime you want or whatever. You're smart as a whip, my man. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
You have a good rest of your night, man.
You do the same.
Okay, we made it. Isn't the whole video like 10 minutes long? It was 25 minutes. We got it done in about 4 hours.
Not bad.
No. Crossover crazier than Iverson.
Now, apparently, so in the wake of the Texas primary, so Jasmine Crockett, I believe that she's going to lose her seat at the end of this cycle, right?
Yeah.
So and that's because of districting BS. Apparently, someone else has come along that is, I guess, going to replace her. I don't know how that is supposed to work. Frederick Haynes. Does that name ring a bell? Dr. Frederick Haynes. This guy's awesome. Highly recommend. He'll be Texas 30th congressional district. Yeah. So Frederick Douglass Haynes. That's his full name. The third.
Well, I don't know after the redistricting how likely a Democrat is to win. I know that some of these districts they did make tighter than they had hoped. But I will look into him. Frederick Haynes wins Democratic primary. New York Times, are you going to let me look at this, or are you going to paywall me? You're going to paywall me. Ha ha ha.
I can.
No, I got it. I got the, the secret sauce. Okay. All right. So let's look at, what about the Republican primary? Damn. Wait a second. Well, this is looking like a very Democratic district. Hold on. Did her district move away from her? Or
I think so.
She was carved out of it.
She was
Yeah.
carved out of it. Okay, that makes more
Yeah,
sense.
she was
'cause-
carved out of her
yeah,
district in Texas. I think the 30th was her district. And
yeah.
she-
Now the 30th district is one where they're concentrating a lot of the Democratic voters. But I assume that meant that she would still be in that. But I guess if she's out of the line, then she's out of the line. Another in the district where Isaiah ran, because Al Green's district was also carved out. We now
Yeah,
have a
the
runoff
18th.
between Christian Menefee and Al Green. And I don't know who I would vote for, to be honest. I mean, I haven't looked too much into it. I really liked Menefee when I was watching his debates with Isaiah and the rest of the primary, but I really love me some Al Green. I also prefer younger leadership, but Al Green's got more balls than pretty much any Democrat in the House right now, so it's a tough one. Okay. I think we should wrap up. It's about to be 5 a.m. Don't they have an actual sliver of a Dem-leaning district in Texas with the gerrymandering? I don't. I'm a little confused what that question means. Texas is likely a dummy mander. Is dummy mander if you try a gerrymander and it fails?
Wouldn't that be poetic justice?
Oh, Nemo messaged me something. Oh.
Yeah. It's a clip of the guy.
Because the sad thing is, we live in a nation where twisted, toxic theology is poisoning the politics of this nation. Have you thought about the fact that this week in Utah, a white Christian got killed by a white Christian? And then the next day, HBCUs were under threat. Now, how did we get in it?
Exactly.
I mean, that's called white on white crime. You came the wrong Sunday if you thought you. I'm sorry, I see y'all are real sophisticated and you look really good. I hope they warned you about me, okay? Because on this Sunday, we gonna keep it 100. On this Sunday, we gonna tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And so
I am very excited because based on the district I just looked at, that means he's going to be in the House.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. So, because I didn't hear anyone talking about this, but did you all hear that the Metropolitan AME Church in Washington D.C. Was awarded the rights to the Proud Boys name and like their logo, basically their brand?
No, I hadn't heard about that.
Okay, so in 2020 during the BLM protest, some Proud Boys actually destroyed a BLM sign in front of the church. And so I think in 2023, they were awarded like $23 million or so in a civil suit. And of course, the Proud Boys never paid. And so what ended up happening is they got in default. So as part of like that default judgment, the judge awarded the church, the black church, right, the rights to the Proud Boys name, imagery, logo, all that jazz. Right. It was pretty effing cool. And would you believe? Yeah, Bubba was the one that told me about it. And he sent me the article from NPR. And I was very proud because he had a good source.
W Bubba.
So shout out to him. But yeah, this happened in February, early February of this year. I was like, wow, that is crazy. So I didn't hear anyone talking about it.
Yeah, I think just with the way the news is going lately, it's a lot of stories slip by.
Yeah.
Well, like I'm surprised. Ted Cruz said that we need to stop demonizing pedophiles or something like that, and
Oh my
nobody talked about
God.
it.
What?
Yeah. It's on my list of. I told you guys I have 18 things now on the list of make this video at some point, Dan. It's on there. Hold on. No, I think it was either a slip or a Freudian slip, but Ted Cruz. I don't know if it's
Jeez Louise.
How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? Senator Booker also said we should have bipartisan agreement. I think that's a great idea. We should have bipartisan agreement. How about we all come together and say, let's stop murders? How about we all come together and say, let's stop rape? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? How about we all come together?
Yeah. But then he never corrected it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he corrected it. We could look it up, I guess.
I've watched the longer clip. He doesn't catch it.
He doesn't catch it. Okay.
Yeah.
And I imagine, did the press talk about it? Did they bring it up?
I'm sure that you can kind of tell that it's a slip. But I mean, I'm assuming that his PR people probably covered his ass, but I mean, it was a Freudian slip.
Yeah, it also.
How about we all?
It also. When was this? It also, 5 months ago. Do you know what was happening 5 months ago? There was
that would have been the standoff for the discharge petition.
It was last year. It was February 6th of 2025 is the date on the article of last year from NPR. It happened last year.
Of Ted Cruz?
No, not Ted Cruz, the church thing.
Oh.
We awarded the Proud Boys thing. February 6th of 2025. Seems so long ago.
It's over a year ago.
Much simpler times, huh?
Somehow. But yeah, this was right when there was the standoff for the release of the Epstein files, and he says some shit like this. This is the most Freudian of all slips, and he never went back to retract the statement, and nobody in the room challenged him. Yeah. So
how does stuff like this continue to just slide though? If we just should leave all the pedophiles alone. And then no one says anything about that. No one's like, no, we should continue to hold them accountable.
Swan said, I know what it is.
Please tell us.
It's white supremacy.
I knew it.
Each day is better than the next.
And I agree.
Yeah. I mean, that there's just imagine if Barack Obama said that. So that's it. That's all I'm gonna say. But when you have a rapist for a president, yeah. Dan, show the Trump 6-year-old quote. 6-year-old quote. Oh God. Oh my fucking God. That was like this week.
Yeah.
What the hell how do y'all just be seeing on the news? You know, I have Ground News, also Politico, and AP sends me alerts. Like, how do y'all just see all of the news? What do y'all watch? Or read or whatever? Tell me, please.
I get all my news from a TikTok creator named The Older Millennial. He's usually very accurate.
Oh my goodness.
Like voter ID, but it can be given to you by your daughter. Your daughter, she has to be of age, like above 6 years old. She's allowed to say. You had to see some of this stuff is so
what
bad.
The fuck?
Unlike
so, like, I know the longer clip is not related to sex, right? It's not related to the age of consent.
Yeah, it's related to voting.
But in what context would a 6-year-old be of age? In what
No context. They're 6.
Here, let me.
A 6-year-old is of age to be in first grade.
That's it.
Okay, so we're gonna watch the context here really quick.
And I was lenient on that. But those 3 things. Then I added 2 more. These are best of, best of. These are called best of Trump. We should also add on to this bill. And so what I've asked Mike.
He's talking about the Save America Act and all the extra bullshit outside of the voter ID thing.
To do is to draw a new one with these few things added. And let's go for the gold. Let's not just get one like voter ID, but, it can be given to you by your daughter. Your daughter, she has to be of age, like above 6 years old, she's allowed to say. You had to see some of this stuff is so bad. They're doing everything possible because they know if we
What the fuck is the context? Wait. What is he even talking about?
No, Dan, you played us the context. That was the context. The context is that there is no context. This man's just a fucking rambling idiot, is what he is, who's always doing 40 and slips because he's nuts.
They probably won't win an election for 50 years, okay? And maybe longer. And they're going to fight like hell. But boy, do they get killed. Because even the Democrats, you saw the numbers today, Democrats voted 86 added and the commission after he was
so he's talking about the things being added.
The single best thing, and he did a thing on mail-in ballots.
Mail-in ballots.
He said mail-in ballots should not be allowed because they are inherently dishonest. And we have seen it time and time again, and we just keep going with it.
The live's about to get
and
flagged
because
of the President of the United States.
Look, no mail-in. Now, you have the exceptions for the military, and I would even say foreign-based military. But for the military, for disability, for illness, and if you're traveling, you have an excuse. And I was lenient on that. But those 3 things. Then I added 2 more. These are best.
Okay, all right. So it's actually out of nowhere. I need a Trump supporter to come up and explain what the context is.
Yeah. I mean, I've argued with Trump supporters for long enough that I try to frame their responses in my head whenever I'm trying to build my stance or like the way I'm going to deliver an argument. I feel like they're going to try and chalk it up to he was like making a sarcastic scenario in his head, but even then it doesn't really land because it is just so weird.
Like this is
best of, best of. These are called best of Trump.
He always
we should also add on to this
really
bill.
Is.
And so what I've asked Mike to do is to draw a new one with these few things added, and let's go for the gold. Let's not just get one like voter ID, but it can be given to you by your daughter. Your daughter, she has to be of age, like above 6 years old, she's allowed to say.
What the fuck? What is given to you by your daughter?
I don't know.
What is given to you
I
by
think
your
he
daughter?
said voter registration right before that. Is that not what he said?
Yeah, so he said voter ID, right? He said a few.
So what
we're
I've
getting a
asked
few
Mike
things
to do
added
is
on. I think he's talking about Mike Johnson, right?
To draw a new one with these few things added, and let's
because the Save Act is different than the Save America Act. Save America Act, I think, has a little bit more in it.
Go for the gold. Let's not just get one like voter ID, but it can be given to you by your daughter. Your daughter, she has to be of age, like above 6 years old, she's allowed.
Okay.
To say.
Okay, let me see if I can. Okay, so he's saying we want to go for the gold. Okay, so no concessions, right? We don't want it to be voter ID, but it can be given to you by your daughter. Your daughter can verify your ID is what they would say.
How a 6-year-old verifying an ID? What?
Wait, let it finish and see what it says. I swear, we let it finish. He's not going. It's going to end. The context completely ends. Watch.
But, it can be given to you by your daughter. Your daughter, she has to be of age, like above 6 years old, she's allowed to say. You had to see some of this stuff is so bad. They're doing everything possible because they know if we get this, they probably won't win an election for 50 years, okay? And maybe longer. And they're going to fight like hell. But boy, do they get killed. Because even the Democrats, you saw the numbers today, Democrats voted 86%.
Yeah, like we're just... Context doesn't help. No, it really doesn't. This is like the Charlie Kirk quote context. Oh my God. We had like a full 3 weeks of debates on just people coming up saying you're taking that out of context and then us going through the context. But this is like...
It's context rolling. That there is no context, right? Like even if you want to try and say that it was him trying to make like a sarcastic remark, like, oh, well, the requirements are that you have to be, 18 years old and it has to be on a Tuesday. Your name has to be Jim and you also have to like chicken, like whatever, random requirements. That if you're going to try and say that that's what he was doing, it still doesn't make sense in the broader thing that he's talking about. And it's just so fucking weird.
Okay, maybe PolitiFact can help here. While discussing a bill that would stop voting by mail in most cases, President Trump described a scenario involving a young child as he promoted the Safeguard America, blah, 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 Save Act to a group of Republicans. Trump mentioned daughters being of age at above 6 years old. Your daughter, she has to be of age, like above 6 years old. Comment quickly drew attention from Democrats and other... Okay, talking about Epstein, yeah. The DNC Facebook account posted a photo of Epstein and Trump, along with Trump's words like above 6 years. Okay, this is fucking wild from the actual Democratic social media account. But it's not clear precisely what Trump was seeking to make about the child, what point Trump was seeking to make about the child. We asked White House for clarity, and the response received did not address it. The answer focused instead on the urgency to pass the bill. Okay. So the White House had the opportunity to clarify what he meant, and they didn't. All right. We have given him way more benefit of the doubt than he deserves, frankly. So they don't even know. Jesus Christ. Okay. Who's this? You'd think we'd want to avoid any sentence with daughter of age at 6 years old, but what do I know? Hello, Gonzo. Hello. Did you mean to request? Bueller?
Oh, no, sorry. I was just tapping.
Oh, you're good. I appreciate you for tapping. Have a good night. Get Jaden up there to do the Trump impression. Okay. Jaden's welcome to come up, but we're about to end the live, so I don't know if that's worth it. Okay, so if you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Friday and Saturday nights doing political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We also try to be live from all major political events, and at some point...
You forgot to say your name.
Wait, what?
You got to start over. You forgot to say your name.
My name?
Yeah, you always say, I'm Dan Malek.
I don't think I've ever said that before in my life.
You do always say your name. Am I delusional?
I think you're thinking of somebody else.
You always say your name.
Chad, do I ever introduce myself with my name?
Does he ever say his name? They would know better than I would. I'm going back to sleep.
You do as Don Melk. Oh, that's fair. Erica, we need to go to bed. Yeah, I don't think I've ever said my name. Like in that context.
That's why you said your name.
No.
I'm so tired.
Maybe you're...
I'm trying to hang on, Dan. I'm hanging on by a thread here. And I'm hot.
Maybe I need to go live late as fuck because I can't get debates at normal times. We can't get debates either. We've had like 2 debates all night. Johnny does that.
Okay, it might be. Okay, it might be Johnny then.
I don't think I've ever been mixed up with Johnny Palmadessa, but
there's a strong resemblance.
I think maybe I should go to sleep too then. Erica's about to talk. Oh goodness. Okay.
I'm about to do what?
I don't know. I think Rebecca's joking, but I was a little confused. Maybe Hector.
God no. The fuck?
Trump supporters are ashamed now. Yeah, no, they really are. Okay. Anyway, as I was saying before, my alleged TikTok bestie interrupted. I'm kidding.
Wow.
I'm kidding. Big kid. I need to go to sleep too. There's a cat by my feet. Hi, Tuffy. Okay. Anyway, gonna try to go live more as we lead up to the midterms. I'm also gonna try to go live more at reasonable times. I thought I fixed my sleep cycle 2 nights ago, and then last night I tossed and turned for 4 fucking hours. I was a good boy. Okay, I went to bed at 1 a.m. and I couldn't fall asleep until like 5 a.m. So we're cooked again. We're back here. But anyway, if you like this content, drop a follow. Also, make sure to follow everyone on the panel. Erica, Nemo, and Swan are all amazing creators. Make sure to follow them as well. For everybody that has, let me shout out if I remember how to. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Perfectly Imperfect, Whitney, Swan, Emnu, Addie, Sharon, Erica, Neely, Bugsby, Mike, Jody, Angie, Sick of Society, Fufu, Rebecca, Lady Lisa, Ice Cold, Same as Lee, Sweet Peas, Howard, Lisa. Thank you all so much. That's everybody that sent 100 or more coins. If I thanked everybody that sent the coin, we would be here all night. But I really, 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 really appreciate every single one of you. Thank you all so much.
Yep. We're gonna do a Swan raid.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we'll do, a Swan raid. Will someone please let me know when Swan is live? So then that way we'll go head over to Swans and do all the good things over there. You know, supposed to be TikTok bestie. This was a good live you had here, friend.
Yeah, a lot of twists and turns, I will say.
Good times. Hello, Kat.
So 3 days ago, I guess 4 days ago now, I was hoping to go live for Mario Day. Finally, beat that fucking Mario game, and it just didn't happen.
I'm sorry for. I'm not laughing at you. Just is it the one where you had? I don't know the name of it, but is the one that you play sometimes on live?
Yeah. I'm trying to 100% the game, and
Oh,
I
okay.
don't think we have played in like over a month.
Okay.
So
I know you have to get like coins and stuff, and I'd be like, "Hey, you missed a coin. Get the coin."
Dan, my 6/7 is obsessed with Pokemon card collecting now, and I'm lost as fuck. Oh, I mean, you can ask me any questions you want about that. That's my day job, so. Okay.
Dan, tell a dad joke.
Oh, I'm really bad at reciting jokes off rip.
6'7". Sorry, you shouldn't have said that, Sierra. I apologize. 6'7".
Okay. I don't know if I can. If y'all want to do a Swan raid, that's feel free. But if she's not live yet, then it's gonna have to be a the word here.
Where's the other device?
Oh, she's live. Okay, awesome.
Good.
Cool. I was gonna say a non-consecutive term, but.
Well, I'm here to say that
Oh,
I
that's
told
so
you so.
loud. What the hell?
Swan is live. All right. Chat.
Swan raid.
I love you all. We're raiding Swan. I will be there for a few minutes, and then I'm gonna have a bite to eat, and then I'm going to bed. So
Thank you, Dan.
if oh yeah, I forgot. I don't know how to end lives. Nemo, thank you so much for coming up.
Appreciate it.
Yes. You say
Erica,
thank you, and you
thank you
say
so
thank
much.
you. No, we're ending this live together because if I leave, what's going to happen is you're going to talk for another 85 minutes. So what you do is you just thank everyone for tapping the screen, sharing, reposting the gifts and any donations. Shout out YouTube, and you say, "Go raise Swan. Have a good night."
All that. Go raise Swan.
Mhm.
Have a good night.
Bye, y'all. You think you slick?
Okay. TikTok Live is over. Twitch and YouTube. Okay. So, I have a couple confessions, Twitch and YouTube. In order to I don't know why I said in order to. I haven't really looked at Twitch and YouTube chat. I'm sorry. And Twitch chat is really small on my screen right now because of the change I made to OBS to show the guest boxes. But oh, you guys can't see me. Wait. Oh no. Okay, let me just end the live. You guys can't see me. Because I X'd out of I wasn't supposed to do that. Okay, well, love you all. Have a good night.